Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Was Adopted by Black Widow and Got Harem with them Part 1. So do 4 blue hearts comment. Be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video, and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione uncensored spicy version, link in description. As the green light of Voldemort's killing curse approached him, Harry closed his eyes, preparing to meet his end. Hoping that in some small way his death would make a difference. He had faced death many times. But this was different. He felt a fleeting rush of fear and sadness, but this time Harry was choosing to embrace death rather than fight it. Harry's life consisted of a series of unlikely events. Having faced basilisks, dementors, dark lords, and killing curses, the only certainty in his life was that his life would never turn out as he expected. This is why, after the curse connected, Harry was only momentarily surprised when he did not experience the embrace of darkness as death consumed him. Rather, Harry felt as though he was being pulled through space. He felt as if he was soaring through a dark tunnel at incredible speeds. He couldn't see anything around him, only a single spot of light far in the distance. Harry blinked and all of a sudden, he found himself laying down. Bathed in an ethereal light. Harry looked around in confusion, unable to comprehend what was happening. Was this death? He thought. He found himself in a place unlike any he had ever seen. He had been prepared for death, but he had not expected this. Slowly getting to his feet, the surrounding light began to dim slightly, allowing him to begin to make out features of his surroundings. With a start, Harry realized he was standing on a platform in the heart of King's Cross Station. But it was not the familiar bustling station he knew from his childhood. Instead, it was a place bathed in the soft ethereal light, a platform that seemed to stretch infinitely in both directions. Harry looked around in wonder. He was no longer in pain, the exhaustion and aches from the fight had seemingly evaporated, leaving him refreshed. As Harry scanned the platform, he noticed a little black bundle under a bench, marring the otherwise serene landscape. Cautiously approaching the bundle, Harry realized he was hearing a strained whimpering sound coming from within it. Reaching out, Harry slowly uncovered the bundle, and leapt back, recoiling in disgust. Within the bundle was a baby-sized man, curled in a fetal position, skin red and blistered, whimpering and struggling for breath. As Harry drew near again, attempting to re-inspect it, he felt a hand grasp his shoulder. "There is nothing you can do for it," a voice said. Harry spun around in surprise to see who had grabbed his shoulder. "Dad?" Harry asked, his voice trembling. His father looked at him smiling warmly. "Hello, Harry. It is good to see you. We have been waiting for you." As he finished his statement, Harry watched as his mother step out from behind his dad. "My baby boy, your father and I are so proud of all you have done. All you have managed to accomplish." If the appearance of his father had been unexpected, his mother stepping out had been too much, causing him to drop to his knees looking up at them. "Mom, Dad?" Harry questioned, his eyes full of tears. They both leaned down to embrace Harry in a hug. "It is all right, Harry, don't be sad. We are here for you. We have always been here for you, and we will always be here for you." His mother whispering into his ear. Harry wiped the corner of his eyes as he stood and looked at his parents, struggling to find the words to convey what he was feeling, what he was thinking. "You have been waiting for me here." "Where is here?" His father looked down at him. "We were hoping you could tell us, everyone perceives this differently." Harry looked around at his surroundings before facing his parents. "It looks like King's Cross Station, but bigger, and cleaner, and emptier, well except," Harry trailed off, pointing towards his parents before. Indicating behind him at the creature in the bundle that was becoming quieter. "Ah, King's Cross, that would make sense. This place is a junction between the world of the living and the world beyond. It is a place where souls find refuge after their time in the mortal world has ended." His father explained, looking around himself. Harry's mind whirled with questions, but he found himself unable to speak. Feeling an overwhelming sense of peace and happiness simply being in his parents' presence. Lily glanced at Harry with a knowing look. "We are here to help you, Harry. To guide you." Harry frowned, his thoughts returning to his battle with Voldemort. I failed, Mom. I could not defeat him." As his mother leaned forward and embraced him in a hug, his father shook his head, a reassuring smile on his face. "No, Harry. You did not fail. Never think that. You faced Voldemort with incredible bravery. Your sacrifice inspired your friends, they won the fight, your sacrifice saved countless lives." Harry froze, and hesitantly looked up to his father. Am I dead?" James nodded, a sad look in his eyes. "Yes, Harry, you are. Voldemort killed you in the Forbidden Forest. But also, thanks to the monster," he paused glaring at the bundle behind Harry. "Also, thanks to Voldemort you do not need to remain dead." Harry glanced back and forth between his parents confused. "Do not worry, Harry, you need not fear death. After all, it is but the next great adventure. This is a place of transition, and you can decide what happens next." Lily placed a hand on Harry's cheek, her eyes filled with love and understanding. "You do not need to carry the burden of prophecy anymore, you are free to choose your own path. James nodded and added, "You had made the ultimate sacrifice and you have been given a choice. You can choose to move on to the next phase of your existence, to explore the mysteries of the universe, or you can choose to return to life, not in your own world but in another world." Harry paused and thought about his loved ones, knowing that another world had people he would be able to help. And without prophecy hanging over him, he would be able to make his own decisions. Helping because he wanted to, not because he was being forced to. He knew that he could continue to make a difference. "I choose to return," he said, his voice resolute. Lily smiled at him. "We thought you would. I could not be more proud of you. We believe that you have the ability to make a difference in this new world as well, but in your own way. You do not have to be the savior of this world. But you can still help those in need." James patted his shoulder. "Very well, Harry. Your journey is not over yet. You will return to a world of the living and your story will continue." Harry smiled at his parents. A sense of purpose stirring within him. He might not be the chosen one in this world, but he could still be a force for good. "What do I do now?" Harry asked, eagerly looking at his parents. Lily smiled proudly. "First, you will need to learn about this world, its histories and its magics." James nodded along with Lily. "Then you can decide how you want to contribute. But make sure to learn, Harry. There are lots of good individuals on this world who can become allies, but there are also evil individuals who will try to take advantage of you." His parents looked up, as if he airing something only they could hear before looking back towards Harry. His father laid his hand upon his right breast as his mother smiled and opened her mouth. "It appears that as the master of Deet, you are to be granted a gift to help you in this new world." Harry looked down at his chest as he felt a burning sensation began under his father's hand. Harry wanted to take a step back but realized it was probably important. Thankfully, almost as soon as it began, the sensation disappeared. "This gift should help you on your way." With those words, the ethereal lights emanating from every surfa CE began to intensify again, and the mists that had seemed to cling to the ground began to swirl around them, starting to obscure the surroundings. Harry looked towards his parents who were beginning to fade into the light. "Mom, Dad, before this experience ends, is this real? Or did this just happen inside my head?" Harry's parents smiled at him as the mist rose and obscured them. His father's voice sounded like it was coming down a tunnel. "Why can't it be both?" As everything was covered in mist and the light began to fade, he heard his mother's voice, barely audible. "We love you, Harry. We always will." The rain was pouring down in sheets, transforming the winding road into a treacherous ribbon of glistening black. Lightning streaked across the dark sky, momentarily illuminating the surrounding trees. Their leaves weighed down by the deluge. In the distance, the rumble of thunder echoed ominously, as if nature itself was protesting what was about to occur. Dr. Stephen Strange Gr. gripped the steering wheel of his sleek Lamborghini tightly, his knuckles turning white under the pressure. His journey through this storm was already tense enough without the added weight of his thoughts. He had been preoccupied ever since his phone conversation had been cut short due to the extremely poor connection, just moments before, when this storm arose out of nowhere. As Strange accelerated down the winding road, his thoughts were interrupted by a sudden, blinding flash of green light in front of him. He only had a split second to react before he saw a figure appear directly in front of his car. Almost as if he materialized out of thin air. Dr. Strange's eyes widened in horror, as he slammed on the brakes and felt the tires fail to find traction on the wet pavement, realizing he was about to collide with the unexpected obstacle in front of him. The figure in front of him looked through the windshield into the eyes of Dr. Strange, vivid green eyes peering deep into Drive. Strange, seeming to realize the danger he was in. As his eyes widened in alarm, time seemed to slow down as Dr. Strange watched as his car closed what little distance remained between them. Knowing that at this speed there was no way the man in front of him would survive. However, with a cracking sound that was audible over the storm outside, the man disappeared, as if he had never been there. Dr. Strange began to breathe a sign of relief, but stopped as his breath hitched, realizing that his attempted avoidance of the sudden appearance had thrown his car out of control, and he felt as the tires lost traction completely and the car began to roll, heading towards the cliff edge. In a second, everything managed to speed up as his world filled with the harsh sounds of screeching metal and shattering glass. During the roll drive, Strange felt momentary pain from his hands, and then thankfully nothing, as he was knocked unconscious, as the car flew over the edge of the cliff towards the lake below. Meanwhile, Harry let out a sigh of relief as he apparated onto the side of the road at the top of the cliff. Furious that he had just appeared in the middle of the road, only to be almost hit by the very futuristic-looking car. Harry's musings were cut short by the sounds of metal screeching and glass shattering, causing him to spin around as he watched the car roll over the cliff. Harry stared on in panic, as he reached into his pocket trying to find his wand. However, unable to find it, he desperately reached out his hand and shouted, "Arresto momentum," even though he knew wandless magic had never been one of his strengths. Harry could only watch on in surprise as the car began to slow its descent and eventually just hang in air, mere feet above the water surface. Daring to try his luck Ain't he called out, Wingardium Leviosa, and stared in shock as the car began to rise back towards the road. Watching the smashed remains of the car settle down onto the roadway, Harry sprinted in the direction of the car, hoping with all his being that the individual within was all right. As he ran forward, he was absently aware of the fact that his right breast felt warm, noticeable against the cold press of his clothing as a result of the rain. As he made it to the car, he wrenched off the door and looked at bleeding, bruised, and broken body of a man within. Harry froze and stared at it, fearing the worst. However, just before Harry was about to drop to his knees in despair, he heard a cough and saw a fine mist of blood come from the man's mouth. Reinvigorated, Harry leaned forward and slowly and cautiously managed to withdraw the man from the wreck, laying him on the roadway. Fearing the worst, Harry wandless cast a diagnostic charm on the man below him and was immensely relieved when nothing life-threatening was revealed to him. Harry shook his head in disbelief as he saw that the man had suffered nothing that would be fatal, serious for sure, but nothing fatal. He had received hundreds of small lacerations from the flying glass and he would have a serious concussion. However, the only serious damage he received was to his hands, which appeared to be quite mangled. Harry looked on and cringed, knowing that as his hands were, there probably was not a bone that was unbroken and the man would likely suffer irreparable nerve damage. Even within the wizarding world, treatment for that injury had been difficult. Made even more difficult, if the injury was not treated immediately. As Harry looked at the man's hands, he could not help but smile, knowing that even though that type of repair with magic was rare, it was actually a branch of healing magic that Oliver Wood had made the entire team learn due to the prevalence of extreme trauma injury from bludgers. While it was likely that one of the teammates would have been rushed to Madame Pomfrey before the damage was irreparable, Oliver was nothing if not cautious and did not want any of his teammates to suffer a lifelong debilitating injury. Even though Harry had never actually performed the spell, he was fairly confident that he was capable of successfully carrying it out, even without his wand. As Harry stretched out the man's hands in front of him, he recoiled as the man screamed from the pain. Apparently, the pain being serious enough to rouse him from unconsciousness. "It's okay, Mr. Pausing, realizing he had no idea who lay before him. "It's okay, I can fix your hands." Summoning his magical abilities, Harry placed his hands on the man's injured hands, uttered the spell and felt his magical energies being channeled into repairing the injuries. Harry once again experienced the slight warmth in his chest, as he felt the bones realign and saw the torn flesh began knitting together. Relief washed over Harry as he knew the damage to the bones, skin, and even nerves was repairing itself, but even he knew he would not be able to undo all the damage the man had sustained. There would be scars, both physical and mental, from this encounter. The man's eyes fluttered open and he mumbled something. Harry paused, leaning closer to hear. "It's Dr. Strange," he mumbled out before passing out again. Harry smiled ruefully at the irony of healing a doctor and began to stand up. However, just as Harry stood up, there was a powerful gust of wind that suddenly swept across the rain-soaked road. However, Harry stared down the road. As it did not feel like an ordinary gust of wind, it felt almost magical. His assumption was proven correct as the wind seemed to coalesce and then immediately die down, revealing a figure in ancient robes. A figure who exuded an aura of wisdom and power that Harry usually associated with Dumbledore. "Harry Potter," she intoned, her voice carrying weight of a long life. A fact her middle-aged appearance seemed to contradict. "I sensed a disturbance in the fabric of reality. It appears that you have been involved in a convergence of our worlds." Harry jumped back as he stared at the woman. "You know who I am." She nodded, a small smile upon her face. "I have heard of you. Your story is known in many realms across the multiverse." Harry stared at her. "Oh, okay. Who are you? Where am I?" Quote, "You may refer to me as the Ancient One, I am the Sorcerer Supreme." She replied cryptically, before pausing and indicating the man lying on the ground. "Your appearance at this location on our Earth was not mere coincidence. The fabric of reality was disturbed, and someone chose to deposit you here. The two of you coming together was no accident." Harry spun and looked at the man on the ground. Who was he? She looked at the man lying on the ground. He was to be the future Sorcerer Supreme. However, his future is now clouded from me, an experience I am not used to, and am not enjoying. It seems whatever forces colluded to deposit you here have altered his destiny. However, even though indistinct, I sense greatness in his future. She paused, looking back to Harry. "I should not be sharing. Everyone's fate should be their own, and it would be a betrayal of what I believe to share one man's fate with another." Harry nodded, dead slowly before the Ancient One began speaking again. "Whatever forces directed you to appear at that spot in an attempt to rob us of a future Sorcerer Supreme seem to have miscalculated. While your training in magic is fundamentally different than the magic of this realm, I sense a greater affinity for all magics in you than I have ever experienced. You have the potential to wield magic unlike any other, transcending the boundaries of your own universe by combining our magic with yours." Harry looked up at her in shock. "What?" She nodded. "I speak the truth. if you want help with the mysteries you will encounter in this world, come find me in Kamar Taj. The journey will prove your worth, the destination our worth. I offer you almost limitless knowledge and a chance to make a difference. Harry looked up at her. But I'm just Harry. Just Harry, I am just a wizard from England, not some powerful sorcerer. The Ancient One smiled and extended her hand towards Harry, offering it to him. You were never, just, anything. I know what you accomplished on your world and I know what you are capable on this world. Harry hesitated for a moment, his eyes flickering between the Ancient One and the surrounding landscape. He knew this was a decision that would change his life. But he was excited that it was his decision to make. With a determined nod, Harry took the Ancient One's hand. All right, I'll come to Kamar Taj. I'll learn everything I can about your magic. With a smile and a nod, she disappeared completely, leaving a rain-soaked Harry standing beside the body of Dr. Strange on the road in the middle of nowhere. Harry scanned the desolate road, uncertainty etching lines on his forehead as he debated which direction to take. Rainwater dripped from the ends of his disheveled hair, soaking his glasses. Then, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, Harry's gaze dropped to his chest, remembering the warmth he felt every time he harnessed and used his magic. As if unconsciously, he watched his trembling hand slowly lift the fabric of his shirt, revealing a startling revelation etched on his skin, the unmistakable tattoo of the Deathly Hallows, immediately below where his father had placed his hand. Well, I will admit, I did not expect this, Harry muttered to himself, his voice barely audible above the pattering rain. His green eyes remained wide in disbelief as he traced the intricate lines of the symbol. I suppose I really am, the Master of Death. His thoughts whirled, trying to understand what had happened, but Harry didn't have time to dwell on the enigma of the Deathly Hallows and his new tattoo. Above all, he knew he needed to get help for the man, drive strange, and get out of the elements. Glancing back up, Harry spotted distant lights twinkling in the distance, a city on the horizon. Kneeling beside the man he had saved, who appeared to still be unconscious. Stay here, drive strange, Harry said, his voice firm. I'll send help for you as soon as I find it in that city. And then I am off to find this, Kamar Taj. Turning away from the prone man, Harry squared his shoulders, peering in the direction of the city, and dissipated toward the inviting glow, with a loud crack. What Harry did not see, was that as he dissipated, the prone form of Dr. Strange stirred. Dr. Strange slowly opened his eyes and struggled to sit up, eventually aging it with a slight grimace on his face, as he stared in the direction of the city lights in the distance. What the hell was that? Harry hesitated for a moment, his eyes flickering between the Ancient One and the surrounding landscape. He knew this was a decision that would change his life. But he was excited that it was his decision to make. With a determined nod, Harry took the Ancient One's hand. All right, I'll come to Kamar Taj. I'll learn everything I can about your magic. With a smile and a nod, she disappeared completely, leaving a rain-soaked Harry standing beside the body of Dr. Strange on the road in the middle of nowhere. Harry scanned the desolate road, uncertainty etching lines on his forehead as he debated which direction to take. Rainwater dripped from the ends of his disheveled hair, soaking his glasses. Then, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, Harry's gaze dropped to his chest, remembering the warmth he felt every time he harnessed and used his magic. As if unconsciously, he watched his trembling hand slowly lift the fabric of his shirt, revealing a startling revelation etched on his skin, the unmistakable tattoo of the Deathly Hallows, immediately below where his father had placed his hand. Well, I will admit, I did not expect this, Harry muttered to himself, his voice barely audible above the pattering rain. His green eyes remained wide in disbelief. As he traced the intricate lines of the symbol. I suppose I really am, the Master of Death. His thoughts whirled, trying to understand what had happened, but Harry didn't have time to dwell on the enigma of the Deathly Hallows and his new tattoo. Above all, he knew he needed to get help for the man, drive strange, and get out of the elements. Glancing back up, Harry spotted distant lights twinkling in the distance, a city on the horizon. Kneeling beside the man he had saved, who appeared to still be unconscious. Stay here, drive strange, Harry said, his voice firm. I'll send help for you as soon as I find it in that city. And then I am off to find this, Kamar Taj. Turning away from the prone man, Harry squared his shoulders, peering in the direction of the city, and dissipated toward the inviting glow. With a loud crack, what Harry did not see, was that as he dissipated, the prone form of Dr. Strange stirred. Dr. Strange slowly opened his eyes and struggled to sit up, eventually managing it with a slight grimace on his face, as he stared in the direction of the city lights in the distance. What the hell was that? Harry leaned over, panting, each inhale a reminder of the unprecedented exhaustion that gripped him. He couldn't recall a time when he had been so drained after stringing multiple apparitions together. Sure, magic consumption was known to sap one's energy. But the level of exhaustion he now felt was beyond anything he had ever experienced. It was a new and entirely unwelcome sensation. Doubts about his current whereabouts swirled in Harry's mind as he wiped sweat from his brow. He had been forced to rely on line-of-sight apparition to navigate this unfamiliar territory, which had been manageable while he was approaching the city, as he was ever to cover large areas of land with ever apparition. However, as he ventured into areas with denser populations, the distances of his apparitions had become ever smaller. Sinking down to the ground, RRY leaned back against a weathered brick wall to collect his thoughts and breath, allowing him a chance to regain his strength. With each deep breath, he surveyed the area before him. In the distance, still some ways off, he could make out what appeared to be the downtown core of the city, its skyline etched against the morning sun. Harry's brow furrowed in thought as he stared toward the silhouetted city in front of him. The skyline was vaguely familiar, yet he couldn't quite identify it. He had traveled extensively with Hermione and Ron, while on the run, but they had mostly avoided large cities. Although as Harry stood looking at the sprawling metropolis in the distance, he was fairly sure he recognized the skyline. He was certain of one thing, though: he was nowhere near downtown London or any other place he had any recollection of ever being. Not long after parting ways with Dr. Strange, Harry had found himself staring at the inviting flickering neon sign of an old-fashioned diner nestled on the side of a road. Desperation tugged at his chest, urging him to seek help. Pushing open the creaky door, Harry entered the diner, a bell above it jingling to announce his arrival. The cozy ambiance of the diner offered a welcome contrast to the events of the morning he had been immersed in. He quickly approached the counter, where a friendly-looking motherly waitress with a name tag that read, Maggie, was wiping a coffee cup with a faded smiley face. "Excuse me," Harry began, cutting through the murmurs of the diner's patrons. "I need to borrow your phone. There's been an accident just down the road." Maggie's eyes widened at his request, her curiosity piqued by the urgency and accent of his voice. She surveyed him for a moment, taking in his disheveled appearance. Her forehead creased as she responded. "Cell phone dead, but of course, landline is in the corner." With a grateful nod, Harry made his way over to the phone, brow furrowed at her question about the cell phone. Upon reaching the phone, Harry picked it up and discreetly dialed 999. As he held the receiver to his ear, his anticipation was met with silence on the other end of the line. The second ticked by, and yet the silence persisted. Frustration and confusion mingled on Harry's face as he stared at the phone. Waving over the waitress, he pointed to it and said, "Excuse me, ma'am, there seems to be a problem calling emergency services. I can't get through." Maggie glanced at the phone and then him, her expression a mix of amusement and exasperation. She replied with a hint of sarcasm, "How hard is it to dial 911? I am pretty sure they never have trouble with their number." She shook her head and returned her attention to a customer's coffee cup. Harry sat back, utterly bewildered by the exchange. Mumbling to himself, he couldn't help but admit, "Well, I guess I must be somewhere in the USA, or at least certainly not Britain anymore." Refocusing his attention on the vintage phone, Harry decided to follow the waitress's advice and dialed 911. He held his breath as he waited for the operator to pick up, the seconds stretching into an eternity. The connection was finally established, and a calm voice came through the receiver, causing Harry's heart to quicken. Speaking in hushed tones, Harry relayed as much information as he could muster about the accident, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. He described the location in detail, as best as he could, and the condition of the injured doctor, providing every crucial piece of information he could think of. However, when the operator on the other end began to ask questions about his own identity, he decided to err on the side of caution. Concerned about revealing too much, he quickly hung up before giving any more personal information. Rising from his seat, Harry made his way towards the diner's exit. His senses sharpened as he heard the faint sound of the phone ringing once more, the operator likely attempting to call him back for further details. Recognizing that he needed to leave the area without a trace and not wanting to risk exposure as a wizard, Harry stepped out and hurriedly turned a corner around the building. With a now familiar wandless feat of magic, Harry apparated, vanishing from the scene with a soft pop. He reappeared several miles down the road, his surroundings having undergone a dramatic change. The quiet suburban neighborhood that now enveloped him was a stark contrast to the diner he had left behind. The houses, all neatly lined up, looked identical, each with a small front garden and neatly trimmed hedges. Harry shuddered, his disoriented mind unable to process the new surroundings. He blinked several times, staring at the neighborhood, and eventually managed to shake the feeling that he had mistaken somehow apparated to little winning. Relief flooded through him as he acknowledged that he was away from the diner and help was likely on its way to the scene of the accident. As he stood there, he turned his attention to the tranquil street he had emerged on and attempted to gather his bearings. The distant sounds of Muggle life surrounded him, children laughing and playing, the occasional car passing by, and the gentle hum of everyday existence. Harry glanced at the houses lining the street, each with its own idyllic front garden. People went about their business, tending to their lawns, relaxing in the shade, and engaging in friendly conversations. He knew he couldn't linger here for long. His presence in this unfamiliar neighborhood was bound to draw unwanted attention. With mounting urgency, he realized he needed a plan. He knew he was too exhausted to attempt further apparition, and he didn't want to attract any more undue attention. Harry's gaze darted up and down the quiet street as he weighed his options, searching for a solution. Then, just when concern was starting to creep in, Harry's luck took an unexpected turn. The faint rumble of an approaching vehicle engine reached his ears. He turned to face the sound and was rewarded with the unmistakable, unremarkable sight of a yellow taxi drawing nearer. A weary smile crept across Harry's face. The sight of the cab felt like a small miracle, a beacon of hope in a challenging day. He waved his arm frantically to catch the driver's attention as the vehicle drew closer. The cab slowed too. A stop and the driver rolled down the window. "Hello, sir, need a lift?" the cab driver asked cheerfully, leaning out the open window of his yellow taxi. "Hello, sir, need a lift?" the cab driver asked cheerfully, leaning out of the open window of his yellow taxi. Harry, feeling a profound sense of gratitude for the timely arrival of this stranger, nodded in response. A smile brightened the cabbie's face as he unlocked the doors with an inviting gesture. "Want to ride in the front? I hear it's kind of lonesome in the back," the young driver suggested, his eyes twinkling with an eagerness to strike up a conversation. Harry considered the options for a moment. The notion of sharing the front seat with the driver was certainly more appealing than the solitary atmosphere of the back seat, and it would give him a chance to learn more about this unfamiliar place. "The front will be fine," Harry replied, his smile mirroring the cabbie's enthusiasm. He carefully climbed into the front seat, securing himself with the seatbelt, and silently braced himself for what lay ahead. "Where to, sir?" the cab driver asked, with a friendly tone and just a hint of curiosity in his eyes, as he glanced at Harry's slightly disheveled appearance. Harry's initial sense of relief at the sight of the taxi was quickly replaced by a growing unease. He didn't even know where he currently was, let alone where he wanted to go. As the cab driver stared at him awaiting a response, Harry's thoughts whirled with the weight of his predicament. He hesitated for a moment, contemplating his response. "I am not entirely sure where I want you to take me," Harry admitted, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "I am new to the area. But I'm looking for a good hotel. It doesn't need to be anything super fancy. Just somewhere I can lay my head for the next couple of days while I come up with a plan. Hopefully, somewhere near a big library." The cabbie, his eyes fixed on the road, fell into a brief silence, lost in thought. Thinking on Harry's criteria. After a moment, he turned his gaze back to Harry, and a warm smile spread across his face. "Well, you've chosen the right place if you're looking for libraries. If you don't mind a place actually within the city, I know just the spot," he said eagerly, his enthusiasm infectious. Harry, grateful for the cabbie's helpfulness, nodded in agreement. As the taxi merged back onto the street, the cab drivers turned to Harry, and with a friendly tone and a hint of curiosity in his eyes, he struck up a conversation. "So, first time in New York?" Harry sat frozen in the front seat of the taxi, trying to conceal his astonishment. As he gazed out of the window, his eyes locked onto the distant downtown skyline, and recognition surged through him like a bolt of lightning. The unmistakable, iconic silhouette of skyscrapers against the horizon left no room for doubt. "New York," he mumbled under his breath. The cabbie, perhaps misunderstanding the tone of Harry's voice as one of awe, took it as an opportunity to share in the enthusiasm. "Yup, welcome to New York," he exclaimed with a sense of pride. "I just guessed based on you staring out the window that this is your first time in the city. It's actually a really great place. I just moved here myself." Harry, still reeling from the revelation, nodded numbly, his gaze fixed on the approaching skyscrapers. "Yes, definitely my first trip here. Everything seems so modern," he said, his voice tinged with both surprise and uncertainty. Harry made a conscious effort to push aside his astonishment. Deciding that dealing with it could wait, he turned back to the cabbie, offering a friendly smile. "Sorry, I got caught up in the moment. Yes, this is my first time here. So, why did you move to New York?" The cab driver's gaze shifted towards Harry, and for a brief moment, a flicker of unease flashed across his face. He hastily concealed it behind a slightly strained smile, attempting to brush off whatever concern had briefly touched him. "Oh, nothing much," he responded with an air of nonchalance. "Just a little family trouble, you know, with my cousin. But we don't need to get into that. So what brings you to New York, Mr.?" Harry offered a friendly smile in return, a sense of relief washing over him as the cab driver seemed to divert the conversation from his own momentary discomfort. "Oh, sorry about that," he said. "It's Harry Potter, nice to meet you. I'm just here for a couple of days, I hope. Need to spend some time recovering before I make a plan to travel, although I'm not entirely sure where yet. And then, once I make a plan, I'll probably be on my way." "That sounds like fun," he remarked with a hint of excitement. "Although I can't imagine you'll be able to see everything that the city has to offer in just a couple of days. Do you have any questions about the city, or do you just want to sit back and enjoy the drive in?" Harry had been staring at the passing cityscape rather intently, lost in thought as the taxi threaded its way through the New York streets. A sense of weariness had settled in, the events of the day having taken their toll. Now he looked back towards the cab driver, his gaze apologetic, as if he were silently asking for understanding. "If it's all right with you," Harry began, his tone genuinely polite, "I'll just look out the window for a bit. This entire day has been a bit much for me." The cabbie, respectful of Harry's request, gave an understanding nod. "Works for me, Mr. Poe." Noticing the pause, Harry cut in, finishing the name, Potter. "Of course, Mr. Potter," the cab driver acknowledged, adjusting his driving slightly to accommodate Harry's request. "If you see anything you have questions about, just ask." Harry nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed on the cityscape unfolding outside the window. As the taxi continued its journey, the cab driver would occasionally chime in with interesting tidbits about the buildings they passed. Harry listened with polite interest, finding himself immersed in a blend of nostalgia and fascination. Some of the landmarks and buildings were immediately recognizable to Harry. Even in Britain they had appeared in posters, books, and even on television screens that he had snuck looks at, standing by the living room door, watching in silence as his aunt, uncle, and cousin Dudley enjoyed their shows. The Brooklyn Bridge, the iconic Empire State Building, the lush greenery of Central Park, and the Art Deco masterpiece that was the Chrysler Building, all more impressive than the pictures made them out to be. These were places he had seen but never imagined visiting in person. Yet, there were other structures that drew his unwavering attention, their extravagant designs impossible to ignore. Leaving him puzzled how he had never heard of them before. Fisk Tower, with its imposing presence, the impressive Baxter Building, and the towering Stark Tower, each more awe-inspiring than the last. Eventually he was roused from his sightseeing when the cab driver, having completed his visual and audio tour of the city, pulled over to the curb and brought the taxi to a halt. Harry leaned forward, his eyes studying the surrounding buildings in the immediate vicinity. Meanwhile, the cab driver, having noticed Harry's interest, leaned forward to reach for the taxi's radio. He twisted the dial, silencing the female talk show host who had been chatting on air as her program concluded. "And thank you all for listening today on Trish Talk Radio, looking forward to being on air tomorrow. You are in for a special treat, I have invited one of my oldest friends on." The host's voice was cut off abruptly. Harry turned his attention back to the cab driver, who had begun to explain the stoppage. "We are here," he explained with a friendly tone, gesturing towards a building just outside the taxi window. "The building right there is a very nice boutique hotel, really good prices. And the staff is supposed to be terrific." Harry's excitement surged as he prepared to leave the cab. "Thanks so much," he responded gratefully, looking at the building. As he opened the taxi door and stepped out onto the bustling New York street, the cabbie politely cleared his throat. "Oh, excuse me, sir," he said, leaning across the center console and passenger seat, looking out the window at Harry. "It will be $65.50. Harry's eyes darted back into the cab, and a moment of panic washed over him as he realized his lack of money. His hand delved futilely into his pocket, his fingers searching for something he knew he wouldn't find. He met the expectant gaze of the cab driver and hesitated before responding. "Oh, right." The cabbie, his expression consisting of mild exasperation, peered at Harry. "Not again, let me guess," he began, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "You never carry your wallet while you're vacationing. Ruins the line of your suit." Harry shook his head in an apologetic manner, his hand discreetly hidden behind his back holding several pieces of lint he had found in his pocket. A knowing smile slowly spread across his face as he transfigured the lint into British pounds. With a flourish, he brought his hand around to the front, revealing the currency. "No, sorry about that," Harry replied, offering a charming smile. "Just remembered, I haven't had the opportunity to exchange my money yet. I would assume British money is all right. Can I just pay?" He glanced down at the money in his hand, £60. The cab driver, his earlier exasperation replaced by a sense of relief, smiled up at Harry. "Of course, sir. That is totally fine. That is very generous of you." Harry chuckled, a twinkle of amusement in his eyes. "Well, it's just money. Easy come, easy go." With that, he handed over the British pounds. The cab driver, pleased by Harry's payment, nodded appreciatively and gestured once more in the direction of the hotel. "I hope you have a great time in the city," he said with genuine warmth in his voice. "The building is 179A Bleecker Street." Harry turned his gaze back toward the boutique hotel, noting the address. He then shifted his attention back to the driver, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thanks again," Harry expressed his appreciation, before he paused, his curiosity getting the better of him. "Sorry, I don't think I ever got your name." With a friendly smile, the driver replied, "It's Dopinder. Have a good day, Mr. Potter." As the taxi driver smoothly merged into the bustling New York traffic and drove away, Harry was left standing on the vibrant city sidewalk. As Harry turned his attention back towards the hotel, he couldn't help but be drawn to the building next door. Appreciating the distinctive brownstone exterior, which featured ornate, wrought iron railings, decorative stonework, and a creatively designed front window. The front door in particular seized Harry's curiosity, as it appeared to bear a runic seal, which definitely distinguished it from the neighboring buildings. The design, however, was unlike anything Harry could recognize. Yet, the most captivating aspect of the building was its curious, mirage-like quality. It appeared to ripple faintly, as though an elusive notice-me-not charm had been placed upon it. The enchantment was so subtle that it was barely noticeable. But Harry was sure that if anyone had not been searching for the building they never would have seen it, which raised the question within himself as to how he was able to notice the building. Rugging off the coincidence of being dropped next to a magical building, Harry turned and entered the boutique hotel, ready to secure a room. After providing them with both conjured money and identification to pay for 3 nights, he was handed the key to his room. Exhaustion had been slowly creeping up on Harry throughout the day, and as he entered his room, it finally caught up with him. He too. A moment to survey the comfortable space and then, with a contented sigh, he settled onto the mattress. Within seconds, the demands of his eventful day were forgotten as Harry fell into a deep sleep. Harry awoke with a sudden start. His surroundings momentarily foreign and disorienting. The memories of the day's earlier events rushed back like a tidal wave, grounding him in the present. He realized that he should begin formulating a plan for the day ahead, taking a moment to stretch and regain his bearings. The sleep had been deep and restful, leaving him feeling as though he had slumbered for an entire week. Tempest, he wandlessly cast, deciding to check the time determined to seize the day. To his surprise, the result indicated that it was earlier than when he had initially gone to sleep. Harry froze in confusion before realization dawned on him. A quick glance out the window confirmed his suspicion. The soft morning light bathed the city in a gentle glow, signaling that it was indeed the following day. Harry reflected on the possibility that he must have slept since the previous afternoon, spending nearly 20 hours sleeping before waking up on this crisp morning. Well, he mused, I guess I really must have needed it after all those apparitions. Although, I really need to find another way to travel. Apparating was way more tiring than it should have been, and I probably can't afford to perform a handful of apparitions and then spend the rest of the day sleeping. But that's a concern for later. For now, I should start making a plan to find this Camartage. Perhaps, I should try to locate a library and begin my research. As Harry stepped outside the boutique hotel, the vibrant sights and sounds of New York City engulfed him. The bustling streets were alive with the energy of the metropolis, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation for the day's adventures. However, his attention was abruptly diverted by an unexpected sight high above. Something was soaring through the sky, making a beeline for a building in the distance, its destination partially concealed near the iconic Chrysler Building. Harry squinted to get a better look, struggling to recall its name. It was one of the buildings he had observed the day before, but its identity was momentarily eluding his recollection. Harry's fixed his gaze on the flying object, his curiosity piqued. He tried to identify what it might be, and his thoughts took on a whimsical turn. It looked like a bird, he mused, his brow furrowing as he attempted to discern its identity. Then he shook his head in disbelief. Maybe a plane, Harry muttered to himself, his imagination drifting. However, the object continued its trajectory, and Harry's focus intensified as he tried to discern its identity before it disappeared from view. His eyes widened in realization as he watched it closely. Was that someone flying on a broom? He pondered aloud, a hint of wonder in his voice. His gaze remained fixed on the enigmatic object as it disappeared onto the roof of the building. The silhouette appeared vaguely humanoid in shape, but Harry could detect no broomstick. Instead, it seemed to be constructed from gleaming red and gold metal. In fact, if Harry were to describe it, he would say it looked like Iron Man. A voice rang out, startling Harry, catching him off guard. He instinctively turned to face the source of the voice, his heart racing. That's Iron Man. Harry's bewilderment was palpable as he attempted to grasp the meaning of the unfamiliar term. Who or what is an Iron Man? He inquired, his curiosity piqued. As Harry scrutinized the individual who had addressed him, he was taken aback by what he saw. The man before him was relatively old, modest in height, but exuding an unmistakable energy that defied his age. His entire demeanor seemed to radiate youthful enthusiasm, and his eyes sparkled mischievously from behind round black-framed glasses as he offered a warm smile to Harry. You're not from around here, are you? The man inquired, his playful gaze never leaving Harry. That's Iron Man, Tony Stark. He's a superhero, kind of a jerk, to be honest, but he grows on you. He seems to almost always be around when things get exciting. Pausing for effect, the man pointed in the direction the flying figure had gone. That is his building over there. Stark Tower. Harry followed the man's gaze back to the building he had been staring at. Noticing that indeed, emblazoned near the top in giant letters, was the unmistakable word, Stark. Harry turned back toward the man, about to ask him another question, but he froze mid-motion. His gaze swept up and down the street in bewildered search of the elderly gentleman, but the man had vanished as if he had apparated away. Harry, however, had not heard the familiar crack that typically accompanied apparition, leaving him slightly confounded. With a shake of his head, Harry concluded that the man had mos. T likely simply walked away into the bustling crowd, uninterested in wasting his time with a gawking tourist. This was New York, after all, and the man probably had better things to do than linger on the sidewalk engaging in conversation with a stranger. Harry pushed the thought of the enigmatic man with salt and pepper hair from his mind, considering the possibility that he would probably never understand the man's sudden disappearance. But just as Harry was about to redirect his thoughts, the sound of an faint, unexpected explosion shattered the relative calm of the moment. His head snapped upward, his eyes fixing on Stark Tower. From its pinnacle, a small blue flash ballooned outward before dissipating into the city's sky. Harry scanned the faces of those around him, searching for any sign of panic or concern. However, apart from a fraction of people who had briefly cast their glances toward Stark Tower before casually returning to their routines, the crowd remained surprisingly composed. Bewildered by the apparent lack of urgency, Harry couldn't help but wonder at this odd turn of events. In his own past experiences, even the faintest sound of an explosion, as minor as this one, had been cause for alarm and distress. Determined to unravel the mystery, Harry reached out and lightly tapped the shoulder of a teenager standing nearby. The young man appeared to be roughly his age. Ian was patiently waiting in line at a nearby hot dog cart. The teenager turned around, revealing a youthful face framed by flat brown hair. His deep brown eyes, behind rectangular black framed glasses, had an air of innocence but unquestionable intelligence. Harry took a moment to consider his words before speaking. "Sorry to bother you, I'm new in New York, but where I am from an exploding sound usually isn't good," Harry admitted bluntly, his finger pointing in the direction of the building. The teenager responded with a friendly smile, his tone calm and reassuring. "I'm pretty sure that was just Mr. Stark being Mr. Stark. It's not super uncommon for weird stuff to be happening around his building or..." He paused, gesturing toward a building in the opposite direction. From the Baxter Building. Harry nodded slowly, still wanting to ask more questions, but their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a faint, shattering sound. Both he and the young man instinctively looked back up at Stark Tower. Their attention seized by an unexpected sight. A figure, small in the distance, appeared to be hurtling downward from a recently shattered window. Harry's heart skipped a beat, and he watched in horror as the figure fell toward the ground. Panic and alarm rippled through the crowd, accompanied by gasps and exclamations from onlookers. Realizing the severity of the situation, Harry prepared himself to act. In an instant, he decided to apparate to the base of Stark Tower, where he would be able to cast the cushioning charm, using his magical abilities to save the falling man. As Harry was visualizing the destination, mentally preparing to apparate to the base of Stark Tower to intervene, his white eyes caught another astonishing sight. A gold and red metallic box D shot out of the window and was racing after the falling man, quickly closing the distance. In a matter of mere seconds, the enigmatic box had separated and appeared to be enveloping the descending figure. Once more, Harry turned his attention to the people around him, curious about their reactions to this surreal turn of events. He was surprised to find the teenager still beside him, wearing a smile that seemed to hold a mix of awe and familiarity. Harry paused and regarded the boy with a quizzical expression, silently prompting him for an explanation. The teenager met Harry's inquiring gaze and elaborated, "Okay, yeah. That's just Mr. Stark being Mr. Stark. Although the desire to just jump off a building, well, that just seems amazing." He cast a thoughtful glance between Harry and the man in the suit of metal, who now appeared to be defying gravity and making his way back up to the rooftop. The boy shook his head in amazement. "It's insane, but definitely amazing." Smiling, the teenager turned back to Harry, his cheerful demeanor unwavering. "Well, never a dull day in New York. That must have been quite an exciting way to be welcomed to the city. I never caught your name." "I am." But Harry never got to hear the boy finish his sentence. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by an extraordinary occurrence. A colossal blue beam of light erupted from the summit of Stark Tower, shooting upward and piercing the sky above. Harry's initial thoughts mirrored his stunned expression. "Well, now that definitely can't be normal," Harry thought to himself, his gaze locked onto the dazzling spectacle unfolding before them, staring at the beam. As Harry was visualizing the destination, mentally preparing to apparate to the base of Stark Tower to intervene, his white eyes caught another astonishing sight. A gold and red metallic box had shot out of the window and was racing after the falling man, quickly closing the distance. In a matter of mere seconds, the enigmatic box had separated and appeared to be enveloping the descending figure. Once more, Harry turned his attention to the people around him, curious about their reactions to this surreal turn of events. He was surprised to find the teenager still beside him, wearing a smile that seemed to hold a mix of awe and familiarity. Harry paused and regarded the boy with a quizzical expression, silently prompting him for an explanation. The teenager met Harry's inquiring gaze and elaborated, "Okay, yeah, that's just Mr. Stark being Mr. Stark. Although the desire to just jump off a building, well, that just seems amazing." He cast a thoughtful glance between Harry and the man in the suit of metal, who now appeared to be defying gravity and making his way back up to the rooftop. The boy shook his head in amazement. It's insane, but definitely amazing. Smiling, the teenager turned back to Harry, his cheerful demeanor unwavering. Well, never a dull day in New York. That must have been quite an exciting way to be welcomed to the city. I never caught your name. I am. But Harry never got to hear the boy finish his sentence. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by an extraordinary occurrence. A colossal blue beam of light erupted from the summit of Stark Tower, shooting upward and piercing the sky above. Harry's initial thoughts mirrored his stunned expression. Well, now that definitely can't be normal. Harry thought to himself, his gaze locked onto the dazzling spectacle unfolding before them, staring at the beam. Harry stood in stunned silence, his eyes fixed on the massive blue beam that pierced the sky. It seemed as though everyone around him was similarly captivated by this spectacle, confirming for him that this was definitely not normal. As he gazed upward, tracking the beam's trajectory, he noticed a peculiar occurrence at the pinnacle. There, a small black hole materialized, gradually expanding in size until it spanned what he could only estimate as several city blocks in diameter. Before Harry could even begin to process the surreal events unfolding before him, his attention was drawn to a swarm of small black figures emerging from the enigmatic rift in the sky. Straining his eyes to get a better look, he realized that these figures resembled people, although upon closer inspection he decided there was something decidedly abnormal about them. The Y appeared to be flying on bizarrely shaped gliders, as they descended from the giant hole that was positioned above the city. A shiver ran down Harry's spine, and his thoughts raced as he pivoted to face the teenager standing beside him. In that singular moment, one haunting notion dominated his mind. Are those aliens? Harry inquired, an uneasy uncertainty creeping into his voice as he posed the question. Almost embarrassed to entertain such a possibility, the teenager appeared to begin to formulate a response, but any words he might have spoken were abruptly silenced by the sudden onset of a small explosion. Its echoing boom reaching their ears, leaving no room for an answer to his question. Harry's head snapped around in a whirlwind of observation, as three distinct things raced to his attention. First, he couldn't help but notice the alarming increase of the things descending through the rift in the sky. What began as a mere handful quickly swelled in number, morphing into dozens, then scores. And still, they continued to emerge from the otherworldly portal. Harry could not help but worry at the sight of the ever-increasing number of intruders. The second thing that immediately had caught his focus was on what appeared to be the figure the teenager had described as Iron Man, soaring upward, seemingly heading directly for the approaching alien horde. Lasers, small and fierce, erupted from his suit, forming a dazzling, deadly light show as he engaged the extraterrestrial interlopers. In response, some of the alien force appeared to be firing back, in a chaotic and intense aerial fight high above the streets of the city. The third revelation brought a chill down Harry's spine. As he scanned the scene below, it became quickly apparent that while some of the alien entities were indeed locked in combat with the Iron Man, a significant portion of them was intentionally bypassing him. Instead they were descending upon the city's buildings, the intent clear as they unleashed destructive energy weapons upon the structures, leading to explosive eruptions which resulted in falling debris. Even more distressing however was, the aliens who descended lower, directing their weapons toward the unprepared populace on the streets below. The entire city, seemingly once frozen in a state of eerie silence, appeared to awaken with a deafening resurgence of noise. The overwhelming noise of chaos engulfed Harry's senses as explosions reverberated through the air, accompanied by anguished cries that seemed to come from every direction. The world had quickly devolved into disarray. Harry spun on his heels desperate to seek answers from the young man standing beside him. However, before he could utter a single word, Harry froze as his gaze darted around in search of his companion. Only to find that the boy had vanished, leaving him disoriented and alone. Amid the bedlam, an older man, presumably a chaperone or teacher, burst forth into the nearby commotion of teenagers. His voice fraught with urgency. He cried out, "All right, Midtown High, everyone back to the bus. The field trip is obviously over." He momentarily scanned the disoriented crowd of teenagers who quickly began moving towards a school bus, his expression etched with concern. After a brief pause, he continued, "Has anyone seen Pei?" The frantic question the older man been about to voice was interrupted by a thunderous explosion that erupted just down the street. The shockwave of the blast sent everyone nearby instinctively ducking for cover. Harry's gaze fixated on the source of the explosion, where a car engulfed in flames had been violently upturned, landing perilously close to a terrified woman clutching a crying baby. The street once more descended into pandemonium as bystanders scattered in panic. Harry couldn't tear his eyes away from the immobilized woman, her shock palpable, seemingly frozen in the midst of the chaos. As the chaos unfolded around him, Harry picked up the bus driver's voice, his urgency cutting through the general noise as he shouted from the safety of the school bus to the teacher still standing outside the bus. Students were hurriedly boarding, seeking safety from the unfolding nightmare. The driver's words carried a sense of grim determination as he addressed the teacher. Looks like we need to find an alternative route out of here. Those flying aliens seem to be converging on Hell's Kitchen, would prefer not to head in that direction at any cost. Harry chose to disregard the ongoing conversation in the unfolding chaos, as it was glaringly apparent that whatever or whoever these aliens were, they were far from the good guys. The actions of the Iron Man seemed to support this belief, as the figures battle against the aliens indicated that they were definitely not friends. His concern over the aliens was further reinforced by the simple fact that the city was under assault, its destruction unfolding before Harry's eyes. Driven by a familiar deepening sense of urgency and a need to assist, Harry bolted towards the disoriented mother who seemed paralyzed after the car had landed perilously close to her. He paid no heed to the teacher's attempts to call him back to the bus, reasoning that the teacher likely believed Harry to be one of his students. In mere moments, Harry reached the woman, gripping her arm firmly, causing her to startle and emit a brief scream before swiftly silencing herself. Amid the noise of screams, cries, and shouts that echoed from every direction, Harry attempted to get his message across urgently, yelling, Ma'am, I need you to look at me." His voice struggled to rise above the noise from the chaos that engulfed them from every direction. Finally the woman's gaze settled on him and Harry gave a reassuring nod in her direction. "You need to get off this main street," he urged urgently, "find a building with a basement or look for a tube station nearby." The woman, still somewhat shell-shocked, stared at him for a moment before hesitantly responding, "A tube station, you mean the subway?" "Well, yes, I think there's one, the entrance is, right over there." Her trembling finger pointed just past Harry's shoulder, indicating the direction. Summoning all the calm he could muster in the midst of the surrounding chaos, Harry offered another reassuring nod. "That's great," he encouraged her, his voice steady. "You need to take your baby and head over there. Find safety, standing out here can't be safe for either of you." The mention of our child seemed to sober her up and motivate her to action. With a quick nod of understanding, the woman took a brief, anxious glance over her shoulder before breaking into a sprint toward the small structure she had pointed out. Its entrance leading underground. She disappeared below, her baby cradled tightly in her arms. Satisfied that at least one life was now out of immediate danger, Harry began to survey his surroundings, a determination to help out in the unfolding crisis burning within him. His gaze swept down the street, where an unsettling sight awaited him. Looking through the debris-covered street, Harry saw that the lower half of a rather handsome man, likely in his mid to late 20s, seemed to be trapped beneath a substantial piece of rubble that had fallen from a nearby building. Harry rushed over, his heart heavy with worry and only a glimmer of hope that the man might still be okay, seeing the extreme circumstances he was in. As he neared, relief washed over him as he saw the man's desperate squirming and attempts to free his pinned leg, which was the only part of his body trapped by the piece of the fallen building. The man's determination was noticeable, but it was clear that he couldn't shift the immense weight on his own. Harry quickly moved to join the man's side, bending low in an effort to assist him in moving the heavy debris. However, as he strained against the fallen rubble, he felt an insistent tugging on his pant leg. Harry swiftly turned to face the man who regarded him with a mix of resignation and a faint, ironic smile. "It's no use, kid," the man remarked, his voice tinged with a sense of futility. "It would take at least half a dozen strong men to lift this, or perhaps a Hulk, but I'm guessing you don't happen to know where he might be, do you?" He added, a touch of mystery in his tone, followed by a hollow laugh. "But you can't do this alone," he continued, looking at Harry intently. "You'd be better off helping others. Save whoever you can. Maybe, if you survive this fight, come back with others and help me. I won't be going anywhere." With a simple gesture, he indicated his trapped leg. Harry found himself staring at the man in shock, his calm acceptance of his dire situation and his selfless suggestion taking him by surprise. Harry took another look at the man, impressed by the man's remarkable display of character amid the chaos. However, in response to the man's statement, Harry shook his head, determination etching across his face as he looked down at the man. "Let's try one thing first," he said, his voice filled with resolve. "And then maybe I'll leave you alone." The man's head bobbed in a reluctant but agreeable nod. "All right, I have nothing better to do," he conceded, his voice tinged with a resignation. Harry turned his attention back to the large mass of rubble. With grim determination, he began to outline his plan. On the count of 3, he instructed, his voice unwavering, "You're going to try and pull your leg out." Squatting by the rubble, Harry took a deep breath, doubting whether he possessed the energy to move an object of this size. He had never attempted to lift something so massive before, and the doubts gnawed at him. 1, he began the countdown, his voice steady. 2, he felt the anticipation building. 3, and as Harry initiated his attempt to lift the rubble, he silently whispered, "Wingardium Leviosa." However, to his shock and dismay, the rubble remained immobile. What surprised him even more was that he felt none of the rush of power he usually felt when wielding magic or casting spells. He glanced down at his hands in confusion and then back at the unyielding obstruction. The man raised his voice, hollering up over the ambient noise towards Harry, "It was a good attempt, kid. But unless Captain America was your grandpa, you aren't going to move this by yourself." Harry, lost in thought as he pondered the recent events, temporarily tuned out the man's words. He froze, realizing his mistake, and then mentally berated himself for his mistake, realizing that if Hermione were present, she would no doubt have already seen what he had done. Regaining his focus and determination, Harry responded to the man, "All right, one more attempt, and then I'll leave you alone." He couldn't ignore the man's predicament, especially knowing where his mistake had been. The man regarded him with a mixture of reluctance and gratitude. "Fine," he conceded, "but when it doesn't work you can help others." "I'm stuck here." Harry nodded, filled with newfound determination. A resolve that stemmed from realizing his mistake. He was determined not to let the pressure of the dire situation deter him as he leaned down, his fingers gripping the massive chunk of rubble. 1, he counted down. Anticipation building. 2, he called out, his focus sharpening. 3, and this time, as he whispered the incantation, he paid meticulous attention to the syllable that should receive the emphasis. Wingardium Leviosa, he repeated under his breath again, his voice steady, a triumphant smile on his lips. The incantation flowed smoothly this time, and the result was immediate. The rubble began to lift from the man's trapped leg, looking suspiciously steady for the work of one man attempting to lift a piece of debris several orders of magnitude larger than anything he should be able to lift. Harry turned his head toward the man, who remained transfixed by the sight before him. The rubble had lifted effortlessly from his leg, and he clearly couldn't help but be frozen in amazement. Harry snapped the man out of his reverie with an urgent command, "Move!" he yelled. Harry's urgent command broke him free from his stupor as he scrambled backward. As Harry concluded the spell, the massive chunk of rubble plummeted to the ground, where it landed with a resounding crash, exactly where the man's leg had been pinned just moments earlier. Harry turned to the man, who remained seated on the ground, his gaze transfixed by the fallen debris. Slowly, he looked up at Harry, his voice quivering with astonishment and curiosity. How did you do that?" he stammered, finally managing to give voice to his amazement. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at the man's question. "Lots of practice," he replied coyly. Raising an eyebrow, the man's gratitude spilled over. "If you ever need anything, let me know," he began, his voice filled with earnest sincerity. "I owe you everything. My dad is the editor and publisher of the Bugle. If there's anything you need, just let us know. I can." Before he could finish his offer, a deafening explosion resonated from halfway down the block, resulting in a large section of the building collapsing onto a truck, crushing it beneath the weight of the debris, serving as a stark reminder that they were not safe and there was much to be done. The man cast a worried glance around the chaotic scene before suggesting, "Maybe we should get out of here." He looked around and pointed toward the same structure that the lady and her child had disappeared into moments before. However, Harry shook his head. "You were right earlier," he started. "There are people to help out here. I'm going to see who I can assist. Can you stand and make your way over to the subway entrance?" The man nodded. Determination etched on his face as he began to climb to his feet. "My leg is fine. It was just trapped, not squished," he remarked with gratitude. "I owe you my thanks for that, though." Harry offered a reassuring smile. "Get yourself to safety, and I'll consider us even," he replied with a nod. His smile then turned slightly mischievous. "And maybe don't mention this to your father. I'm not sure if I'd get in trouble for doing what I did." The man paused to gaze at Harry, his expression a mix of surprise and admiration. "I can do that," he affirmed, his voice filled with sincerity. "For what it's worth, I think you're a hero." He extended a hand for a firm handshake. "The name's John, by the way. Good luck to you." With that, he turned and began to limp down the street toward the subway entrance. As Harry surveyed the street once more, looking for anyone else in need of assistance, a sudden, unexpected noise pierced the air. A sleek, high-tech jet streaked overhead between the towering buildings. The jet engaged in combat with the alien invaders, its precision was awe-inspiring. Before heading toward the rift in the sky above Stark Tower. However, the jet halted its journey near a landing near the top of the building before it unleashed its weaponry at the landing. Seemingly unexpected, a small, concentrated beam of blue light lanced out from the rooftop, striking the jet's wing, sending the craft plummeting out of the sky, spiraling uncontrollably between buildings before vanishing from view. As Harry watched the sleek jet vanish from his view, his sense of hope and optimism fell. The sight of the high-tech aircraft had briefly lifted his spirits, but the sudden disappearance had dashed his excitement. Amidst the overwhelming noise and explosions, he failed to pick up any additional large explosion that might have signaled the jet's fate. A ray of hope lingered as he hoped that the occupants of the ship had somehow managed to survive what was undoubtedly a crash landing. Lacking any better options, Harry started making his way in the direction where the jet had disappeared. He felt an urge to offer assistance to those he couldn't, seeing no one else in the vicinity. He figured that direction was as good as any other. However, he had barely taken 15 steps down the road when an ominous, deep rumbling sound emanated from the rift in the sky. The effect was immediate. It seemed to cause a decrease in the number of people screaming, and even the sounds of explosions seemed to diminish in number. It seemed everything was waiting to identify what was coming. The few people in the vicinity who had been running for cover turned their attention skyward, their expressions marked by fear. As Harry fixated on the mysterious hole in the sky, attempting to determine the source of the ominous rumbling, he found himself frozen in sheer disbelief. Before his disbelieving eyes, a colossal metallic space whale materialized, emerging from the rift and soaring overhead. Its sheer size was stupefying, and its metallic form glistened in the daylight as it flew downwards and started to disappear between the buildings. Harry could do nothing but watch in awe as the behemoth's tail vanished from sight. His thoughts swirled in a maelstrom of disbelief and astonishment. What the hell have I gotten myself into? That singular thought echoed MLY in his mind as he tried to come to terms with the spectacle that occurred before him. However, he quickly shook off the stupor induced by the giant space whale as the disturbing sounds of screaming and explosions that had filled the air before not only resumed but intensified. Realizing the futility of trying to confront such an immense creature on his own, not sure if he could harness enough magical energy to damage the space whale, even with Avada Kedavra, Harry shifted his focus. He made a swift decision to continue in the direction of the downed jet, hoping that if the occupants were military, they might have resources or knowledge that could aid him in this crisis. 2 blocks down the road, Harry turned a corner just in time to witness a man clad in a combination of blue and red either leaping off the edge of an elevated roadway. In the heat of the moment, Harry's immediate reaction was one of shock, and he instinctively readied himself to cast a levitating or momentum stopping spell as the figure disappeared from sight. However, he quickly realized that the man had jumped over the edge of the roadway on purpose. Harry figured this out as he had been standing right next to 2 people who were actively engaged in combat with a couple of alien adversaries further down the street, and neither of them had even reacted to the man jumping off the edge. Seeing that the 2 remaining individuals were fighting a much greater number of enemies than themselves, he decided to join them. As Harry sprinted closer to the duo locked in battle, he had the opportunity to size them up more thoroughly. The first of the 2 appeared to be a striking, red-headed woman clothed in leather attire that seemed to accentuate her appeal. She seemed to be in her late 20s, and to Harry's surprise, she alternated between using a car as cover from which to safely attack the aliens from behind. With a pair of pistols in hand, she displayed remarkable accuracy as she fired at the aliens positioned about 30 feet away, who were using their own vehicles as makeshift cover. While the red-headed woman was undoubtedly impressive, her companion stood out even more. Physically, he appeared to be an above-average individual, but it was his choice of weaponry that truly captured Harry's attention. In his hands, he wielded a bow like a master, reaching into a quiver slung across his back to retrieve arrows, which he then expertly launched at the aliens downrange. What truly set him apart, even more than his choice of weapon, was his precision. Every arrow he released found its mark with jaw-dropping accuracy. Harry couldn't help but be in awe of this remarkable archer as he closed the distance between them. With each step, he watched the man in action, his respect growing with each arrow that seemingly found its target. As he arrived in front of the formidable duo, they spun to face him, their weapons leveled at him for a moment, surprise etched on their faces at his sudden appearance. It didn't take long, however, for them to recognize that he was not an alien threat, and they lowered their weapons. Seeing that their eyes stared at him quite intensely, Harry raised his hands in a placating gesture, assuring them that he meant no harm. "I'm here to help," he declared. "Just let me know what you need." The man stared at Harry before shaking his head and spoke first, his tone tinged with reproach. "What are you doing? Shouldn't you be hiding, or at least running away from all this? This isn't some video game," he admonished. In one fluid motion, without even looking away from Harry, he leapt up and expertly struck down an alien that had attempted to sneak along the side of the bridge. Quickly, he ducked back behind cover, shifting his gaze towards his companion before they swung back to Harry. "We're all right," he reassured, his voice steady despite the dire circumstances. "We've got this. You should try to find somewhere safe, maybe find a place to hunker down. While you're looking for a place, feel free to help others on your way to finding a place to hide. But don't try to fight these things, they're dangerous, and you just don't have the right weapons." Harry shook his head, his patience worn thin by the constant direction of others urging him to stay out of harm's way. He had long since grown weary of them risking their lives to protect him, often without considering he was willing and capable of helping. At least in the case of these 2 defenders, they appeared to be unaware of his abilities. Yet, Harry couldn't ignore the deep-seated frustration he felt when people dictated what he should or shouldn't do. Ignoring the man's advice, Harry stood up and glanced down the road. The aliens had shifted their position, now taking cover behind the frame of a deserted bus. From their vantage point, they fired through the empty windows, relentlessly targeting the spot where these 2 courageous individuals had been holding off the alien advance. As the red-headed woman reached forward to grab Harry and pull him down, he seized the opportunity to cast a spell at the cover the aliens were using. Under his breath, he muttered, "Bombarda Maxima," before promptly ducking down behind the car for cover. He watched intently over the trunk as the deserted bus exploded with immense force, sending the aliens flying up and backward before falling back down and colliding heavily with the pavement, none rising from the impact. The explosion created a temporary respite from the energy weapon attacks that had been targeting them moments earlier. The woman in leather stared at Harry in astonishment. "You did that?" she inquired, her voice reflecting a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Harry hesitated for a moment, his gaze meeting hers, before he nodded in confirmation. The extraordinary display of his brought a smile of approval to the red-headed woman's face as she turned to her companion. "You know, Clint," she said with a hint of satisfaction. "I think he just might be able to help." Clint, the archer, regarded both Harry and the woman, his expression transitioning from skepticism to genuine admiration. "Nat," he conceded, "I think you're right." He turned his attention to Harry, his approval evident in his words. "Okay, kid, well done." He paused for a moment, staring at Harry, appraising him. "I've been mistaken once or twice before. But I'm glad to add this time is another one. Welcome to the fight, kid." Clint continued, "Do you think you can watch our backs as we help those people off the bus right behind us? They've been trapped there since we started the fight." Harry nodded, a smile playing on his lips, reflecting his happiness at the swift acceptance he had received. He was grateful that their reaction had not been to send him away, but rather to embrace him as a member of their group, even if only temporary. In less than 10 minutes, the duo of Clint and Natasha had successfully evacuated the bus and guided the group of people to the safety of a nearby building, all while Harry provided essential cover. His role had only required him stunning and immobilizing a single alien who had attempted to ambush Clint and his partner by leaping from his flying vehicle as it had passed overhead. As Clint assisted the last of the survivors through the doorway, he called out to Harry. "Okay, kid, we're about done here and we are going to meet up with our team. Want to come help?" His sentence abruptly trailed off as he spun around, drawing his bow with lightning speed. A large, ominous cracking sound had erupted from behind him. Clint assumed that an alien had somehow managed to sneak up on them, prompting his defensive reaction. But when he whirled around, he found nothing there. What was even more perplexing was the complete absence of the boy that he had been addressing just moments before. Nat," Clint called out to his teammate inside the building, his voice tinged with bewilderment. "I didn't just imagine him. Did I? Where did he go? I swear he was right there. He might have made a nice addition to the team." The extraordinary display of his brought a smile of approval to the red-headed woman's face as she turned to her companion. "You know, Clint," she said with a hint of satisfaction, "I think he just might be able to help." Clint, the archer, regarded both Harry and the woman, his expression transitioning from skepticism to genuine admiration. "Nat," he conceded, "I think you're right." He turned his attention to Harry, his approval evident in his words. "Okay, kid, well done." He paused for a moment, staring at Harry, appraising him. "I've been mistaken once or twice before, but I'm glad to add this time is another one. Welcome to the fight, kid." Clint continued, "Do you think you can watch our backs as we help those people off the bus right behind us? They've been trapped there since we started the fight." Harry nodded, a smile playing on his lips, reflecting his happiness at the swift acceptance he had received. He was grateful that their reaction had not been to send him away, but rather to embrace him as a member of their group, even if only temporary. In less than 10 minutes, the duo of Clint and Natasha had successfully evacuated the bus and guided the group of people to the safety of a nearby building, all while Harry provided essential cover. His role had only required him stunning and immobilizing a single alien who had attempted to ambush Clint and his partner by leaping from his flying vehicle as it had passed overhead. As Clint assisted the last of the survivors through the doorway, he called out to Harry. "Okay, kid, we're about done here and we are going to meet up with our team. Want to come help?" His sentence abruptly trailed off as he spun around, drawing his bow with lightning speed. A large, ominous cracking sound had erupted from behind him. Clint assumed that an alien had somehow managed to sneak up on them, prompting his defensive reaction. But when he whirled around, he found nothing there. What was even more perplexing was the complete absence of the boy that he had been addressing just moments before. Nat," Clint called out to his teammate inside the building, his voice tinged with bewilderment. "I didn't just imagine him, did I? Where did he go? I swear he was right there. I'd have made a nice addition to the team." Just a few moments earlier, as Harry attentively listened to Clint's words, he was suddenly jolted by an unexpected disturbance. In the midst of all the noise surrounding them, a distant yet unmistakable sound of shattering glass reached his ears. This sound was swiftly followed by a shrill, piercing scream that almost instantaneously dissolved into chaotic sounds that seemed to have taken over the city. Harry's eyes fixated on the source of the commotion, which lay a couple of blocks down the street. There, he beheld the eerie spectacle of light glinting off fragments of glass that appeared to have burst forth from a high floor of an office building, possibly the 5th or 6th story. His gaze instinctively followed the trajectory of the falling glass. only to freeze in a moment of dread as it landed on a figure plummeting helplessly through the air. Limbs flailing, the individual appeared to be in a desperate freefall. In that heart-stopping instant, Harry knew that the chances of a weird metallic box following the figure out this window and saving them like it had done with the Iron Man were remote at best. Moreover, he knew that no human being could endure such a fall and survive. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, he didn't even glance back in the direction of the two heroes who were still valiantly aiding the POWs they had rescued from the bus and helping them to safety within the building. In an instant, Harry apparated, reappearing at the base of the office building where the figure was falling. Arresto momentum. Intense silence. Harry observed with bated breath, hoping that the spell he had cast had taken effect in time to transform what should have been a fatal fall into a soft, cushioned landing for the individual. His heart raced as he anxiously watched the situation, knowing there wasn't much more he could do. As the person descended, he watched as their fall was miraculously slowed by the enchantment. And they gently touched down on the ground in front of him. A relieved smile spread across Harry's face, and he rushed toward the person, his heart still racing with concern, to ensure their well-being. Approaching them, Harry took notice and realized it was an elderly lady, who considering the dire circumstances she had just found herself in was displaying impressive resilience. As Harry neared her, he extended a friendly smile. "Excuse me, ma'am, do you need a hand?" Harry's seemingly sudden appearance took the lady by surprise, causing her to whirl around, her eyes wide with astonishment. "I am, all right," she stammered, still in the throes of shock, her voice wavering. "Did you see?" Her sentence hung unfinished as her gaze fixed upon Harry. Her shock turned into awe. "Oh my God, was that you?" she inquired, her voice trembling with both amazement and relief. Harry hesitantly nodded. In a heartwarming response, the older lady's face broke into a radiant smile. And she rushed to embrace Harry in a heartfelt hug, her arms wrapping around him tightly. "Thank you so much, young man," she expressed with genuine gratitude, her voice filled with emotion. "I thought for sure I was going to die. And my friend would have had to watch." Her words trailed off, no doubt recollecting what she had been through. Her gaze locked onto Harry with a mixture of fear and concern. And panic began to bubble within her. "There are aliens up in that building," she uttered in a shaky voice, her fear palpable. "I tried to stand up to them, to protect a man in a wheelchair, but one of them. It struck me in the chest, and I went flying through the window." The memory of that terrifying experience was etched vividly on her face as she recounted it. "I was so worried had I would never see my husband or nephew again. Thank you again so much." She seemed to struggle to find words to convey her gratitude as he shook his head as if to let her know everything was all right, but she continued on. "If you ever need anything," she continued, her voice filled with sincerity, "well, I'm not sure what we could do for someone who can save people from falling from buildings, but our family is in your debt." She fell silent, her gaze drawn back to the shattered window high above. A shiver of dread ran through her as she remembered what led her to her current situation. "God, my neighbor and her niece are still up there," she implored with a tone of desperation, her eyes filled with horror. "Please, help them. They only agreed to come downtown today to help me," she pled. Harry nodded towards the lady. And he spoke with a determined tone, attempting to reassure her, "I can do that. If I promise to help the people up there, do you promise you will get to safety? It seems everyone is seeking refuge in the lower levels of buildings or subway stations." A silence hung in the air as the lady locked eyes with Harry, searching his face for the sincerity of his commitment. After several tense seconds, she eventually nodded in agreement, apparently deciding to place her trust in the young man who had just saved her life. With a warm, reassuring smile, Harry nodded back at her. "Perfect. After all, I would hate to have to try and hunt down any other alien who tried to hurt you after I just managed to save you from this fall," he said with a laugh, as he looked around their surroundings. Searching for the telltale signs of staircases leading to subway platforms. Spotting a small group of people currently descending a flight of stairs and heading underground, he pointed them out. "It looks like there's an entrance over there. Get to safety, and do not worry. I will do everything in my power to save the people up there." Before she had a chance to move, Harry lightly grasped her hand, his voice carrying a touch of empathy. "Look after yourself. I've heard that some nephews really do care about their aunts, and I imagine yours wants you back home safely. And no partner ever deserves to lose their spouse." Observing the lady's nod as she began her slow trek towards the subway stairs, Harry swiftly executed an apparition, reappearing on the 5th floor of the building she had fallen out of. Moments before his departure from the street, Harry witnessed the passage of a figure on a moped, wearing extremely ill-fitting attire. The man's unbothered demeanor amidst the surrounding chaos struck Harry as oddly out of place, though the urgency of his mission didn't allow for further contemplation of this weird sight. Upon materializing right at the window's edge on the 5th floor, Harry instinctively surveyed the room's interior, mentally cataloging its details in the blink of an eye. He identified a sturdy desk in front of him and smoothly maneuvered behind its cover. The positioning of the desk turned out to be convenient, as the small grouping of aliens present in the room had their backs turned to the shattered window. Harry's arrival, it seemed, had gone unnoticed, affording him a chance to make a plan. Peering cautiously around the edge of the desk that currently concealed him, Harry sought to gain a better understanding of the situation he was about to confront. What he observed was distressing. 5 of the alien figures had encircled a group of roughly 20 people who had huddled together in a corner, their fear palpable in the confined space. With the need for a more strategic location paramount in his mind, Harry noticed a larger desk positioned about 5 feet ahead of him and off to the side. As Harry looked at it, he realized it offered not only an improved vantage point from which to initiate an attack but also a secure location behind which he could shield himself once the confrontation began. Taking care to be cautious, silently, he began a careful crawl towards that desk, his movements stealthy and deliberate. However, as he reached his intended place of cover, he was caught off guard by an unexpected revelation. Beneath the desk, where he had anticipated finding a sanctuary where he could launch his attack, he discovered 2 individuals who had taken refuge there before him. An extraordinarily attractive red-haired girl, seemingly of his own age, lay nestled closely with an older lady who bore a strong family resemblance to the younger girl. The older lady appeared to have recently shed tears, but each of them appeared to be huddling as small as they could. The sudden appearance of Harry startled the younger girl, causing her eyes to widen in surprise, however that was the extent of her reaction. The older lady's initial reaction was one of alarm, and it appeared as if she were preparing to scream from surprise, before realizing Harry was only a human. Harry raised his hands in a gesture of peace and whispered with a hushed tone. "I mean you no harm. Just hold on a moment." With a discreet sweep of his gaze around the desk, he ensured that no alien was within close proximity or looking in their direction. Seeing it was safe to proceed, Harry promptly cast a spell that formed a protective sound barrier around their hiding spot. He watched as the air around them shimmered momentarily before returning to its natural state, muffling the ambient noise effectively. The transformation of the noisy surroundings was met with a subtle but reassuring smile from Harry. Turning his attention back to the 2 ladies sheltered beneath the desk, he offered an encouraging smile to put them at ease. "It's all right," he reassured them, his voice no longer a whisper thanks to the protective enchantment. "I've just created a sound barrier around us so we can talk normally. Are you two okay?" In response, the 2 of them just stared at him warily, their expressions a mixture of surprise and disbelief, not speaking. Harry smiled, increasing the volume of his voice. "It's all right," he affirmed, "those stupid aliens over there can't hear us. We are okay to talk." His words brought a gentle smile to the face of the younger woman, a glimmer of relief and gratitude evident in her eyes. However, the older lady's response was far more dramatic. As she attempted to form a reply to Harry, her mouth quivered, and tears welled up in her eyes, spilling over in a torrent of grief. The younger girl immediately enfolded her sobbing aunt in a compassionate and comforting embrace and whispered softly in her ear. She then turned her attention to Harry, her expression conveying a sense of sadness as she explained, "Sorry, my aunt just watched her friend get knocked out the window." Her eyes gestured toward the shattered window behind Harry, the traumatic scene clearly still fresh in their minds. Harry's smile remained warm and reassuring as he gently shook his head, attempting to alleviate their distress. "Do not worry," he comforted them, "I managed to save her." The older lady's eyes widened with astonishment as hope filled her expression. "You managed to save May?" she inquired, her voice a balancing of disbelief and gratitude. "Yes," Harry affirmed, "I did. Well, I technically never got her name, but I managed to save a lady about your age who fell out of that window a couple of minutes ago. She is actually the reason I knew to come up here and—" Before he could finish his sentence, both ladies erupted from their shelter under the desk with a burst of emotion. They enveloped Harry in a spontaneous, exuberant hug, their expressions a mixture of joy, relief, and gratitude. Once more, the older lady found solace in her quiet sobs, her gratitude pouring forth as she whispered, "Thanks so much," over and over again into Harry's ear. After allowing them several moments, Harry gently ended the embrace, but his smile remained, a source of reassurance even as he pointed discreetly in the direction of the alien intruders. "I obviously really enjoy receiving hugs from 2 ladies as incredibly lovely as yourselves," he began, his tone light, "but I still need to deal with the situation here first. And there are probably plenty of others in the city who will need help." His words served as a sobering reminder of the crisis at hand, swiftly redirecting their focus to the present. The 2 women leaned back, their expressions now serious and determined. They exchanged a series of wordless glances that seemed to carry an entire conversation before the younger woman turned her gaze directly to Harry, locking her eyes onto his with a sense of purpose. "How can we help?" she inquired, the determination evident in her voice. Harry's gaze darted back and forth between the 2 women, his surprise evident in his expression as he processed the unexpected offer to help. He took a moment, before he cautiously risked a quick look around the desk, in response to hearing a new sound. What he witnessed was the arrival of yet another alien, emerging from a nearby hallway. The intruder had seemingly gathered a few more individuals from somewhere within the building and was herding them toward the larger group huddled together in the corner. Turning his attention back to the two women, Harry hesitated for a brief moment. Well, I don't really need, he began to respond, but his words abruptly faltered. The young girl's face had contorted into an expression of visible frustration, and it reminded him of how he himself had often felt marginalized when others assumed he shouldn't be part of the action. He hastily rephrased his statement, acutely aware of the benefit of others being involved in a plan. What I meant to say is that I could use a distraction, he admitted, acknowledging the value of their participation. And I need to know if there are any other aliens present. Harry smiled as he observed the transition of emotions on the young woman's face. Pleased to see the anger give way to her brilliant smile. There was a moment of contemplation on her part before she turned her attention back to Harry, her expression now thoughtful. I think there were 6 of them originally. She began, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Her gaze bore a hint of concern as she continued, I'm not positive, though. But one had disappeared a while ago, down a hallway. I assumed they were looking for anyone hiding in the offices. Harry nodded in understanding, showing that he appreciated her input. Taking a calculated risk, he discreetly peered around the edge of the desk to confirm the number of aliens in the vicinity before shifting his gaze back to the two ladies. Okay, he reported with a composed tone, there are 6 of them there now. I had just seen one come from the hallway over there, leading a couple more people out into the space. So it looks like all 6 are back now. The younger girl nodded, albeit with a hint of hesitation in her response. Okay, yeah, then there must be 6, although there has been a lot of movement, and when they knocked my aunt's neighbor out the window. Her voice trailed off, and she took a moment to glance at her aunt, who started trembling at the reminder, and offered her a comforting hug before returning her gaze to Harry. Thanks again for saving her, she expressed her gratitude at his actions. But then she momentarily cast her eyes downward as if in a subtle display of shame. Harry tried to meet her gaze and reached out to firmly grasp her hand, causing her to look up in surprise. Hoping High's words carried a reassuring tone and he was able to address her concerns. There is nothing to be ashamed of, he emphasized. You two made the best decision possible in a completely impossible situation. A small, albeit somewhat strained smile began to form on her face, and Harry felt a surge of relief at the sight. Encouraged by her reaction, he pressed on. But 6 aliens seems to check out, so let's go and free those people. Together. Okay, here's the plan. Following the detailed explanation of the plan, Harry slowly and carefully moved to the right of the room. He navigated with care, making use of available cover to remain concealed from the aliens situated at the opposite end. His primary objective was to ensure that when the imminent fighting began, he would maintain a clear line of sight on the aliens, hopefully granting him an advantage in the fight. He hoped this strategy would reduce the likelihood of any of the innocent civilians getting caught in the crossfire of a prolonged fight in the tight confines of the room. As he advanced past the hallway that the alien had previously emerged from, herding several captives toward the main group, Harry scanned the hall, listening for any signs of additional threats. Satisfied that there were no immediate dangers from that direction, he continued his stealthy journey, eventually finding himself the shadow of a large oak shelf brimming with heavy-looking volumes. The bookshelf had been partially displaced from the wall, likely in a scuffle that occurred when the aliens first arrived in the room. Finally, Harry found himself where he had a clear line of sight on the aliens and the area designated for the girl to reach. With his preparations complete, Harry peered around the desk to observe her progress. As he reached the specified location on the other side of the room, she turned to face him, her gaze locking onto his. Harry responded with a reassuring smile, confirming their readiness for the forthcoming fight with a subtle nod and eye contact. From his concealed vantage point, Harry observed the girl's swift action. She seized a flower pot that had been knocked off someone's desk and hurled it against the wall with a forceful crash before promptly ducking away and seeking refuge under cover. The resulting shattering of the vase proved to be an incredibly effective diversion, drawing the attention of all the aliens. They spun around, their focus now directed toward the source of the disturbance, completely unaware of Harry's presence. Harry couldn't help but smile to himself as he quickly stood up, stepping out from behind his cover. He had anticipated that at least a couple of the aliens might divert their attention elsewhere, but seemingly they had all fallen for the ruse. He shrugged his shoulders at the thought that this scenario seemed almost too easy. With a determined expression on his face, he cast Stupefy 6 times in rapid succession, his casting accomplished with impeccable precision. In a matter of seconds, all 6 of the aliens dropped to the floor, incapacitated before any of them could even react and turn around to confront Harry. With his victory, Harry turned his attention to the huddled group of people gathered in the corner of the room. As he took a step toward them with open palms, he attempted to offer them a calming and reassuring smile, aware that the had just been saved from a dire situation. Harry sought to reassure the group of shaken individuals he had just freed in the room, his voice calm and steady as he addressed them. It's all right. The aliens are just stunned, he explained. I just need a couple of you to help me make sure they are tightly bound for when they do wake up. I'm not sure how strong they are or how long they will remain stunned. Now, if you just want to. His words were abruptly cut short as the expressions of relief on the faces of the people quickly shifted into ones of abject fear. At the same moment, an unsaid, TLING garbled alien language reached his ears, originating from directly behind him. With instincts honed by years of Quidditch and a mind trained in years of combat with Death Eaters and Voldemort, Harry reacted swiftly. His body spinning to face the source of the unexpected threat. In a split second as he turned, he cast another silent stunning spell. However, his heart sank as he realized the gravity of his miscalculation. The alien had been in motion behind him, and as a consequence, Harry's spell narrowly missed its target by mere inches, connecting with the wall and harmlessly dissipating. In that heart-stopping moment, Harry found himself staring into the menacing, glowing barrel of the alien weapon, a mere breath away from his head. Time seemed to stretch and contort, and Harry comprehended the seriousness of his current situation. He knew that it was highly unlikely he would be able to recalibrate his aim, and he harbored doubts about his ability to apparate to safety in time. Helplessness washed over him as he locked eyes with the alien, which seemed to wear an eerie, malevolent smile on its face. As Harry grappled with his racing thoughts, desperately seeking an alternative solution to his current predicament, both he and the alien were jolted by a sudden, noisy disturbance. A loud creak and a shrill scream emanated from the wall directly behind the alien, causing it to hesitate for a split second. Uncertainty briefly clouding its face, realizing that the unexpected noise might signal a potential threat from behind or may simply be a ruse. After that fleeting moment of hesitation, the alien spun around to confront the source of the disturbance, however its hesitation to investigate the noise ultimately sealed its fate. The alien hardly had time to recognize what was happening and raise its arms in defense as the massive oak bookshelf, laden with books, toppled over. With a deafening crash, the bookshelf fell upon the alien, burying it under the weight of the shelf itself and volumes. Harry stood in stunned silence, his heart still racing from the encounter with danger. The fortuitous intervention came just in the nick of time. He looked up in astonishment, only to be greeted by the radiant smile of the stunning redhead who had apparently orchestrated his remarkable rescue. She stood proudly alongside the now toppled bookshelf, a brilliant and accomplished grin on her face. Harry's astonishment was palpable as he stared at the red-haired girl in disbelief. "You did that," he uttered in amazement. "You saved my life." The girl responded with a hearty laugh, her eyes sparkling as she regarded him. "Well, I couldn't just let our savior get killed now, could I? Consider us even." Harry shook his head, a faint cringe on his face as he dismissed the title. "Please, no title. I'm Harry, just Harry." Her response was a warm smile, accompanied by a nod of acknowledgement. However, before she could reciprocate the introduction, their attention was forcibly diverted. The sudden appearance of one of the space whales outside the window caused the entire building to tremble, its massive wake sending shockwaves through their building's structure. The astonishing sight of a space whale passing by their window was accompanied by a deafening roar in the distance. Harry wasn't sure how to describe it but seemed louder and angrier than any giant he had heard before. It was a primal sound that resonated foreboding. Following the roar, dramatic lightning bolts surged down from a clear sky, arcing with an intensity in the direction of the previous noise. Harry watched the display unfold before him, his face etched with silent concern as he made his way toward the window knowing there was work to be done. However, his progress toward the end window was abruptly halted by a gentle but firm grasp on his upper arm. Harry turned around to find the concerned expression of the red-haired girl, her expressive eyes reflecting a genuine unease. As he gazed back at her, he couldn't help but notice once again the striking charm she possessed, and he really appreciated the warm, reassuring smile she directed his way after he turned to face her. He met her gaze, his eyes reflecting determination as he pointed back over his shoulder to the tumultuous cityscape beyond the window. "I need to go out there," he stated resolutely. "There might be others in danger who need help. There might be others in danger who I can help." She nodded in understanding, her expression a mix of gratitude and respect. "I know. I wouldn't be so selfish as to ask you to stay just to protect us," she replied with a sense of selflessness. "We can handle tying up the aliens. I just wanted to thank you for saving us." With a graceful and heartfelt gesture, she leaned forward and lightly kissed him on the cheek, leaving a tingling sensation in the spot where her lips had touched. "Good luck out there," she wished him in a whisper, her eyes reflecting her sincerity over his previous actions. Harry returned her smile, appreciating her understanding and support. Without further ado, he turned towards the window and dissipated, vanishing from the room and appearing on the roof of a nearby building a couple of blocks away. His aim was to gain elevation, following the direction of the lightning and the roaring noise, determined to investigate the source and assess whether it posed a new threat. As he disappeared from the room, the red-haired girl continued to gaze out of the window, her eyes fixed on the city below. She then glanced up in the direction Harry had disappeared, a faint smile gracing her lips as she whispered softly, "Go get him, Tiger." After 2 apparitions, Harry eventually arrived on the roof of a towering building that afforded him a great vantage point for overlooking the vicinity where the Lode Roar and Brieg lightning show had seemed to originate. As he surveyed the landscape below him, a wave of uncertainty washed over him, causing him to come to an abrupt standstill, trying to figure out what he was looking at. On the elevated street at the base of the building, a peculiar mismatched gathering of 6 individuals caught his attention. Positioned in a relaxed circle, they seemed engrossed in casual conversation, although judging by what was happening around the city, Harry very much doubted that was the situation. Recognition dawned swiftly for Harry as he immediately identified Clint and Nat, with whom he had crossed paths and fought alongside just a little earlier in the day. Another figure, garbed in the striking red and blue leather, seemed to hold the collective attention of the individuals present as he was talking to them. Harry vividly remembered this person's leap off a bridge as he had approached the archer and the assassin earlier to try and help them. Off to the side, hovering slightly above the ground, Harry got his best look of the afternoon of the gleaming metallic sheen of the technological marvel, that was, Iron Man. Harry stared for a second, his attention drawn to the smooth lines of the engineered suit, a sleek combination of red and gold metal. Even though he had seen some there miraculous things in the magical world, he still paused and marveled at the seamless design of the impressive armor. Almost without meaning to, Harry's gaze skimmed over the next figure before it snapped back in recognition. The poorly fitting clothes and the discarded moped on the ground triggered a memory of his earlier encounter with this individual. Despite his inconspicuous appearance, the man had stood out in Harry's memory. Likely for his very relaxed appearance. While all members of the group below him looked confident, that man in particular looked as if he never feared anything. In any other circumstance, the man in ill-fitting attire might have stood out the most, simply for his attitude, but another presence overshadowed him and indeed every other member of the group, the last member of the group. A modern-day Viking towering over his companions, exuding an aura of strength, he wielded an enormous war hammer, which seemed to cackle with energy. Harry looked down from his vantage point, staring at the collection of individuals assembled beneath him. Noting the absence of fighting and recognizing familiar faces such as Clint, Nat, and Iron Man, he assumed this must be a group of heroes preparing to fight. As Harry was thinking about whether to go down and introduce himself, he suddenly felt the building beneath him tremble. The shaking was accompanied by a low, deep rumble emanating from down the street. Turning himself towards the source of the disturbance, Harry was frozen by the sight of a space whale rapidly approaching the assembled heroes, flying at street level. His mind raced through potential strategies to stop the colossal creature, but apprehension set in as he realized that none of his conceivable plans would be potent enough to stop the creature. Eventually, he settled on the idea of using a powerful explosive spell to serve as a temporary distraction, hopeful that it would buy time for the heroes or even the military to devise a more effective strategy of combating something of that size. Yet, faced with the sheer size of the approaching whale, he couldn't shake the concern that his magical assault might be as useless as a first-year's stinging jinx against Hagrid. Risking a quick glance back to the heroes, Harry was stunned to witness a lone figure, the man clad in ill-fitting clothes, striding purposefully towards the approaching enormous extraterrestrial threat. Confused by the foolhardy move and unsure of the man's motives, whether bravery or a death wish, Harry contemplated apparating down to intervene. However, before he could act, his plans were abruptly frozen as the man began undergoing a startling transformation, growing in size before Harry's eyes. Intrigued yet bewildered, Harry observed the change, wondering to himself whether it was a form of self-transfiguration or an animagus transformation. As the changes finally appeared to cease, Harry was left peering down at a creature that defied easy classification. A combination of man and giant. The figure bore a vague resemblance to the man who had become this thing but now stood larger than Hagrid, its entire form covered with rippling muscles, and it was a distinctive, vibrant shade of green. The unexpected transformation left Harry dumbfounded, unable to move. In a state of astonishment, Harry observed the colossal, green, hulking figure charge towards the approaching alien whale. The ensuing punch delivered by the monstrous hero brought about an outcome that defied all logic. He managed to halt the creature's momentum, inducing visible cracks forming along its formidable armor. As the back half of the extraterrestrial behemoth started to coil upward, revealing vulnerable spots beneath the damaged armor, Iron Man seized the moment to leap into action. Launching vertically from the ground, the armored Avenger unleashed a barrage of small projectiles at the exposed flesh of the wounded space whale. Harry stared, wide-eyed, soon realizing that these seemingly small, innocent projectiles were, in fact, explosives. Their detonation upon contact created a spectacular display, blasting the massive creature into fragments that rained down all over the street. The once formidable head of the alien, complete with a fist-sized indent, rolled off the elevated roadway where the heroes had gathered, landing amidst a cluster of abandoned cars below. Caught up in the spectacle of destruction, Harry involuntarily took a step back from the edge of the building. From this elevated vantage point, he looked down on the gathered heroes and then over the remainder of the city, wondering if perhaps he was actually needed for the fight in the ongoing battle, as he was incapable to that kind of damage. The efficacy of the hulking monster hero And Iron Man's explosives gave him pause, making him wonder whether his magic was truly necessary in the fighting or if his efforts might be better directed towards helping civilians, as he had been earlier. And preventing further devastation to the city, as he looked out and saw that already the damage to the city must be astronomical. Startled by a loud clamoring of alien sounds echoing from over the opposite side of the rooftop, Harry ran towards the other side of the building, his curiosity piqued. Upon reaching the edge, he peered over, only to be greeted by an unsettling sight. His say mounted as he beheld hundreds upon hundreds of extraterrestrial beings clutching onto ledges and windows of the buildings, their collective gaze fixated skyward. The air seemed to vibrate with our frenzied screams directed toward the portal looming to his right and above him. Following the aliens, frantic gestures and shouts, Harry reluctantly risked a glance upward. A curse escaped his lips as he beheld the disconcerting sight, the next wave of alien flyers and space whales appearing through the breach in the sky. A realization dawned upon him amid the chaotic scene unfolding before his eyes. Okay, it seems I definitely might be needed for this fight, he murmured to himself, his mind swiftly shifting gears, wondering how best to contribute. Glancing back at the aliens clinging to the building facades, Harry grappled with the grim reality that him being able to reach the breach in the sky seemed unfeasible. And even if somehow he had access to his firebolt, closing such a IAL rift appeared well beyond his magical abilities. Accepting this limitation and hoping the superheroes would be able to come up with something, Harry redirected his attention downward, leaning out over the building's edge. With a determined resolve to make a difference, he began casting stunning spells at the invading aliens, while manipulating the very bricks they clung to, transfiguring them into restraints to immobilize the stunned creatures and prevent their fatal falls. He reasoned that someone among the heroes might have some questions and hoped to gather information from these invaders. Amidst his focused efforts, a sudden sound behind him jolted Harry into swift action. Startled, he whirled around to witness Iron Man soaring past the building's roof, before executing a sharp roll and veering off in another direction. He saw that before the flying, armored hero had dropped a figure onto the rooftop before swiftly flying off towards a group of hostile alien flyers engaging in an assault on a nearby building. Harry watched as the individual lowered onto the rooftop by Iron Man cast a cautious gaze over the building's edge before straightening himself and seemingly engaging in a silent conversation with himself. Noting the distinct and familiar quiver slung across the man's back, Harry moved a step closer, intending to approach him. However, unbeknownst to Harry, Clint did not noticed Harry's presence on the roof until a slight scuff from Harry's shoe against a piece of the rooftop disrupted the relative silence on the roof. In an impressive display of reflexes, Clint reacted instinctively. He swiftly raised his bow, notched an arrow, and executed a swift spin, instantly targeting his bow on Harry. Realizing the potential danger based on the archer's accuracy, Harry froze in surprise and hastily raised his hands in a placating gesture and called out, "Whoa, hold on, Clint. It's me. We're on the same side, remember?" Clint's initially tense and vigilant demeanor softened, as his intense stare melted into a warm smile as he recognized Harry. Well, look who's still in the game," he remarked, his expression relaxing slightly. "Good to see you, kid. Nat and I were a bit concerned when you vanished on us. I figured you might have decided to be smart, finding a cozy spot to sit this one out. But Natasha was convinced you'd just gone on ahead, continuing the fight elsewhere." His words trailed off momentarily as he swiftly redirected his attention, repositioning his bow and loosing an arrow at an alien hurtling toward their rooftop from a passing flyer. Without so much as a glance to confirm the shot's success, he continued, "But I'm downright glad I was wrong and you decided to stick around. Even though it sure seems like we've aped out of the frying pan and straight into the fire." With a sweeping gesture of his free hand, he indicated the ongoing flood of aliens pouring through the breach in the sky. Pausing to emphasize his point, Clint regarded Harry with a brief yet serious expression. "I don't have any spare earpieces," he admitted, pointing to his ear, "so you won't be able to communicate with the team directly. But we could really use your assistance. Situation seems to be getting worse." Harry's attention was momentarily distracted as a spectacular display of lightning bolts surged from clouds that seemed to materialize out of nowhere. The bolts streaked towards the top of the Chrysler building and then from there flew straight upwards, targeting the breach in the sky with an electrifying force. The sudden phenomenon appeared to create a temporary barrier, which seemed to stall the influx of additional aliens emerging from the opening. Shifting his focus back to Clint, Harry affirmed his commitment with a nod. "Absolutely. Tell me what you need. Where can I pitch in?" he asked eagerly. Clint's contemplative pause was evident, his brow furrowed as if lost in the conversation among the team members buzzing through his earpiece. Eventually, he pivoted back to face Harry, and quickly summarized the previous discussion, looking in the direction Iron Man had flown off to moments before. "Tony's int. L indicates a heavy alien presence several blocks in that direction," Clint explained, pointing toward the area Iron Man had departed for. He planned to handle them or at least divert their attention, possibly guiding them back. But seems he's got his hands full now. There was a slight hint of humor in Clint's tone, so to speak at least. Thor's over there, pointing to the lightning arching up from the Chrysler building. He is doing his best to seal off the breach in the sky, trying to stem the alien invasion. And it's a little bit of a stretch for Nat or Cap to cover that distance on foot, Clint continued. I'm stationed up here, sort of an eye in the sky, as it were, coordinating movements and calling out patterns of alien behavior. And the Hulk, he paused briefly, a wry grin appearing, well. He's doing what he does best, smashing. But it'd be good to have him close, just in case another one of those space whale things breaks free. Gazing in the direction the archer had indicated the aliens lay, Harry recognized the path he had traveled earlier to arrive at this location. His attention focused on the area, noting the presence of numerous alien flyers lingering in that direction. Verifying Iron Man's assessment, swiveling back toward the archer, he noticed Clint had leaned over the building's edge and swiftly fired off a couple of arrows from his quiver. I can handle that, Harry affirmed with a determined nod. But what's the plan for after that? Clint's response was marked by a casual shrug, his uncertainty evident. Can't say for sure. By then, the battle might be settled. And we'll be celebrating victory, or... His voice trailed off, before continuing. We might find ourselves in an entirely different situation. Alien language lessons and slavery, who knows? However, he swiftly continued, but if you get that situation all sorted out and if the fight's still going on or if you bump into any of the other heroes during the fight, feel free to lend a hand wherever needed. Clint advised. Leaning in slightly, as if sharing a confidential tip, Clint's expression turned slightly serious. One piece of advice, though, if you encounter the Hulk. That's the big green fellow pulverizing aliens, just don't make him angry. Clint leaned back, a smile on his face. Trust me kid, you wouldn't like him when he's angry. With that cautionary note, Clint pivoted back around. Shouting a response, likely an acknowledgement or directive which was lost to Harry over the sound of an explosion from the next building, in response to something he heard from his earpiece. Harry began to pivot, mentally picturing the building that stood across the street from the hotel he had stayed in, readying himself to apparate. Yet, a sudden thought arrested his movement, prompting him to swivel back toward the archer, a question tugging at his thoughts. What are you going to do? Harry questioned seriously. Clint's response was resolute and laced with determination. We're going to make these alien bastards regret the day they decided to come to Earth. We're going to make them regret ever meeting Loki. Harry stared at him for a second, intrigued by the name drop. However, he shook his head slightly, rephrasing his question. No, I mean, what are you going to do once you run out of arrows and your quiver runs dry? Harry gestured toward the quiver which was slung over the man's back. Noting it was already half empty. Clint's facial expression briefly betrayed a sense of uncertainty before a steely resolve settled across his features. I'll be honest, kid. I'm just a guy armed with a bow and arrows, facing off against aliens pouring out of a hole in the sky. This isn't exactly my usual gig. But that won't stop me from fighting. Even after my last arrow hits its target. I'll keep it. I'm not completely hopeless without them. Their conversation was interrupted by a distant explosion, prompting both Harry and Clint to whirl around, scanning the skyline for the source. Failing to identify its origin, they refocused on each other. But that's a problem for me to worry about, not something you need to concern yourself with, Clint continued. Shifting the focus away from his own uncertainties. And speaking of concerns, you best be on your way. He gestured in the direction he had previously pointed out. Looks like a couple more of those flyers are headed that way. You should go. Harry solemnly nodded in understanding, taking a couple of measured steps away from Clint, preparing to follow the suggested direction. Yet, a sudden instinct tugged at his thoughts, compelling him to pivot back towards the archer's form leaning over the building. His gaze settled upon Clint's quiver, uncertainty at what he was about to do clouding his expression. Unaccustomed to creating spells, even at the best of times, Harry harbored serious doubts about his abilities in this realm. However, since his arrival in this unfamiliar world, he had been having these gut feelings that he couldn't describe, unfamiliar yet strangely familiar inklings. It was as though he felt he possessed knowledge of a spell he had never learned and wanted to use it. Opting to trust these unexplained instincts, without hesitating Harry murmured an incantation softly under his breath. Infinitum Sagitta Reditus. To his amazement, a warm purple-hued spell sprang forth from his outstretched hand, arcing towards Clint's quiver. He felt a surge of hope as a sense of inexplicable certainty washed over him, as if he knew that this was exactly how things were supposed to happen. And the Clint was about to never have to deal with running out of arrows. When the spell connected with the quiver, it's highlighted the quiver in a vibrant shade of purple before. The light faded away and everything looked normal. Harry observed Clint stiffen when the spell connected with the quiver, noticing the archer tense up and swiftly whirl around, seemingly reacting to the impact of the spell or detecting the minor alteration in his equipment. However, in the blink of an eye, with an audible crack, Harry vanished before Clint had completed his turn, leaving the archer standing alone on the rooftop. A sudden sense of frustration tinged Clint's expression as he muttered under his breath, I can't stand it when he pulls that disappearing act. Who does he think he is? His mild irritation evident, Clint turned his attention back to surveying the cityscape, his focus shifting to the ongoing battle and the relentless invasion, unaware as of yet as to what Harry had done. Meanwhile, several blocks away from the roof he had been on with Clint moments ago, Harry apparated onto the rooftop of the building across from the hotel he had stayed at the previous night. Before he had even finished taking in the surroundings, he swiftly ducked beneath an awning on the roof, seeking cover as an alien flyer zoomed by overhead, firing its weapons across the street. Harry jumped out to throw a spell in the direction of the alien but was halted, watching it disappear in a sudden explosion. The resultant shockwave rattled the surroundings, debris scattering across the rooftop and street below. As Harry cautiously rose to his feet, intending to determine the cause behind the flyer's abrupt explosion, a couple of things immediately caught his attention amid the chaos. As Harry scanned the area, his focus was first drawn to the building across the street from him, the one whose exterior shimmered with an enchantment that rendered the details hazy. Straining his eyes against the magical protection, Harry struggled to discern the figures on the adjacent rooftop. Despite the spell's interference, which seemed to prevent Harry from clearly making them out, a nagging certainty formed in his mind, hinting that one of the individuals on the roof might be the formidable green giant Clint had referred to as the Hulk. This thought sent a ripple of confusion through Harry, especially when a distant, thunderous roar echoed from blocks away, a sound which Harry had begun to associate with the massive green monster. However, his attention abruptly shifted, as the sound of a distressed young boy's cries pierced the chaotic scene at street level. Deciding to worry about the possibility of multiple Hulks at a later point, Harry pivoted, diverting his gaze toward the source of the cry. Amidst the wreckages of damaged cars, he observed a worrisome sight. One of the dismounted alien appeared to be stalking a woman in her late 20s, who appeared to be shielding a young boy and girl from the menacing creature's pursuit. The trio attempted to flee in the opposite direction, but they were not moving quickly and they appeared to have a slight limp he couldn't help but feel was a hindrance to their escape. Harry's concern surged as it became evident that the alien was toying with the trio. Just as Harry readied himself to intervene, a moment of astonishment seized him. A faint smile beginning to form across his face. His attention was captured by the brave actions of the woman, who he presumed to be the children's mother, who had halted in her tracks and started hurling pieces of debris at the approaching alien. She was yelling loudly that the creature leave her kids alone, using some very descriptive language. After a moment of shock, the alien seemed to recover from its surprise and it raised its weapon. Harry recognized the situation had escalated and the alien was done toying with the family below. Without hesitation, he apparated beside the courageous woman, causing her to startle at his sudden appearance. Swift as lightning, Harry cast a stunning spell at the alien, the crimson spell zipping through the air and striking the creature in its chest, sending it spinning backwards, crashing to the ground. Expecting relief or gratitude, Harry was taken aback when he turned and found the woman already facing him, a rock clenched firmly in her hand, poised as though prepared to throw it in his direction. Her stance was defensive, her expression guarded, indicating her readiness to defend herself and her children against any perceived threat. "Leave my kids alone." Her voice rang with fierce determination as she confronted Harry. A gentle smile sprang to his face as he raised his hands in a gesture of mock surrender. "Please believe me, I'm here to help. I mean no harm to you or your children," he acknowledged warmly. "For what it's worth, I was a big fan of your spirit." The woman regarded Harry with a look of cautious scrutiny, her weariness evident as she assessed his sincerity. After a tense moment, she inclined her head ever so slightly in concession to his words. Without further hesitation, she spun around to face her kids, who, despite their initial shock at Harry's sudden appearance and the alien's fall, were running towards their mother. "Frankie, Lisa, are you okay?" Her voice wavered with a blend of relief and concern as she reached out to gather her children into a protective embrace. Witnessing the reassuring nods from her children towards her, Harry noticed a slight relaxation in her demeanor. As she turned back to Harry, he noticed a subtle easing of the suspicion that had clouded her expression moments ago. "Thank you so much for your help. I really appreciate it. I don't know how we could have managed without your help," she expressed earnestly, her voice carrying a mix of gratitude and relief. Harry responded, "No worries. It was no trouble at all, I am just glad I was able to help. But for your safety, even with your fighting spirit, it might be best to find shelter. That building over there," he indicated with a nod towards the hotel, "has a basement. You'll be safer down there until the fighting is done. Can you make it there on your own?" Her response was swift and assertive, her gaze hardening as she addressed Harry. "I'm a military wife, not some helpless person needing assistance crossing the street," she retorted, the pride in her independence evident in her words. Yet, after a second, a softer expression quickly replaced her defensive stance. "I'm sorry about that. I'm still on edge after what happened. I was concerned. Well, I honestly appreciate the help stopping that thing." Her voice trailed off momentarily, her gratitude evident as she gestured toward the stunned alien. "But we'll be able to manage to reach safety on our own. I'm sure there are others you can help," she added. With a determined nod, the woman pivoted, signaling for her children to follow her as they started their journey toward the hotel to seek refuge within its confines. As they set off, they had scarcely made it a couple of strides away from Harry, when the young boy's voice pierced the air. "Does that man work with Dad?" Even amidst all that they had been through, this question apparently caused the woman to chuckle slightly. "I don't think so, sweetie," she responded with a gentle tone. "I'm pretty certain he's not a member of the military. But let's focus on getting to safety," she urged, emphasizing the urgency of their situation. Her thoughts seemed to drift for a moment as she added after a second, "I don't want anything to happen to us. Your dad, Lord knows what would happen to your dad if something was to happen to us and he wasn't able to save us." The sounds of the mother and her children gradually faded into the background as Harry redirected his attention toward the building that stood cloaked under the mysterious enchantments. He held a strong conviction that whatever seemed to draw the aliens to this particular area of the city likely resided within these walls. Determined, he made his way over to the building and ascended the steps leading to the entrance, the air crackling with a potent aversion charm that attempted to repel his advance. Undeterred, he managed to push through the magical resistance, determined to get answers. Upon reaching the top step of the staircase, Harry paused on the landing, his gaze fixated on the seal adorning the door. Even up close he had no idea as to its meaning or its significance, though he wondered as to whether Hermione might have been able to decipher its meaning. However, it was at this closer vantage point that he discerned previously unnoticed writing above the entrance. A revelation that captivated his attention. As he studied the letters, they gradually sharpened into focus, Sanctum Sanctorum. As Harry's hand extended towards the door handle, a distinctive sensat ion danced through his fingertips upon contact, a fleeting warmth accompanied by a faint tingling that surprised him. With a gentle push, the door opened to his touch, seemingly granting him entry. Tentatively stepping inside, Harry's voice broke the silence as he called out a hesitant, "Hello." The echoes of his own voice bounced off the cavernous walls of the building's entryway, amplifying his wariness. The enormity of the space struck him as he ventured a few steps forward. Before his attention was grabbed by the sound of the door sealing shut behind him with a resounding thud, he spun around in alarm to face the now closed entrance. As he stared at the door, he was a little surprised by its efficiency in completely muffling the chaotic noises from the outside world. Deciding to table thoughts of leaving for later, Harry redirected his attention to the magnificence surrounding him. The grandeur of the room unfolded before his eyes, an expansive entry hall dominated by a majestic staircase right in front of him. Its grandeur accentuated by doors on both levels beckoning to unknown destinations. Every detail of the visible decor spoke volumes of craftsmanship and elegance, leaving Harry in awe of the space he found himself in. "Hello." Harry's voice echoed once more, breaking the lingering silence that enveloped the expansive entryway. "My name is Harry Potter, and he hesitated, grappling with how best to express his purpose for being there. He had been hoping to investigate the unusually high concentration of alien activity in this part of the city, and that fact, coupled with an intuitive sense that this building held some magical significance, led him to want to explore this building. Deep down, Harry sensed an inexplicable connection between these two phenomena, but it felt a little weird to just call out, "Hey, your building seemed weird and I thought it might be related to the aliens flying around outside. I am just going to take a quick look around." So Harry did not expand on his presence. Surveying the empty entryway, Harry found no immediate response or presence. Determined to follow his instincts, he resolved to ascend to the rooftop where glimpses of figures had caught his attention while he had been on the neighboring building. Focusing on his goal, Harry directed his steps toward the majestic staircase that stood as the center of the grand hall. With a deliberate stride, he approached it, ready to embark on his journey upward, his curiosity propelling him forward. Finding himself surrounded by closed doors on the second floor, Harry's attention shifted upward upon sensing, more than hearing, a peculiar sensation coming from the third level. It was an inexplicable sense, one that defied his ability to rationally explain, though in the back of his mind it felt slightly familiar. Intrigued and determined to uncover the source of this inexplicable feeling, Harry resolved to ascend further, cautiously approaching the staircase leading to the floor above. Each step upward seemed to intensify the puzzling feeling, an indescribable energy that pulled at Harry's senses. It was like a magnetic force, capturing his attention and drawing him closer. Ascending with measured steps, Harry's anticipation grew. As he reached the threshold of the third floor, an overwhelming rush enveloped him, a palpable wave of pure magic that washed over his entire being. The sensation was akin to the one he felt each time he entered Professor Dumbledore's office, a feeling of ancient power and mystique that seemed to permeate the air. But even the memories of the past seemed to pale in comparison to the feeling of the magic in the room here. Glancing toward the far end of the room, Harry's gaze took in the illuminated space. Light cascaded through a large window divided by 4 elegantly curved bars, infusing the rather spacious room with a radiant glow. Yet, before him stood a captivating sight, giant glass display cases whose seeing an array of mysterious objects that commanded his attention. Caught in a momentary trance, Harry found himself irresistibly drawn towards the main aisle, compelled to explore the contents of each meticulously arranged display case. The craftsmanship and appearance of these items left him in awe, even though he was sure their actual purposes eluded his understanding. Among them lay seemingly ordinary objects, yet interspersed were artifacts so peculiar that Harry struggled to fathom their intended functions. However, what remained unmistakable to him was the unmistakable surge of magical energy emanating from each object within the room. While the potency varied among the items, Harry harbored no doubt regarding their significance. He sensed an aura of immense power enveloping these artifacts, each pulsating with a unique essence that hinted at their importance in the realm of magic. Harry's gaze fell upon a formidable battle axe, an imposing weapon that seemed beyond the physical prowess of anyone he knew. Save perhaps Hagrid. Its sheer size and weight suggested a tool crafted for a warrior of immense strength, or perhaps supplemented by magic. However, his attention swiftly shifted to a staff off to the side. That seemed to exude a disturbing aura. As Harry's eyes lingered on the staff, an eerie realization engulfed him. The staff appeared to possess an inherent evilness, and its very presence seeming to absorb the ambient light in the area, casting an eerie shadow over its vicinity. Yet, there was something even more disconcerting, a pull, an inexplicable draw that seemed to siphon not just the physical brightness but also positive emotions, leaving a chilling void in its wake. A shiver ran down Harry's spine, a reaction he knew was born of his encounter with Dementors in the past. The resemblance between the staff's effect on positive emotions and the soul-sucking nature of those dark creatures struck a chord of fear within him. Hastily retreating a step, Harry found himself unnerved by the unnaturally darkened space around the staff. Realizing the creeping sense of despair that threatened to engulf him, Harry took additional deliberate steps backward. A conscious effort to distance himself from the dark artifact. As Harry retreated from the worrying influence of the staff, a gradual return to normalcy washed over him, eliciting a relieved exhale. He resumed his exploration of the room, determined to distance himself from the unsettling encounter. Moving along the length of the room, his inspection revealed an assortment of intriguing artifacts, each captivating in their own right, yet none possessing the disconcerting impact the staff had left on him. Among the displays were knives and swords, ranging from exquisitely crafted and adorned pieces to rather mundane-looking ones in stark contrast. The assortment was vast and diverse, showcasing a spectrum of craftsmanship that caught Harry's eye. Among the display cases he found one containing a simple plain-looking wooden chalice, a goblet that seemed out of place among the rest of the objects in the room. He also came across books adorned with covers so intricately designed that as certain Hermione would have even considered accepting a date with Malfoy just for the opportunity to peruse their contents. Approaching the far end of the room, Harry sensed a shift in the magical aura that permeated the room and seemed to originate from the items Harry had walked by. It was as if a different energy, one more intimate and individual, pulsed distinctively from something at the far end of the room. It felt like a beckoning call, something personal that resonated with him on a deeper level than the magic that surrounded the other artifacts. As Harry drew closer to the origin of the intriguing sensation, his attention momentarily caught on an impeccably detailed cauldron. However, before he could fully appreciate its craftsmanship, a pull, a distinct feeling, drew him towards the direction of the final few display cases. Among these exhibits, the closest case housed a remarkably intricate burgundy cape, a cloak, Harry mentally corrected himself, gracefully arranged within the confines of its glass enclosure. And what a cloak it was, intricately designed, its fabric seeming to ripple as if stirred by an imperceptible breeze. A striking yellow sash lay pooled at the cloak's base, adding a vibrant contrast to its rich color. Eager to examine the contents of the last display case, Harry moved forward, poised to investigate further. Yet, as he took a step, a sudden interruption shattered the silence that enveloped the house. A sudden, sharp explosion echoed through the space, jolting Harry's senses. The unexpected sound cut through the stillness, contrasting starkly against the otherwise serene atmosphere of the room. Startled, Harry froze in place, pivoting his head towards the direction the sound had come from. A small, partially open door nestled off to the side of the room. Peering through the partially open door, Harry's gaze fell upon a narrow flight of stairs. It triggered a recollection of his initial intention to get to the rooftop, where he hoped to find answers from the figures he had observed earlier. However, as the previous plan flickered through his mind, an inexplicable sense of realization washed over him. He was fairly confident that the answer to his previous query had already presented itself. It was the items within the room that were somehow responsible for the alien presence in the vicinity. With a fleeting glance backward to the unexplored display case, obscured by the one containing the distinctive cloak, Harry shook his head in self-reproach. He swiftly redirected his focus, swiftly darting toward the stairs, urge of urgency propelling his movements. An internal rebuke echoed in his thoughts, chastising himself for wasting precious time scrutinizing the items in the room. The urgency of the situation overshadowed his curiosity. And he made a mental note to thoroughly investigate the artifacts once the impending battle, whatever it might entail, had been resolved. As he ascended the stairs with determined steps, Harry decided that as long as he was not eaten by one of those space whales first, there would be plenty of time to fully inspect all the items in the room, especially the items in the last two cases, once the fight was over. As Harry swung the door wide open, he confirmed the presence of the narrow staircase beyond it. The filtered daylight cascading from above affirmed that these stairs indeed led to the roof. Eager to rejoin the ongoing battle against the aliens or extend assistance to anyone in need across the city, Harry quickly dashed up the narrow stairs, his urgency driving him to take 2 steps at a time in his haste. Upon reaching the rooftop and fully swinging open the door, Harry's momentum came to an abrupt halt. His breath hitched as his eyes fell upon a surprising scene. A figure, clad in an unmistakably familiar orange robe, stood with their back turned towards him. And beside them, apparently in conversation with them, stood a figure that sent a jolt of shock through Harry, the Hulk. What struck Harry and caused him to freeze was the apparent difference from his prior encounter. This Hulk appeared slightly smaller in stature compared to the one he had previously seen. But most surprisingly donned a predominantly white outfit that looked remarkably pristine, unlike the torn and stretched purple shorts that Harry had seen him wearing before. On top of his appearance, this version seemed composed, engaged in a conversation rather than exhibiting the previous inclination towards bellowing and, well, smashing things. Before Harry could utter a word, the Hulk seemed to extend his hand to receive something, and in a sudden blink, vanished as if evaporating. However, Harry doubted that was the case, noticing the absence of the distinctive crack that typically accompanied that form of magical travel. Startled, Harry performed a swift double take, confirming that the Hulk had completely disappeared. A flicker of frustration passed through him as he reflected on Clint's omission regarding the Hulk's ability for seemingly instantaneous travel. However, before he could dwell further on this revelation, the remaining figure, adorned in the orange robe, pivoted to face him. "Hello, Harry," the figure addressed him, her voice carrying a sense of wisdom and authority. "When I mentioned our meeting would occur later, I hadn't quite anticipated seeing you so soon. Nevertheless, even the most prepared individuals can be caught off guard by the turns of fate. I welcome you to the Sanctum Sanctorum," the Ancient One greeted with a profound bow, radiating an air of reverence and respect. "Oh, hello there. I hope I'm not barging in unexpectedly, but the front door kind of let me in," Harry remarked with a somewhat apologetic tone. He gestured towards the encircling aliens, noticing that their numbers were gradually closing in on the building. "It's just that there's quite a commotion out there. I had been fighting downtown, but it had been noted that those aliens seemed to be gathering in force around this area. I thought I'd come by to check things out and offer a hand if needed." The Ancient One's expression momentarily darkened. Her gaze directed skyward towards the encroaching alien flyers before shifting back to Harry. "Yes, well, that's on me," she confessed, her voice tinged with a touch of regret. "Not the alien attack, mind you. But they're gathering in this specific location. I hadn't foreseen this sudden attack." She paused, her expression pensive. "I was deep in meditation at Kamar Taj when I sensed the rift opening above the city. It took me a few moments to reach the Sanctum Sanctorum here in New York, planning to aid in defending both this sanctuary and the city." Her eyes glinted with a hint of mirth, reminiscent of Dumbledore's enigmatic demeanor, as she continued. "As you might have deduced from your snooping below," she remarked with a hint of playfulness, "the artifacts and treasures in the R.O. below us emit a rather distinctive energy because of their magical properties. This energy, it's a sensation that reaches out and can be felt by even the most primitive of beasts, even if they do not understand what it is that draws them." Her smile faded, a seriousness overtaking her features as she indicated the hovering flyers. "Certain items below resonate especially strongly when they detect the presence of malevolence or individuals harboring evil intentions." Harry gazed at her, a puzzled expression evident in his voice as he responded, "You talk as if those objects are alive and have a will of their own." The Ancient One turned her gaze back to Harry, a familiar glint reminiscent of Dumbledore's wisdom returning to her eyes. "After everything you've witnessed and encountered, does that really seem so far-fetched?" she questioned. Harry hesitated, opening his mouth to reply before promptly closing it, his thoughts racing back to all the peculiarities he'd encountered at Hogwarts Castle. Memories flooded in of his discussions with Ollivander, the wand-maker's insistence that it was the wands that choose their wielders, echoing in his mind. Recollecting these instances, he nodded towards her, signaling to the Ancient One to continue. Her smile retained a hint of regret as she continued, "The attack caught us, it caught me off guard, allowing me to only partially deploy the wards designed to cloak the magical signature of these artifacts. As a result, the aliens can unconsciously sense a potent force here and are intensely fixated on locating it. Yet, they struggle to pinpoint its exact source. However, the longer they linger in the area," her words trailed off, interrupted by a sudden motion as one of the flyers had abruptly changed course towards the Sanctum Sanctorum. With a swift gesture, she released a golden beam of energy at the approaching flyer, halting its movement as it veered off its trajectory towards the building. As you can witness, she resumed, her voice carrying a weight of concern, some manage to perceive the building if they remain in the vicinity for an extended period. This prevents me from going downstairs to finalize the wards. Fearing the catastrophic consequences being unleashed upon the world, our reality, even others, if the aliens manage to enter the sanctum and get any of the darker artifacts, I don't know the horrors that might have been unleashed. Her eyes briefly flickered down to a medallion hanging from her necklace, a moment of reflection evident in her gaze. There might have been a way, she continued, her tone tinged with a hint of hesitation, to activate the wards fully before the aliens' arrival. However, the potential cost was deemed too high, and it's irrelevant now. The very thing T could have aided us is currently lent out, I think you witnessed that. She said with a smile. But the main reason I did not pursue that option was that, I sense a certain malevolence and careful planning behind this assault. Beyond simply unleashing aliens on our world, I think there is more that is happening. So, I refrained from using the item that would have allowed me to protect this sanctum, fearing it might draw attention of the mastermind behind this attack. Gazing out over the cityscape beyond the rooftop, the Ancient One shook her head in dismay. I've been confined to holding the aliens at bay from this rooftop, preventing their entry here but unable to extend help to the rest of the city, she lamented. Her expression shifted, focusing intently on Harry. However, your arrival here might just be fortuitous. Perhaps you can lend a hand. Harry glanced towards the door leading back inside before returning his attention to her, a questioning look on his face. What exactly do you need me to do? I'm not particularly skilled in wards or ancient runes. The Ancient One smiled warmly at him. Not for initiating the wards, she clarified. The protective spells for is building are incredibly complex and can only be activated by one of the masters of this house. She gestured towards herself before continuing, your magic, Harry, it's different from the magic in this world. I would have had concerns about how your unique magic might interact with an already partially complete ward, and that is even if you were proficient at warding. Observing the perplexed expression on Harry's face, the Ancient One continued on seeking to clarify, magic varies, not all magic is the same, Harry, especially across different worlds. You've probably noticed by now that some of your spells don't function as you'd expect. Noticing his nod of agreement, she continued, here, on this world, in this universe, certain spells may prove considerably more challenging for you, while others might be unexpectedly simpler. Basic incantations might drain you, whereas some powerful spells that would have once risked depleting your magical reserves to the brink of your death could be as effortless as lifting a finger. Truly, the fact that you retained any of your magical abilities after crossing into this realm speaks volumes about your innate magical talent and your inherent affinity for magic. She paused, allowing Harry a moment to digest her words. He recognized the numerous instances where he had encountered struggles with certain aspects of magic and felt a hint of relief knowing there was a rationale behind it. However, a glimmer of hope emerged within him, anticipating the possibility of discovering some facet of magic that might come more naturally in this new world. Harry gazed back at the Ancient One, his nod encouraging her to continue. The differences between the magic of this world and yours, while significant, are not insurmountable, she affirmed. With dedication, rigorous training, and relentless practice, I'm confident you can bridge these differences. Like a hybrid, you'll forge a path where your previous abilities will blend with the new skills, potentially becoming stronger than you might have been had you stayed in your original world or solely existed in ours. I believe you possess the capacity to master the intricacies of both realms' magic. The revelation left Harry astounded, it was a notion he hadn't anticipated. However, recollecting the earlier conversation that had prompted this revelation, he shook his head and inquired, so, if not help with the warding, what can I do to assist? She offered a reassuring smile and glanced past Harry. Well, that's quite straightforward. I need you to guard the door behind you and the entrance at street level. Although if I'm absent long enough for them to breach the main entrance, we might have far bigger problems. Just ensure no aliens make their way into this building, she emphasized. As the smile disappeared from her face, her expression turning grave. I mean it, Harry. No aliens can be allowed inside, the consequences could be catastrophic. Receiving Harry's solemn nod, she softened her expression, a hint of warmth returning to her demeanor. Excellent. This won't take more than a couple of minutes. With a grandiose spin and a flourish of her robe that Harry W. as certain would have amused even Professor Snape, she elegantly pivoted and descended the stairs, leaving him alone on the rooftop. As Harry peered through the doorway, where her figure had vanished moments ago, his thoughts circled back to her words about his unique magic. Suddenly, Harry was jolted out of his thoughts by the resounding thud of something heavy landing on the rooftop behind him. Reacting swiftly, he spun around just in time to narrowly evade an alien's energy weapon aimed in his direction. With a quick and decisive spell, Harry swiftly incapacitated the assailant before H's movement had even been fully completed. Shaking his head to clear it of distractions, he pushed aside any thoughts about his future prospects, recognizing that securing the safety of the city took precedence over personal contemplation. In the midst of the chaos in this fight, the only thing that really mattered was that his magic worked well enough to fight. He acknowledged that as long as he refrained from excessive apparition, he could sustain his efforts. For the next 10 minutes or so, Harry found himself engaged in a flurry of action, thwarting 8 more attempts by the aliens to breach the building. One of the aliens, instead of confronting Harry directly, made a swift dash once he landed on the rooftop towards the door, only to be abruptly halted as a swarm of bats burst from its nostrils. A result of Harry's diversionary tactic. Chuckling to himself, Harry swiftly stunned the bewildered alien, adding it to the growing heap of attackers he had neutralized. Employing magically conjured rope, he bound the captured aliens together, maintaining a secure perimeter at the edge of the rooftop. After gently depositing the latest subdued alien onto the accumulating heap, Harry experienced a sudden rush of intense tingling sensations that originated from the building beneath him and swiftly radiating outward. He shifted his focus towards the door while maintaining a vigilant watch on the skies, eagerly anticipating confirmation of the Ancient One's success. In less than 20 seconds, his attention was rewarded as she emerged through the doorway, joining him on the rooftop. Though looking noticeably fatigued, "Are you okay?" Harry inquired, gesturing broadly towards her drained state. She responded slowly but with an air of assurance, "I'll manage." Completing that magic was quite draining. "It takes a lot out of you, even for someone as experienced as me. But you can see." Her finger pointed upwards to the flyers in the vicinity, signaling the significant shift in their search patterns, drifting away from the building. The aliens can no longer detect the presence of the artifacts here. No matter how long they linger, they'll sense nothing. The building is secure, and the artifacts will remain undisturbed, at least for the immediate future. Harry acknowledged her words with a nod. "So, what comes next?" The Ancient One offered a reassuring smile. "You're free to rejoin the battle. It will take me some time to recuperate, but once I've regained my strength, I'll join the fight as well. There are many innocent lives in the city today that I can aid. They don't deserve to die, and I'll do whatever is in my power to help them." "And what about after the battle?" Harry pressed further. "Do I come back here? Is this place, this Sanctum Sanctorum, is this Kamar Taj? Am I to begin my training now that I'm aware of this building's location?" The Ancient One chuckled lightly, a glint of amusement in her eyes. "No, young Harry, this isn't Kamar Taj. And your training won't take place here. In fact, should you attempt to enter this building again before you're ready or in dire need, I believe, you'll encounter quite a challenge." Turning back to her with a hint of surprise, Harry inquired, "But wasn't I supposed to commence my training?" The Ancient One gently shook her head, her expression conveying a sense of wisdom. "Harry, you've embarked on a journey. And I urge you not to hasten through it. This isn't a sprint where the point is to rush to the end. There's no need to hurry into your magical training by immediately seeking out Kamar Taj. You'll arrive there precisely when the time is right for you, and not a moment sooner. Regardless of your determination, rushing it will only lead to frustration. In the meantime, there are other things to learn, people to meet, places to visit." Before Harry could interject, she continued, "I foresee remarkable things in your future. However, for now, I see a boy, a young man, who has spent his life, both knowingly and unknowingly, fulfilling others' expectations. I see someone deserving of the opportunity to live life on their terms." Pausing briefly, she read a reassuring smile and resumed speaking, noticing Harry's hesitant expression soften into a tentative smile. "But apart from what you may rightly deserve, there's no need to hasten towards what's ahead," she advised, her tone carrying a gentle wisdom. "I sense that you will, well, knowing your future doesn't serve your best interests. Everything will unfold as it's meant to, precisely when it should. Having that knowledge might only add unnecessary obstacles to your journey." Harry met her gaze, his curiosity evident. "Are you sure about that? Then what should I focus on now?" he inquired, seeking a little direction. The Ancient One paused, fixing her gaze on Harry with a serious expression. "Once the battle is won, and I have no doubt it will indeed be won, I suggest you live your life. But, if you want something to look into, when you find the time, I suggest you visit Momentum Labs. When I arrived in New York, I sensed a disturbance at the labs, a feeling that something has been discovered which may pose a threat to those who found it or potentially to all of humanity, or perhaps it is nothing. However, the exact nature of what is happening is obscured from my visions. And I cannot accurately establish whether it is a threat. However, there's an ominous sensation surrounding it, and addressing it preemptively might be prudent before it escalates into a larger issue. I would investigate it myself. But my responsibilities extend to numerous fronts. While I sense there might be danger eventually, there's much peril in this world that is imminent, and I'm limited in my ability to be everywhere at once." Quote. She paused, her expression betraying a sense of concern and the constraints of her responsibilities. "However, should you truly require assistance, know that help will be available to you." Gazing out at the city's skyline, the Ancient One's eyes settled on the Stark Tower, which Harry observed had lost a few of its letters, creating a peculiar sight in the distance. Exhaling heavily, She redirected her attention back to Harry, her expression carrying a weight of seriousness. "Here's one piece of advice that I hope will serve you well," she began, her tone carrying a sense of severity. "Many who've committed truly heinous acts never intended to do so and often don't perceive themselves as villains. Quite the opposite, actually. Some embarked on the IR paths with intentions of doing good or at least what they perceived as good. Yet, be that as it may, there's an undeniable truth to the saying that absolute power corrupts absolutely." Offering a faint smile, she clapped her hands together gently and then waved her hand in a circular motion. Suddenly, a peculiar golden circle materialized beneath Harry, engulfing him, and in an instant, he found himself hurtling through it, plummeting towards the pavement of a road below. As Harry landed with a jolt, he glanced around in a state of bewilderment, only to realize he stood once more in front of the Sanctum Sanctorum. However, an eerie sight unfolded before his eyes. The building began to fade, gradually dissipating from view. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Harry mused inwardly, "I suppose the examination of those artifacts will have to wait for another time, although I wonder what one needs to do in order to be allowed to have one of them." As the distant roar of one of the space whales echoed through the mostly deserted streets, Harry glanced back toward the city's downtown core. He made a mental note to investigate Momentum Labs after the ongoing battle, whenever an opportunity arose. And maybe he could delve into understanding his magic and diligently work on honing his skills again. Moments later, another thunderous roar sliced through the quiet streets, however. This roar was rather hulkish in nature. However, Harry had already vanished through apparition, leaving the scene behind. As the distant roar of one of the space whales echoed through the mostly deserted streets, Harry glanced back toward the city's downtown core. He made a mental note to investigate Momentum Labs after the ongoing battle, whenever an opportunity arose. And maybe he could delve into understanding his magic and diligently work on honing his skills again. Moments later, another thunderous roar sliced through the quiet streets, however this roar was rather hulkish in nature. However, Harry had already vanished through apparition, leaving the scene behind. As Harry had been preparing himself to apparate back to the rooftop where Clint had been, his mind fixated on the desire to find out where he would best be of use. However, his attention was diverted as he watched one of the space whales dip down between a couple of the buildings, several blocks away. The sight spurred Harry into action and he decided he could at least try and save anyone who was in danger from the whale, doing his to possibly save the innocents. So rather than return to the rooftop with the archer, he instead apparated to the top of the building that appeared to alongside the whale's intended path. Upon appearing on the top of the roof, he wasted no time. Harry swiftly surveyed his surroundings, getting his bearings. Before he walked to the edge of the roof and leaned out over the edge to take a look at the approaching whale and then scanning along its apparent path between the buildings. Harry felt a small wave of relief wash over him as he observed that it was only the tips of the whale-like creature's side fins that were brushing against the buildings. Although he fervently hoped that anyone inside had the insight to stand clear of the windows to avoid the potential danger. Realizing it would require much more energy than he possessed and he couldn't just dart into each flow or of buildings in the path of the space whale, on the off chance of bumping into someone and being able to warn the individuals to stay away from the windows, Harry continued scanning the creature's trajectory. He felt at least slightly reassured that no one seemed directly threatened by the flying behemoth, and for the most part it seemed content to not being totally destroying entire buildings. Just as Harry looked back up at the creature, a sense of frustration surged within him. He lamented once more that his spells were ineffectual against such a massive monster. However, in the midst of his self-doubt, a sudden realization struck him like lightning. The Ancient One's words resurfaced in his mind, the words echoing the idea that while some magic might prove more challenging for him, here would be others that could be easier in this world. Replaying the conversation in his head for the first time, he couldn't help but wonder whether this implied that some of his spells might potentially become stronger and more powerful versions. Well, Harry muttered, a shrug emphasizing his uncertainty as he scanned the cityscape around the flying whale. I mean, it's not as if things could get any worse if I give a spell a shot, he murmured to himself, his attention fixated on the approaching alien. As the massive creature drew nearer, Harry mentally readied himself, delving deep within himself to summon the power necessary to cast a spell at the oncoming behemoth. In the wake of the Ancient One's words, as he was paying more attention to his magic, Harry noticed a slight shift in the flow and feel of the magic coursing through him. The sensation was unfamiliar, but not entirely unwelcome. Gathering his resolve, Harry allowed the magic to continue to build within him, as he prepared to release the spell. Yet, just as he was poised to cast, he found himself frozen in place, confronted by two almost simultaneous events that caught him off guard. The first of the startling occurrences was a swift flyby of an alien speeder, yet it wasn't so much the flyer as its occupant that gave him pause. This flyer didn't carry the usual alien riders that Harry had observed throughout the day. Instead, atop the speeding craft was a figure bearing a human-like appearance, donned in a vibrant green and gold ensemble, crowned with an imposing crown-like thing. Harry's mind raced the possibility that, as Clint had said, this could be Loki. However, before he could process, much less react, to this unexpected sighting, the flyer vanished behind a nearby building heading in the direction of Stark Tower, leaving Harry with a mix of curiosity and uncertainty. However, Harry was unable to think about this spectacle as another sight soon captured Harry's attention. He noticed a glint of light radiating from the top of the massive whale, which was now nearly level with the building upon which Harry stood. As Harry focused intently on the back of the whale, his gaze locked onto the source of the light. He realized that the glimmer originated from the reflective surface of a hammer. To his surprise, the figure wielding the hammer became unmistakable to Harry. He stood beside an imposing, hulking creature, together engaging in combat against the swarm of aliens riding on the back of the colossal alien whale. The realization struck Harry, it was someone he recognized, and his mind quickly connected the dots. Recognizing the individual fighting with the mighty hammer. Before Harry could fully process the recognition of the two heroes, something stole his attention. The Hulk, wielding a sizable piece of the space whale's metallic armor, which it had ripped off, forcefully drove it into the creature's back. The resulting cry of agony echoed through the air, sending shivers down Harry's spine. The creature writhed slightly in discomfort, clearly distressed by the foreign object jutting out from its back. Yet, the initial sound of pain was dwarfed by the deafening roar emitted when the hammer-wielding hero forcefully pounded the metal armor shard deep into the space whale. The agonizing scream resonated for a moment before abruptly ceasing, hinting that it severed something crucial within the creature. In response to the attack, the alien began to fall from the skies, hurtling toward the ground below. Harry couldn't contain his relief and joy. He found himself smiling involuntarily. A surge of happiness flooding through him as he witnessed the hero's successful attack on the alien. Part of him had worried that nothing humans possessed was capable of causing harm to such a formidable flying monster, short of an atomic bomb, yet here, before his eyes, the heroes had managed the seemingly impossible. As Harry glanced down, expecting either the Hulk or Thor to leap off, a sudden wave of dread washed over him. The smile that had briefly graced his face vanished in an instant as he witnessed that the lifeless creature was hurtling toward a structure in its path. Its trajectory now unalterable. Fixated on the building looming in the beast's path, Harry's mind raced back to his impromptu city tour with Dopinder, recalling the significance of the structure in the alien's direct line, Grand Central Station. Through the massive front window adorning the building's facade, Harry could discern tiny silhouettes darting about inside. He quickly realized that numerous individuals might have sought refuge within the station, believing it to be a sanctuary from the chaos consuming the city as a result of the alien invasion. Their assumption, MiG-HT have held true had it not been for the mammoth space whale, weighing several million tons, hurtling perilously toward the station's front entrance. Knowing there was no time to spare, Harry swiftly apparated into the foyer of Grand Central Station, the same area he had glimpsed through the enormous window moments before. The resounding crack signifying his arrival was immediately followed by Harry's urgent cry. Amplified by his magic to reach every corner of the station, "Everyone, get to the back wall or down the stairs, now." His voice echoed through the vast space, causing a sudden pow. Say among the crowd scattered across the main level. All eyes turned to Harry, fixated on his urgent command. Now. Harry's voice rang out once more, urgency lacing the word. Whether it was the sheer volume of his magically amplified voice, the palpable worry easily evident within his tone, or the ominous sound of destruction reverberating from outside as the space whale's massive carcass bore down on the building. A surge of urgency coursed through the people throughout the foyer. Without hesitation, they sprang into action, bolting away from the main wall of the station, heeding Harry's warning and seeking refuge at the back or heading down the stairs. As Harry swiftly surveyed the chaotic scene unfolding before him, a sense of urgency gripped him tightly. Despite the appearance that majority of people looked as they had or soon would successfully evacuate to a safer area, he knew that time was running perilously short for a few individuals left within the imminent danger zone. The escalating noise outside indicated the impending collision of the space whale's body with the station's front wall, and Harry estimated mere seconds until the catastrophic impact. He was pretty sure that based on the momentum of the whale, the impending crash threatened to breach well into the station, and reach deep into the foyer. As Harry scanned the area, he identified two groups still well within the zone of imminent danger. With little time to spare, he assessed their predicaments. Closest to the safe wall, a middle-aged couple struggled forward, the man offering support to his companion, who had a leg in a cast, limping with evident fear etched on their faces. A bit farther back, an elderly couple slowly made progress as they pushed their walkers, assisted by a young child attempting to quicken their pace. Realizing he couldn't assist both groups through the use of apparition to safety in the dwindling moments, Harry grappled with the dire decision ahead. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him, knowing he had to act swiftly if he was to have any hope of rescuing those still in harm's way before the imminent impact. Understanding the urgency and lack of time for a better solution, Harry promptly apparated next to the elderly couple. As he materialized beside them, the deafening crash of the space whale as it impacted the building's wall reverberated through the atrium, signaling the arrival of inevitable crisis. With a swift assessment of the situation, Harry's instincts kicked in. He focused his sights on the middle-aged couple situated closer to the edge of danger zone. In a split-second decision, he cast a banishing charm directed at them, while almost simultaneously casting a cushioning charm at a section of the distant wall which he was confident was directly in their path of travel. Without a chance to verify the outcome, due to the immediate pressing circumstances, Harry fervently hoped the banishing charm wasn't stronger than intended and the cushioning charm retained its strength. Quickly redirecting his attention back to the group he had apparated alongside, Harry readied himself to secure all three individuals and evacuate them from the approaching danger. However, as Harry turned to face them, his heart sank at the sights before him. The space whale had indeed breached the wall, triggering the collapse of sizable sections of the building, which were being thrown towards them. A wave of horror swept over him as he realized the imminent danger looming above them. However, his immediate concern turned to the trio he had just apparated beside, as his attempt to aid them felt futile in that moment. Whether it was an error in his apparition or they had taken several paces backwards in response to the sudden appearance of a boy with black hair and intense, vivid green eyes, the elderly couple and the young child were more than several paces away. Staring at the unexpected wide gap between him and the trio, Harry felt a deep sense of dread grip him. Even if he wanted to help, the distance between them was insurmountable in the time he had left. He knew he couldn't physically reach out to them in time, before safely apparating them out of harm's way. And he was confident that there was no way, due to the toll on his body, that he could perform multiple apparitions in such quick succession, especially as he had 80 done almost a dozen so far over the last couple hours. Harry's mind raced as he mentally berated himself for taking on more than he could handle. With deafening crashes echoing around him, the immense chunks of the building that had been plummeting towards the ground began hitting their targets. He realized he was down to his final, desperate plan. He grasped onto a sliver of hope, though a thin one, and hoped against hope that it might just work, even though pessimism clouded his thoughts. Feeling the new, familiar-ish pulse of magic within him, a force that he had gradually grown more accustomed to as the day had gone on, he summoned every ounce of determination and cried out, "Protega." However, the moment the spell left his lips, Harry sensed a profound difference. Instead of the usual sensation, a light and familiar rush that typically accompanied the spell, this time it felt as if he had plunged into a torrent of magic, an overwhelming current that had threatened to swallow him whole. Recovering from the immense strain, Harry shook his head to come back to himself. As he looked around, he realized that he had fallen to his knees, a sense of depletion weighing heavily upon him. But amid the physical exhaustion, what truly struck, and almost caused him to lose control of the spell, as he heard pieces of rubble hitting the rubble from the outside, wasn't his weariness, rather the startling realization that the protective dome he had conjured didn't resemble the usual translucent shield of light. In disbelief, Harry gazed around and was astonished to find himself within an almost completely opaque barrier of light. Peering through it, the falling rubble from the building's collapse seemed distant and obscure, barely perceptible to the four figures sheltered within. Examining the shield's solidity, Harry couldn't help but marvel at its strength. Shields of this caliber were reminiscent of defenses he had seen employed by powerful wizards like Dumbledore, Voldemort, or Mad-Eye Moody. Certainly not something he had achieved before. Glancing toward the opposite side of the shield, where the trio sought refuge, Harry offered a reassuring nod and gestured for them to approach. "It's all right. Don't worry. You're safe under the dome," he reassured them, hoping to calm their evident mix of wonder and lingering fear. Startled by Harry's comment, the older Ple turned towards him with surprise etched across their faces, seemingly having momentarily forgotten about him amidst the chaos and the appearance of the shield of light. Before anyone could respond, Harry's attention was diverted as a particularly large chunk of rubble collided with the shield. He felt the strain of the spell intensify rapidly, the magical drain growing exponentially. As the exhaustion began to overwhelm him, Harry felt himself teetering on the edge of consciousness, his grip on awareness slipping away. Struggling against his fatigue, he managed to look back to the others and mumble urgently, "Get down." Fearing the shield might collapse if he passed out, he hoped his words would pierce through the noise from outside the shield and prompt them to take cover. Then everything went black. HP, Marvel, HP, Marvel, HP, Marvel, HP, Marvel, HP, Marvel. Hey, wake up. The urgent voice jolted Harry back to consciousness, and in an instant, the world around him seemed to flood back with light and sound. He sat up abruptly, disoriented, attempting to piece together the events that led to this moment, surveying his surroundings. His eyes first landed on a young boy, no older than 9 or 10, who stumbled backward in surprise at Harry's sudden movement. Memories began to rush back into Harry's mind in flashes, providing fragmented glimpses of recent events. Dying and then appearing in New World. Saving the driver from a car crash. An alien invasion. A team of actual superheroes. A magical house. The sudden recall of his memories hit Harry like a tidal wave. And then the last memory came to him, as images flooded his mind: the collapse of Grand Central Station's entrance due to the massive body of a space whale, the ensuing shower of debris, and the remarkable sight of the powerful shield he had somehow managed to conjure. An instinctual urge to jump to his feet propelled Harry to get up, but a wave of dizziness washed over him, threatening to send him back down. However, before he stumbled, firm grips on both sides steadied him, preventing a fall. Dazed and struggling against invading darkness at the edges of his vision, Harry blinked to clear his sight. Glancing back and forth between both of his sides, he saw the older couple whom he had rushed to rescue now offering him assistance. Concern etched their faces, although their faces were still tinged with traces of fear from their recent ordeal. "Are you all right, son?" The older man's voice sounded concerned as he observed Harry, worry lines etched on his face. Slowly Harry offered a grateful nod, feeling the strength start to slowly rush back to his limbs. "Thanks for that. I'm all right." The older lady looked at Harry, a cautious but appreciative smile on her face. "I think we owe you our lives," she said, her voice expressing a mix of gratitude and awe. "You appeared out of nowhere as that monster came through the wall, and then all of a sudden, there is this large shield protecting us from the debris falling down. Helping you up is the least we could do." As Harry shifted his gaze in the direction the lady had been looking, he noticed a couple of things that concerned him. Firstly, the view through his shield was severely obstructed by a near-solid barrier of rubble surrounding the protected area they found themselves in. Yet, a more alarming realization dawned on him: the shield that had previously been an almost completely opaque barrier had now lost its opacity. Instead, it now looked mostly transparent, a state of shield Harry hadn't seen since he had first conjured a shield charm. What was more concerning was its current state. Cracks zigzagged along its surface, and in some spots, there were holes, larger than his head, which were allowing small rocks and dust to trickle in. Harry looked back to the older couple, who had apparently continued speaking while Harry had been trying to get a handle on their situation. "Out for about 30 seconds. But our grandson couldn't stay away and wanted to thank the young man who saved his life," the old man said proudly, directing his gaze at the young boy. Harry nodded and shifted his attention toward the little boy, who was nervously standing off to the side, slightly behind his grandparents. "What's your name?" Harry asked. The boy looked shocked that Harry had spoken to him, causing him to look to his grandparents. Seeing their encouraging nods of approval, he looked back to Harry and tried to stand up straighter as he replied. "My name is Genki Lee. What's yours?" he asked bluntly. Harry beamed at the boy and nodded softly. "I'm Harry. Nice to meet you, Genki. I saw you taking care of your grandparents earlier and trying to get them out of danger, and that's why I rushed to save you three." However, Harry paused and gestured to the shield above them, which had somehow managed to grow even fainter since his last look. "We need to get out from under this rubble quickly. I don't know how much weight is on this shield, and I doubt it can hold out much longer. Think you're up to help me?" Harry almost laughed at the sight of Genki's eyes lighting up with determination as his grandmother nodded slowly. "What do you need from us?" she inquired earnestly. Harry smiled reassuringly at the boy before turning to the older couple. "I'll need you to come close to me. I'm going to try and shrink the shield to cover only the area where we're standing. Hopefully, that will conserve some energy and give us a bit more time. Then, I'll attempt to transfigure some of His rubble and see if I can make a little exit out from under all this." They all moved closer to Harry, although confusion lingered in their expressions. However, it was the boy who voiced their collective puzzlement. "Transfigure? What's that?" he asked, casting glances between his grandparents and Harry. With a gentle smile, Harry began to explain as he focused on gradually reducing the shield's size. He was cautious, concerned about the risk of the entire shield collapsing, as he didn't want it to abruptly disappear and bury them under the weight of the debris that loomed above. Disregarding the loud, ominous noise of crumbling debris just outside the shield, Harry nodded while glancing back at the boy. "Yes, transfiguration, it's basically changing one thing into something else." The boy's eyes widened in awe before turning to his grandparents. "Wow, I want to learn that," he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Instead of continuing the conversation, however, Harry remained focused on the task at hand. He had managed to minimize the shield to what he believed was a safe size. He was pleased to see that reducing the shield had seemingly strengthened it. It appeared more opaque. And no longer displayed any cracks or holes. Ignoring the continued concerned looks he received from the others within the shielded area, Harry concentrated on an area of the shield and created a small opening in the shield through which he was looking at a solid piece of rubble. Drawing a deep breath, Harry once more delved into his reservoir of magic, preparing himself to transfigure the rubble into water. Anticipating that it would easily wash away between the crevices. With an unwavering focus fixed upon the debris, Harry silently cast the spell, and to his surprise, he found that the spell required a fraction of the effort and energy he had anticipated. While transfiguration certainly hadn't been his strongest subject, he had always considered himself proficient, particularly in its practical application and when casting. Yet, what he just witnessed was definitely unprecedented. The transfiguration took place almost effortlessly before his eyes, the rubble smoothly liquefying into water that cascaded harmlessly onto the ground and gradually drained away. As he stared, for a fleeting moment, Harry pondered if this was how his father, reportedly a prodigy in transfiguration, had experienced this branch of magic. Harry glanced back at the trio standing just a few steps behind him, their wide-eyed shock turning into a mix of wonder and uncertainty. With a reassuring smile, he gestured for them to join him, prompting a faint, cautious nod from each of them. "See, it's just that easy," Harry said, trying to soothe and put them at ease. "Stick close, though. I'm not toying how much debris we'll need to make our way through. It's better to travel together. I'd rather not try to maintain two shields. Besides, if the tunnel caves in, it's safer for all of us to be nearer to the edges. I'd rather not have to dig my way through the entire pile if it collapses to try and find you." Worry flickered across their faces, a momentary hesitation evident in their expressions. However, their concern didn't deter them, and all three of them moved to stand closely behind Harry. To Harry's immense relief, the process of transfiguration demanded minimal effort on his part and the rubble stretched only about 10 yards. As the last remnants of debris underwent the transfiguration into water, a collective exhale echoed through the group. They all sighed deeply, their tensio releasing as natural sunlight flooded in, replacing the mere slivers that had filtered through the cracks during their time beneath the pile. Being the first to emerge from the impromptu tunnel, Harry swiftly turned back, extending his assistance to the others. With a supportive hand, he aided the trio in clambering out of the magically crafted passage. Once they were all safely out, he directed their attention to the far wall, where he spotted figures, coated in dust, bustling about. "You should head over there," Harry suggested, pointing toward the distant figures. "I'm certain there are people who can help you. Make sure you're checked over, and then please make your way to somewhere safe." The young boy dashed towards Harry, wrapping his arms around Harry's midsection in a grateful hug. "Thanks so much, Mr. Harry." The boy's enthusiasm didn't allow a moment for Harry to respond before the child pivoted and hurried to assist his grandparents down from the mound of rubble, engaged in animated chatter. "Since we're all okay, do you think we can still make it to Miles' birthday at the art museum?" Amidst the exchange, Harry caught the grandfather's laughter, but before the of the man's response could reach his ears, a sudden tremor erupted from the direction behind him. Instantly alarmed, Harry pivoted, concerned that the tunnel he had created might have destabilized the heap of debris. However, his apprehension froze him in place as he stared directly into the face of the space whale. The colossal creature loomed before him, towering at least 2 stories above, causing Harry's heart to skip a beat. Especially up close, its sheer size and intimidating presence gave him pause. With mere seconds to absorb the enormity of the creature before him, Harry's attention snapped away as the noise of a scuffle erupted atop the colossal whale, drawing his gaze upward. Taking a couple of swift steps backward to gain a clearer view, he witnessed a startling scene. The green behemoth that Clint had told him was known as the Hulk engaged in a short-lived tussle with the blonde-haired hero wielding a hammer. In a powerful display, the Hulk's punch sent Thor hurtling off the back of the space whale, crashing through the distant wall with alarming speed and force. Harry couldn't help but stagger backward in sheer surprise, his heels colliding with a piece of rubble. His sudden loss of balance sent him sprawling onto a nearby heap of debris, the clamor of his fall inadvertently alerting the formidable green figure to his presence. From his prone position on the ground, Harry observed with a mix of shock and trepidation as the Hulk scanned the area, quickly identifying him. Without a word spoken, the Hulk leapt down, landing in front of Harry, fixating an intense, wordless gaze upon him. Hello there, Hulk." Harry's voice wavered slightly as he attempted to break the tense silence between them. The Hulk responded with a slight nod, but remained steadfastly silent. Observing Harry's slow attempt to rise to his feet. "I'm Harry," he managed after a moment, his voice hoarse as he cleared his throat. "I'm on your side. I've met Clint and Natasha." His words trailed off as he noticed the Hulk taking a step closer, prompting a surge of caution. "I was told not to make you angry, that I wouldn't like you when you're angry." A gruff noise escaped the Hulk, almost resembling a snort that could pass as a part of a laugh. His deep voice rumbled back, "Puny human. Ally." Harry found himself briefly amused by the reaction before nodding in affirmation. Yes, I guess. This, puny human, is your ally, definitely not an enemy. I've been trying to save lives and help people all morning," he added, gesturing toward the trio he had just helped who were almost along the wall and were slowly making their way out of the expansive atrium, towards one of the smaller hallways. The Hulk halted, as though contemplating his response, his imposing figure pausing before he nodded slightly and emitted a hefty grunt. Slowly, he began to pivot, as if ready to move away from Harry. But Harry's memory flashed with the image he had witnessed just before entering the station, the human-like figure with the crown riding one of the flyers alongside aliens, heading toward the Stark Tower. Wait, Hulk, Mr. Hulk, Harry interjected, his voice wavering with urgency. The colossal figure turned, pivoting to face him. I believe their leader was headed to Stark Tower. I think he might be a god. To Harry's surprise, a grin spread across the Hulk's face, his features contorting into an almost thrilled expression. This time a deep, rumbling laugh erupted from him. Puny god. With that declaration, the Hulk pivoted away once more, emitting a thunderous roar as he propelled himself upward, leaping from halfway up the closest building before bounding from one building to the next with an incredible display of strength and agility. Thundering toward Stark Tower in the distance. Harry's smile lingered for several moments, a sense of relief washing over him as to the fact that the Hulk wasn't an enemy. Despite the Hulk being only slightly larger than Hagrid, Harry harbored no doubts about the vast difference in their strengths. He reckoned that even a full-sized giant would likely only survive several seconds in a fight with the Hulk. Turning his attention away, Harry scanned the atrium, discovering that the people within seemed relatively unharmed. They were lending aid to one another, a hint of order gradually returning. Acknowledging the stares directed his way, Harry offered a nod to those closest to him, who were likely staring at him because of his conversation with the Hulk, before waving a brief goodbye. Then, without hesitation, he sprinted along the base of the alien whale, darting through the hole it had created in the wall until he stood outside, facing the open sky. As Harry surveyed the surroundings, his movements halted abruptly. A surge of panic gripped him as he observed another space whale flying down the street in their general direction. Instant regret gnawed at him for sending the Hulk away moments before. Despite his newfound ease with transfiguration and a stronger shield charm, Harry couldn't shake the overwhelming sense that the approaching beast was far beyond his capabilities to handle alone. As if singling out Harry among the chaos or, more likely, possibly taking notice of the fallen body of its own kind, the alien creature emitted a deafening roar. It abruptly redirected its course, aiming itself toward the remnants of Grand Central Station, seemingly intent on completing what its fellow creatures had initiated when crashing into the structure. Realizing he had to take action, Harry shook his head in hopes that a better plan would come to him before any harm came his way. With a resigned shrug, he made a decision and disapparated from his precarious position in front of the remnants of Grand Central Station, only to reappear instantly, finding himself now standing on the back of the space whale. Caught off guard by the abrupt shift in momentum, Harry swiftly dropped to his knees to prevent himself from toppling off the moving space whale. His hands reached forward and gripped a massive armor plate tightly, steadying himself against the whale's movement. Gaining stability, he scanned ahead and realized that his unusual ride remained on course, still aiming directly toward the cavernous hole where Grand Central Station's front wall once stood. Understanding the urgent need to divert the alien creature's path before even thinking about attempting to stop it, Harry's eyes widened with a sudden realization. A smile crept onto his face as he recalled the antics of the best diversionary role models he had ever known. Memories from his 5th year at Hogwarts flooded his mind, centering around the farewell escapade orchestrated by the twins. Drawing upon that inspiration, Harry conjured 3 brilliantly bright, neon-flashing orbs of light. With a deft flick of his wrist, he propelled them forward. The orbs whirled and darted beneath the space whale before ascending almost vertically, positioning themselves almost directly in front of the creature's looming face, where they seemed to hang there for a second. Then, in a sudden change of direction, they veered sharply to the left and Harry held his breath hoping the distraction was sufficient. Enthralled by the dazzling lights or perhaps attracted by the prospect of chasing a moving target, the alien creature seemed momentarily captivated, its focus diverted from the looming structure ahead. The distraction had precisely the desired effect. The creature altered its trajectory. Fixated on pursuing the flashing lights conjured by Harry, Harry let out a relieved sigh, thankful that the light diversion had swiftly worked in redirecting the alien's attention. Equally reassuring was the fact that he had managed to cling on when the space whale abruptly changed its course. The sudden shift in momentum had nearly thrown him off. As the space whale's flight stabilized and its trajectory became more predictable, Harry cautiously rose to his feet again. He adjusted his balance, anticipating and compensating for any shifts in direction, grateful that, for the most part, the creature's flight path remained relatively steady. However, Harry's initial assumptions were swiftly confirmed. None of the spells he cast seemed to make the slightest amount of difference to the creature. At best, his spells resulted in a faint discoloration of the creature's skin or left superficial scratches that barely grazed the surface layer. Even his most potent Bombarda spell, one he was confident that would have been capable of blasting a hole through Hogwarts' fortified walls even with the wards, proved utterly ineffective against the space whale, only resulting in a mildly annoyed-sounding roar. Frustratingly, Harry's attempt seemed futile. The only tactic that appeared to have any semblance of impact was when he began transfiguring pieces of the creature's own armor into wolves. Perhaps due to their shared material composition, the transfigured wolves managed to inflict small punctures in the whale's skin. Yet, despite their attacks, the damage inflicted by the wolves seemed negligible against the immense bulk of the creature. Harry couldn't shake the feeling that, in comparison to the space whale's colossal size, the wolves were mere irritants, barely more bothers. Than he would have found it if a mosquito landing on him in the middle of this battle. As he witnessed the creature's lack of reaction to his attacks, Harry couldn't help but feel slightly dishier. As he wondered whether the alien whale remained unaffected by the assaults or if, in truth, it simply didn't register the relatively ineffective attempts of Harry to try and stop it. Due to his futile attempts in directly assaulting the space whale, Harry opted to utilize his position atop the creature to cast spells at the aliens riding the flyers and stationed on nearby buildings as they passed by. He found a little comfort in the belief that, despite his inability to affect the whale directly, he was still contributing in some measure by targeting the other aliens. However, Harry had barely spent 2 minutes aboard the alien when a series of small explosions rang out, accompanied by a faint rush of warm air emanating from the creature's side. Warily peering over the edge, careful to maintain his balance and avoid the risk of falling off, Harry observed the dissipating aftermath of small detonations along the alien's flank. Yet, before he could consider the idea of a successful attack, his hopes were dashed. The assault responsible for the explosions proved as ineffectual as his previous endeavors with the transfigured wolves and the direct spells. Shaking his head in a mix of disbelief and concern, Harry peered over the side of the space whale, trying to determine the origin of the explosives that had targeted the creature he found himself precariously riding. To his surprise, he spotted Iron Man gliding on a parallel course to the whale, easily maneuvering between the city's towering structures. It seemed evident that Iron Man had also recognized the ineffectiveness of his attacks. Abruptly altering his course, the armored hero surged forward, appearing to aim for the front of the colossal beast. Desperately trying to signal and catch the attention of the man within the suit of armor, Harry waved fervently, hoping that together maybe they could work on a strategy that would be effective. However, Iron Man either chose to ignore Harry's presence or failed to notice it, as he was entirely fixated on executing his own plan, paying no heed to Harry's attempts at communication. With his gaze locked on the vivid red and gold-clad figure, Harry watched HD as Iron Man briefly vanished from view, only to reappear directly in front of the space whale, hurtling back toward them. Well, definitely not going to win a game of chicken with this thing. Just what does he think he is doing? Harry observed with anticipation as Iron Man approached, a split second before realization dawned upon him. He paused, understanding the superhero's plan. Iron Man intended to fly into the alien's mouth, banking on the hope that the creature's interior might be less fortified and more vulnerable. Within moments, Harry's assumption proved accurate, as from his vantage point atop the alien's head, he witnessed the Iron Man's plan unfold. As the space whale opened its massive jaws in a bellowing roar, Iron Man flew right inside. Barely 2 seconds later, the Iron Man's assumption was proven accurate as well, marked by a series of explosions from within the creature. Yet, any happiness Harry felt at the success of this incredibly maneuver was swiftly killed. Without warning, an explosion erupted directly beneath the segment of armor where Harry stood. The force of the blast propelled him violently upward, launching him off the alien and into the air with a startling force. Aware of the danger of attempting to apparate while rotating and spinning around in such a rapid and erratic motion, Harry instinctively spread himself out, recalling a technique taught to him by Oliver Wood during Quidditch practice to stabilize his descent if he fell off his broom. Mimicking this method to stabilize himself, he anticipated it might serve him well in this unexpected freefall. Even before reaching the peak of his ascent, as he found himself gradually beginning to slow down, he gazed upon the cityscape with a mixture of apprehension and concern. The extent of the devastation already inflicted weighed heavily on his mind. He fervently hoped that the Hulk had encountered Loki, the individual Clint had mentioned as the one in charge, and managed to stop him. Hoping by figuratively cutting the head off the snake, the battle might end. Knowing that restoring the city to its former state would already be a monumental undertaking. As Harry concentrated on his descent, he mentally conjured an image of the pond he had glimpsed in Central Park, envisioning it as his chosen apparition destination. He calculated that the water would serve as a soft landing spot, effectively halting his fall and stopping the momentum of his descent in a way that would leave him intact. The familiar sensation of magic began to gather within him as he focused on the designated destination, preparing for the apparition. However, just as he felt the magic building, something unexpected occurred. Metallic hands suddenly seized his feet, bringing his plummet to an abrupt halt. Harry found himself dangling upside down, suspended hundreds of feet above the ground with no control over his predicament. A slightly metallic voice echoed from above, cutting through the disorientation of the situation. "And just what in the hell did you think you were doing?" Startled by the unexpected interruption and disoriented by the awkward hanging position, Harry's concentration wavered, seeing him to lose his focus on the apparition. He awkwardly attempted to twist around, hoping to catch a glimpse of whoever or whatever had caught him. However, his attempts at movement prompted another call from the figure above, indicating that his actions might be a little much. "All right, take it easy there, kid. It wouldn't look great on my resume, or for the team, if I dropped you after saving you, came the voice from above. Laced with a hint of sarcastic humor. I'm literally saving your life here. You're welcome, by the way. Stop fidgeting, or you might end up getting to the ground before me. Harry halted his squirming, realizing the wisdom in those words. He knew without a doubt that a fall from such a height would likely be fatal, well, at least without the aid of magic. Accepting the situation, he settled down, limiting himself to subtle movements as he rotated his torso to adjust his position. His efforts were rewarded with a glimpse of a red and gold-clad torso. Iron Man, Harry called out, yelling his question to be heard over the roaring wind. The descent vector of the figure shifted slightly as the familiar metallic voice responded, in the flesh, so to speak. As Iron Man guided their descent, Harry found himself without anything to say, hanging precariously by his feet. Silence continued on as they descended the remaining stories until, abruptly, Iron Man deposited Harry onto a small patch of grass below. All right, you're safe now, kid. So, what the hell were you doing up there? Iron Man's tone carried a distinct hint of accusation. I was just trying to help. Harry attempted to explain before being swiftly interrupted. You tried to help by somehow hopping onto the back of a 3-million-ton flying space alien. That's a brilliant plan, Iron Man retorted, sarcasm dripping from his words. What were you planning to do? Give it a friendly punch until it decided to cease its attack, gently set you down, and then kindly apologize, leaving behind a blank check for the damages. Outstanding plan, kid. Maybe leave the whole, saving the city, gig to the professionals. Harry fixed his gaze upon the figure encased in the metal suit, a scoff escaping his lips. No offense, but it seems like you could use all the help you can get. I appreciate the save, but I'm quite capable on my own. Perhaps you should check in with your archer or the assassin. I'm sure either of them could vouch for me. Iron Man inclined his head slightly, and in a seamless motion, the face shield of his suit slid upward, revealing a rather confident, if somewhat smug, face with a goatee. You've met Clint and Natasha. Harry interrupted Iron Man's response. I have, but that's beside the point. Instead of brushing off help or trying to micromanage every little thing, maybe you should consider welcoming assistance. Honestly, I'm tired of others who think they're the only ones capable in a fight and expect everyone else to obediently sit on the sidelines. Dismissing help seems pretty dumb. But there are more important things happening in this city right now. I'm going to keep trying to help those who need it. Besides, it's not as if you could actually stop me. With those words, Harry apparated away, leaving Iron Man standing alone in the street, his gaze darting around in a state of mild bewilderment. Suddenly, a robotic British voice resonated from the suit, breaking the silence. Slightly impulsive, eager to help, a touch rude, unafraid of authority figures. I quite like him, the robotic voice mused. Now that I consider it, he does remind me a bit of. Tony Stark scoffed dismissively. Don't even bother finishing that thought, Jarvis, or I'll swap you out for that female voice I've been tinkering with. As you wish, sir, replied the composed British voice. Good. Make sure that all your sensors were accurately recording when the boy disappeared. I'll review the data later. I want to know how he pulled off that disappearing act. But for now, that boy, he might have had a point. We need to figure out how to put an end to this. Locate Loki. Scanning, Loki located. Although, I believe we have more pressing matters at the moment. Incoming call from Director Fury, Jarvis informed Tony. Put him through, Tony ordered, waiting for the connection to establish. Upon hearing the click, he spoke in an exasperated tone. I'm a little bit busy up at the moment, Director. Really, I'd love to catch up, but we're dealing with a full-blown alien invasion, just in case you haven't noticed. HP. Marvel, HP, Marvel, HP, Marvel, HP, Marvel, HP, Marvel. In that moment, Harry found himself once again perched atop a skyscraper, gazing out over the sprawling cityscape, his body leaning over the edge. The building he had apparated to afforded him a vantage point that coincidentally overlooked the very street corner where Iron Man had been left, bewildered and searching, undoubtedly attempting to pinpoint where Harry had disappeared to without success. Peering downward with a playful smile, Harry observed as the hero stopped his frantic search, appearing to engage in a conversation with himself. The sight drew a faint chuckle from Harry. It seemed Iron Man had reached the conclusion that he was needed elsewhere, and that there were more pressing matters than tracking down or reprimanding Harry. The hero swiftly flew up and then rocketed himself down the street, departing from the scene. As Harry glanced upward, he noticed and recognized a building a couple of blocks away. Shing his gaze on the slightly lower rooftop where he had left Clint, a sudden chill swept through him. A dozen alien flyers were converging on that specific building. It dawned on Harry that the aliens must have finally realized the continuing location of Clint's relentless attacks, realizing that a single flyer hadn't been sufficient to neutralize him. Consequently, they had opted for overwhelming numbers to overwhelm and subdue him. Watching the flyers steadily closing in on the rooftop where Clint was positioned, Harry sensed the urgency of the situation. Without hesitation, he apparated directly behind Clint, who was in the midst of kicking an alien off the edge of the roof. His sudden arrival prompted Clint to whirl around, reacting to the apparition noise. "Kid, you're killing me. You gotta stop." "Sorry, Archer. No time for chit-chat," Harry swiftly interjected. "You've got about 15, maybe 20, seconds until a dozen alien flyers come swooping around that building, and I'm pretty certain they're aiming for this rooftop. We need to get you off here, and unless you were planning on jumping off the roof, I can help, but it might not really enjoy it." Clint's expression shifted instantly, adopting a determined expression as he followed Harry's pointed glance over his shoulder, surveying the imminent threat. "Well, I mean, I guess I'd probably prefer whatever your method is compared to leaping off the roof," Clint remarked, his tone pragmatic. Nodding in acknowledgement, Harry maintained his focus on the Archer. "Where do you want me to take you? I can do any place within line of sight or that I've seen before." Clint raised an eyebrow, taking a momentary pause as he scanned the buildings around them, mentally assessing their options. With a decisive gesture, Clint pointed toward a building, indicating their intended destination. "See that building over there, the one with a chunk missing from its outer wall, and the exposed floors? If you can take us there, that should do the trick. I'll have a clear view down the street and can pick off the aliens as they fly over this building. It'll be like shooting fish in a barrel." Harry acknowledged Clint's choice with a nod, moving closer to the edge of their rooftop to survey the targeted building Clint had singled out. However, as he glanced back to confirm the selection, something caught Harry's attention over Clint's shoulder, giving him pause. The dozen flyers had advanced past the specified building and were swiftly closing in on their rooftop. Time to move. Get over here and grab my arm. Otherwise, you'll have that jump," Harry urged urgently, sensing the imminent danger. Responding swiftly, Clint closed the distance between them and seized Harry's arm. "All right, what's the plan now?" he inquired, a tinge of nervousness evident in his voice as he observed the approaching flyers. Harry turned towards Clint with a reassuring smile. "Just hold on tight, and try not to get sick," he quipped, his expression filled with determination. Clint's gaze snapped back to Harry, eyebrows raised in confusion and concern. "Wait, what do you mean?" But his sentence was abruptly cut off by a sharp crack, the sound of their conversation instantly silenced. Moments later, the rooftop erupted into chaos as the concentrated fire from the swarm of flyers obliterated the spot where they had previously stood. As Harry and Clint reappeared precisely where the Archer had indicated to Harry before their abrupt departure. "That wasn't," Clint began to express before abruptly stopping, his expression now a mix of disorientation and nausea. He staggered, hurrying to the edge of the floor that overlooked the street below, and retched uncontrollably. Harry started to chuckle at the sight, remembering his own first experience with sight-along apparition. However, his laughter was abruptly stifled by a strangled scream coming from behind him. Spinning around quickly to investigate the source of the noise, Harry froze in his tracks, noticing a young girl standing there, seemingly paralyzed with fear. Harry raised his palms in a placating gesture. "Hey, sorry about the surprise. We're not here to cause any trouble. My friend and I were just trying to escape from the bad guys out there." The young girl fixed Harry with an intense stare, almost as if she were assessing him before easing her posture slightly. "How did you do that?" she inquired, her tone direct and probing. Harry glanced out of the window toward the spot where the aliens were previously hovering over the building they had vacated moments ago. He turned back to the girl, offering a nonchalant shrug. "Well, that's a bit of a long story." Glancing over at Clint, Harry redirected his attention. "Hey, it seems like your opportunity's here. They're flying over the building. Clint, your fish in a barrel moment is here." As Harry turned his gaze upward, he noticed the aliens beginning to turn as a group, redirecting their focus back toward the rooftop, likely searching for any survivors. Although it appeared to be an unnecessary act, as the roof was now engulfed in flames, rendering any of their survival, had they not escaped by magic, unlikely. As Harry fixed his gaze on the flyers, a series of twang sounds echoed repeatedly, the grouping so tightly clustered that they melded into what seemed like a single sound. Echoing by his ear, his attention was drawn towards the source of the noise, and he caught sight of a line of arrows hurtling straight towards the cluster of flyers. Turning toward Clint, Harry uttered in a slightly puzzled tone, Clint, there are more than 8. Clint, in the process of wiping his mouth, grinned at Harry, offering a simple response, "I know," while gesturing back toward the volley of arrows that had just reached their intended targets. Harry watched in awe as every arrow hit its mark with extraordinary accuracy. One of the arrows pierced through a pilot's shoulder, causing the flyer to lose control of the craft. Before it began its downward descent, the same arrow continued its trajectory, puncturing the fuel tank of another nearby flyer, resulting in a sudden explosion. He observed as another arrow apparently struck the steering controls of one of the crafts, causing it to veer sideways directly into the path of 2 other flyers. The collision resulted in a huge explosion, and all 3 vessels spiraled downward, engulfed in flames. Amidst the chaos, 7 of the 8 arrows found their marks on the flyers, all timely leading to the destruction of all the enemy crafts. Turning towards the archer, Harry applauded as he shrugged his shoulders. Well, okay, that might just be the best shooting display I've seen from you yet. Although, if you knew you didn't need all of them, why did you fire 8? You ended up missing with 1 arrow. Clint simply met Harry's gaze with a smile. Oh, did I? His DS prompted Harry to whirl around just as the last arrow made contact with their former rooftop. In an unexpected turn of events, a massive explosion of water erupted, extinguishing the flames that had previously engulfed the entire area. Harry turned his attention back to Clint, his eyebrows raised in appreciation, while trying to ignore Clint's smug smirk. Okay, I'm impressed. How did you manage that? Trick arrow, Clint replied nonchalantly. But as for where the water came from, that's a trade secret. Let's just say an old friend owed me a favor for saving his daughter sometime after he lost his wife. Before Harry could respond, the young girl, temporarily forgotten by Harry, interjected excitedly, "Oh my god. You're the archer, you saved my life, that was incredible." Noticing the amused glint in Clint's eyes, Harry realized that Clint was thoroughly enjoying the moment. However, as Harry peered through the hole in the building, gazing into the distance, his eyes widened at the sight of a large missile hurtling over the water, heading straight toward the city. Harry's concern soared upon spotting the approaching missile, especially when he identified the small figure darting toward it. Unmistakably recognizable as Iron Man. Understanding that Iron Man wouldn't rush to intercept a harmless missile amidst the ongoing battle for the city, Harry's worry intensified. Turning abruptly to Clint, who had been engrossed in conversation with the girl, Harry seized the man's shoulder. "Sorry for interrupting your hero worship here, Clint, but we need to go, now." Clint's gaze shifted from Harry's hand on his shoulder back up to his eyes. "Oh no, not again." Before Clint could voice any further protest, a resounding crack echoed, and Harry apparated them both to the top of the Stark Tower. Harry's heart raced as he had realized the missile had seemed directed toward the city center, hinting that whatever was happening or whatever was going to happen, it was likely going to unfold right there. Turning abruptly to Clint, who had been engrossed in conversation with the girl, Harry seized the man's shoulder. "Sorry for interrupting your hero worship here, Clint, but we need to go, now." Clint's gaze shifted from Harry's hand on his shoulder back up to his eyes. "Oh no, not again." Before Clint could voice any further protest, a resounding crack echoed, and Harry apparated them both to the top of the Stark Tower. Harry's heart raced as he had realized the missile had seemed directed toward the city center, hinting that whatever was happening or whatever was going to happen, it was likely going to unfold right there. As Harry and Clint appeared on the rooftop of Stark Tower, a sudden and pronounced crack echoed through the air, startled the current occupants. The two individuals, engrossed in their activities around a large mechanical apparatus centered on a revolving, luminous blue cube, swiftly pivoted to identify the origin of the unexpected sound. Harry found himself unfamiliar with the older, Scandinavian-looking man present, but upon seeing that it was Natasha that was standing beside him, he greeted her with a warm smile and a friendly wave. Natasha. After immediately identifying Clint focused on him, who unfortunately, after sidelong apparating to the roof, had darted towards some air conditioning units, umming to a bout of rather conspicuous dry heaving. Concern laced her voice as she addressed him. "Clint, we lost you on comms during the Chidori attack on the rooftop. We thought the worst, how did you manage to get up here?" Her inquiry was abruptly interrupted as she noticed Harry, prompting her to add, "Oh, well, I suppose that answers that question." She paused, scrutinizing Harry with a thoughtful gaze. "Once all of this chaos is settled, I know some people who will undoubtedly have a whole bunch of questions for you." Harry responded with a smile, "I suppose I'm looking forward to it. What can I?" His words trailed off as he noticed Hawkeye straightening up, evidently collecting himself and moving to join the conversation. "I guess, what can we do to help?" The older man directed a curious glance toward Harry before choosing to focus on Clint, ignoring Harry. "We need your help to protect us, specifically to protect Black Widow here, as she attempts to close the portal which is going to stop more reinforcements from coming through. I built a back door into this that will allow her to use the scepter." He paused, gesturing towards the scepter in Black Widow's hands, before continuing. "To seal the portal." Harry beamed with relief and released an audible sigh, drawing the attention of everyone around him. "Well, that's the best news I've heard all day," he exclaimed. "I was beginning to worry that we'd be stuck in an endless cycle of battling wave after wave of non-stop enemies pouring through that portal until we fought all of them, or we won. Knowing there's a way to cut off reinforcements gives us a fighting chance. When we were over there I saw Iron Man, flying towards an incoming missile. I couldn't shake the concern that the military had abandoned the city." A brief exchange of panic-laden glances passed between Clint and Natasha. She whispered urgently to herself, similar to the way Clint had spoken earlier on the rooftop, her words clearly intended for her team Mike. "Tony, what on earth are you doing? Chasing a missile? Where did it come from? And when were you planning on sharing that little piece of information with the rest of us?" While Natasha focused intently on Tony Stark's response, the older man turned his attention toward him with a questioning gaze. Just who are you? When I was with Loki, he didn't have any information about you. Harry raised an eyebrow, a hint of suspicion coloring his expression as he involuntarily took a step backward. You were working with Loki. Just who are you? He demanded. The man shook his head, a weariness evident in his expression. Not willingly, it's a long story, but Loki was using me, and I couldn't do anything about it. I'm Drive Selvig, an astrophysicist. He needed my expertise to get his device working. Harry scrutinized Drive Selvig, lingering suspicion in his gaze, before reluctantly offering an answer to the man's question. I'm Harry, and I suppose that's an even longer answer. But it doesn't matter at the moment. What matters is that I'm here too. A nuke. Natasha's exclamation pierced through the air, abruptly cutting off the remainder of Harry's response. As Harry, Clint, and the older man turned their attention to her, she continued urgently, what do you mean you know where to put it? Her words trailed off as she glanced up at the portal. A horrified realization etched across her face. Oh my God, Tony, you can't be serious. You don't know what will happen if you go through the portal, and you don't know if you can even come back from that. The rest of her sentence was swallowed by the thunderous roar of exhaust, emanating from the missile as it flew past the edge of the building. Almost immediately, it became apparent that Iron Man was changing its direction from below. It soared up past the side of the tower, perilously close to the edge, just a stone's throw away. Harry, alongside the others on the rooftop, watched intently as Iron Man deliberately guided the nuclear missile, directing it straight into the breach in the sky. Positioned just below the opening, Harry had a clear view of a colossal ship surrounded by hundreds of whales and thousands upon thousands of smaller flying entities. As Iron Man and the missile disappeared into the portal, Harry wordlessly shifted his gaze back down to Natasha, who stood there, eyes fixed on the opening. Silent and contemplative. Suddenly, a muted explosion, barely audible, reached his ears, prompting him to look upward. Through the portal, Harry witnessed the preview. USLY obscured large ship illuminated by the swiftly expanding mushroom cloud of light. The stark brilliance revealed not only the massive ship but that he had sorely miscounted and there were thousands of the space whales and, quite possibly, tens of thousands of smaller flying entities. As Harry observed the expanding mushroom cloud of radioactive material through the portal, he heard movement and shifted his gaze downward. Natasha was briskly, if mechanically, walking toward the large device she had been near when he first popped into existence on the rooftop. Noticing her lifting the scepter, Harry risked a glance upward but still couldn't see Iron Man's figure having come through the portal above the city. Wait, what are you doing? He asked, taking a step toward her. His movement was abruptly halted as he felt Clint's hand on his shoulder. We need to close the portal, kid. Can't afford more aliens pouring in, and who knows what else. Besides, that radiologic debris might start raining down on the city. Tony. He knew what he was doing. He knew that it was likely always going to be a one-way trip. Clint trailed off, and at that moment, a loud clicking sound resonated across the rooftop, which was immediately followed by the abrupt cessation of the blue sky beam indicating that Natasha had successfully shut off the machine. Harry shifted his gaze away from Clint, focusing on the expansive portal in the sky. His eyes followed the shrinking portal, observing as it rapidly diminished in size. Just as the portal was on the verge of closing, disappearing entirely and leaving behind an unblemished sky, Hawkeye, apparently having the sharpest eyesight, burst out in a loud exclamation, "Holy shit, he's through." Nat, Tony fell through just in time. The collective attention of everyone on the rooftop swung back to the space where the portal had existed just moments before. After a second of squinting, Harry couldn't help but smile as he identified the familiar red and gold hues of a figure tumbling through the air. Although Harry's initial encounter with the armored superhero hadn't left him in awe, finding the man rather condescending, he acknowledged that Tony had been risking his life throughout the day to safeguard the city's inhabitants. This included daring maneuvers like flying directly into a space whale to gain an advantage in a fight, something that even Harry thought he'd have avoided doing. Harry decided that perhaps Tony's brusque demeanor could be attributed to the mental and emotional strain of the day, even though he was pretty confident in his assessment of Tony's personality. Harry's reflections on Iron Man were abruptly cut short as Natasha turned her attention to Clint, her expression shifting into one of concern. Clint, it doesn't look like he's slowing at all, and his descent is out of control." These words immediately killed the smiles on Clint's and Harry's faces, which had been growing bigger every second since the nuke had been diverted into the portal. Harry's eyes shot back up, confirming that Iron Man's armored figure was indeed not slowing down but rather picking up speed as it hurtled towards the ground, gaining momentum. As he watched, he couldn't help but remember his own experience with falling from height, in his third year when he had been surprised by Dementors during a Quidditch match with Hufflepuff, leading to a fall from his broom far above the pitch. The thought flitted through Harry's mind as he watched Iron Man continue to accelerate, realizing that a sudden stop at the speed he was traveling would likely prove fatal. Another memory surfaced, this one of a conversation with Hermione after waking up in the hospital wing following his fall from his broom. It was a discussion about the spell Professor Dumbledore had used to save him, a spell Harry had quickly learned, just in case any of his teammates ever faced a similar predicament. It was a spell he had already used a couple of times since his arrival. Knowing what needed to be done, Harry stepped forward, pushing past a visibly startled Clint and Natasha, both locked in expressions of concern and fear. His strides were purposeful as he approached the very edge of Stark Tower, or, as he casually observed, because the building had lost several of the large letters during the battle, it could now be humorously deemed the A Tower. Standing on the building's edge, Harry drew a deep breath, grounding himself and tapping into the magic coursing through him. Meanwhile, the once distinct red and gold figure of Iron Man, now reduced to little more than a colorful blur, streaked past him, hurtling relentlessly toward the ground. In a moment of focused concentration, Harry roared, "Arresto momentum." The incantation echoed through the air, and as he released a deep breath, seeing an immediate effect. Iron Man's descent began to slow, the force that had propelled him earthward gradually losing its grip. The incantation had barely left Harry's lips when he sensed the three other individuals who had shared the rooftop with him hastening to his side, eager to witness the outcome of what he had done, concerned about Iron Man's fate. Together, they reached the edge of the building just as Iron Man gracefully came to a halt on the pavement below. The onlookers observed as three diminutive figures shed to Iron Man's side, and Harry could feel as the collective gaze of the others on the roof shifted towards him. "Okay, kid, that's got to be the best one yet," Clint remarked, breaking the silence. Dr. Selvig shook his head in disbelief. "That is impossible. What you just did, there's no way that could have actually." His words trailed off into mumbles of disbelief. Harry turned to Natasha, who had remained silent throughout the exchange. A subtle smile adorned her face as she mouthed the words, "Thank you." Returning Natasha's smile with a nod of acknowledgement, Harry then directed his gaze outward, scanning the skyline of the city. A deep breath escaped him as he noticed the relative tranquility that had settled over the city, noticing that there no longer seemed to be any or space whales flying through the sky, and he decided that it was either due to closing the portal or the explosion of the nuclear missile with the ship in space. The absence of the relentless sea Lamore and the sounds of destruction caused by the alien invaders marked a stark contrast to the chaos that had engulfed the city just minutes before. And as a result, the city, while still marred by blaring alarms and numerous fires visible from his lookout, seemed eerily peaceful in comparison to the recent mayhem. Turning back to Clint and Natasha, Harry inquired, "So, is it finally over?" "I'll admit, that was quite the welcome to the city." Clint met Harry's gaze with a somber laugh, glancing around as if to confirm the lack of threats. "I think so. I sure hope so." Natasha's demeanor shifted instantly to seriousness as she turned her attention to Harry. "Well, the battle is done, but we'll need to find and capture Loki. Otherwise, there's no reason he can't try something like this again. But beyond that, we need to." Quote. Her sentence was abruptly cut short by a resounding roar from the Hulk, echoing up from the street level below. This prompted everyone on the rooftop, including Drive Selvig, who had begun to wander back to the machine responsible for opening the portal, to rush back and peer over the edge at the trio surrounding Iron Man, who was still seemingly prone on the ground far below. Kid, he's okay, right?" Clint inquired tentatively, his concern evident in the hesitation of his words. Harry strained his eyes to pick out any details far below, attempting to identify any signs of movement amidst the figures around Iron Man. A fleeting bit of hope crossed his mind, wondering whether he had caught a glimpse of subtle movement from the hero still laying prone on the ground. Before he shifted his gaze back to Clint. "As long as he was okay when he fell through the portal, what I did wouldn't hurt him. I only cushioned his fall, so he didn't become paste when he hit the ground." Harry explained, his words aimed at alleviating their concerns. "But I have no idea what exactly happened to him when he flew into the hole with the missile or when he returned. Or even whatever happened to him when he was through the portal." Natasha and Clint exchanged worried glances, his words failing to provide the comfort they sought. In an effort to offer some semblance of reassurance, Harry reached down and grabbed a piece of debris. "But if you want, I can get you down there so you can check on him." Both Natasha and Clint nodded slowly, though Clint's complexion turned slightly pale as he mumbled, "Oh hell no, not again." Harry gazed at the rock, quietly casting the incantation, Portus, infusing it with magical energy. He then handed it to them, a smile playing on his lips as he addressed Clint. "Don't worry, Clint. It's a different form of travel, although I would advise you not to let go." He paused to smile and then added, "Just say, New York. And this will take you down there. Oh, and good luck with the landing." Stepping back with a grin at the apprehensive look on Clint's face, Harry overheard Natasha utter, "New York." In an instant, they vanished from the rooftop. Harry and a very surprised-looking astrophysicist leaned over the edge to witness their reappearance about 15 paces from the other heroes down below, eliciting surprise from that group. Harry couldn't help but laugh as he watched Clint fall to his knees, although he couldn't help but be impressed that Natasha had managed to land on her feet and Dee was already sprinting towards the figure of Iron Man, while Clint was slowly getting back on his feet, appearing to be staring back in the direction of the Stark Tower. Turning around, Harry was met with the surprised expression of Dr. Selvig, who stared at him in amazement. "Sorry about that, Doctor. Do you want to go down as well?" Harry asked, leaning down to grab another piece of rubble. Dr. Selvig eyed the piece of debris warily before meeting Harry's gaze and shaking his head. "It's all right, I should probably make sure that machine is stable. The last thing we want is for the portal to accidentally reopen, or for there to be a vast energy discharge that levels the city." He paused, then glanced at Harry. "What about you? Don't you want to go down and celebrate with the other heroes?" Harry shook his head. "I'm not really a hero." Dr. Selvig raised an eyebrow. "Well, it sure seems like you were helping them, and I don't know what you would define as a hero, but helping the city in a time of need seems to me to be something a hero would do." Harry lifted his gaze from the ground and locked eyes with the astrophysicist. "Well, I was just trying to do what I could. But at the very least, I am not a member of their team," he said, pausing to cast a thoughtful glance down at the 6 individuals below. "At least, not yet. Besides, Natasha mentioned finding Loki, and I think I have an idea as to where he is." The revelation caused Drive Selvig to pale slightly, his eyes darting anxiously around. Harry reassured him, "Don't worry, Doctor. I'll go find him, you just worry about the machine." Observing the astrophysicist nod in agreement, Harry turned and made his way to the other side of the roof, where he had spotted stairs leading below. Grateful for the chance to walk rather than apparate, he felt the weariness from all the magic use beginning to catch up with him. Climbing down the stairs, Harry peered through the expansive glass windows, revealing the penthouse beyond. As anticipated, a figure occupied the space, a figure lying on the ground, a figure he was fairly certain was Loki. Upon reaching a glass door on a balcony that granted access to the large room within, Harry stepped inside, confirming that the prone figure within was indeed the same individual he had witnessed flying by earlier. However, Loki's ostentatious crown was currently absent, and he lay in a small crater on the floor. Approaching the concrete crater, Harry watched as Loki noticed his presence, a surprised expression flickering across his face as he surveyed the room. Aft. Determining that no one else was present, Harry witnessed the man's appearance briefly and faintly shimmer before abruptly solidifying, leaving a disappointed look etched on his face. The man in the crater began to gingerly sit up. A slow and evidently painful process. "Ah, I don't believe we've met. I'm Loki," he declared with a touch of theatrical flair. "I half expected that dysfunctional team of do-gooders to be here. I suppose it is too much to hope that the battle was a success, and they are no longer a thorn in my side." Harry shook his head. "Sorry, Loki. The attack failed. The cleanup might take some time. But it looks like all the attacking aliens are down. As for the superheroes, it looks like they will all be okay." Loki, still on the ground, gazed up at Harry. "Well, I guess you win some and lose some. I was promised a drink, would it be too much to ask for that drink now? I feel I would be a sore loser if I was not able to toast to your success. Mister." He left the question hanging, a sly grin playing on his lips. As Loki's voice trailed off, Harry noticed another shimmer in Loki's image. This time, the distortion lingered a bit longer before smoothly settling. And Harry was confident he had seen a momentary doubling of Loki's image. However, once the shimmer disappeared entirely, and the apparent double faded away and Loki cast a suspicious smile up at Harry. A gesture that left Harry feeling a tad disconcerted. In a hushed whisper, Harry uttered, "Petrificus totalis," under his breath. To his shock, Loki continued to move, readjusting his position until he was sitting upright. "Well, okay. No names, very mysterious, by the way. Although who am I to judge someone with a flair for the dramatic? So what is your plan? Going to keep me talking and tr? Why to prevent me from leaving before the big guns get here?" Loki inquired with a smirk, his eyes narrowing in a challenging manner. Harry continued to stare at the figure of Loki, a growing concern awing at him as the man before him appeared impervious to his magic. As he pondered this, he couldn't shake the unsettling realization that the spell he had cast seemed to have traveled through Loki rather than having any impact. Something that reminded him of watching a spell being cast at a ghost at Hogwarts, like the target wasn't even there. A sudden freeze overcame Harry as he stared intently at the figure in front of him. A suspicion taking root that this might be nothing more than an illusion. To confirm his doubts, he whispered another spell, Animicum Revelio. It was a spell Hermio Nay had developed during their hunt for Horcruxes, born out of desperation when she found that Hominum Revelio didn't always work against non-humans. Animicum Revelio, on the other hand, would reveal nearby enemies. But only if they were actively planning against the caster or were on the verge of launching an attack. Uncertain about whether Loki was human enough to trigger Hominum Revelio, even how he certainly appeared more human than the Chidori had, Harry opted for the safer option of Animicum Revelio, considering its advantages over Hominum Revelio. Almost immediately after casting the spell, Harry sensed a presence right behind him. Reflexes honed by both genetics and necessity, forged during his upbringing with the Dursleys, kicked in, prompting Harry to leap to the side while simultaneously spinning around. Loki seemingly materialized out of nowhere, a knife slicing through the space Harry had just vacated. Loki's eyes adjusted to Harry's current position, registering a look of surprise on his face. Wordlessly, Harry cast a silent levicorpus, reveling in both the sight of the spell connecting with Loki's body and the immediate effect as Loki was knocked over and suspended in the air by his ankle. What? How did you? Even my own brother is not able to realize when I'm not there. Put me down this instance, you dull creature. I will not be. Loki's protests were abruptly silenced as Harry shook his head and cast Silencio. Harry chuckled to himself as he observed Loki becoming aware of his newfound inability to make sounds, which was accompanied by the violent shaking. And what Harry assumed were vulgar gestures in response to that realization. Sorry Loki, but don't really need anyone else trying to kill me today. Had enough of that earlier thanks to you. I just wanted to pop by here and make sure you hadn't disappeared before the Hulk managed to lead the rest of his team back up here to deal with you. I'm pretty sure there are going to be a bunch of questions they'd like to ask you. Harry explained with a wry smile, enjoying the irony of Loki's muted frustration and observing with a subtle smile as the color drained from the man's face at the mere mention of the Hulk. But you are for them to deal with. I'm going to see who I can help and maybe try to get a start on fixing this mess you created, Harry declared with a touch of anger. His gaze fixed on the city of New York beyond the window. Glancing back at Loki, he called out, stupefied, relishing the shock that flashed across Loki's face before the man succumbed to unconsciousness. Confident that the spell had achieved its intended effect, Harry proceeded to cast the counter-jinxes for the dangling and silencing spells. Subsequently, he employed Incarcerus, watching his rope. And a gag seemingly materialized out of nowhere, binding Loki securely in place, just in case he somehow managed to shake off the stunning curse before the heroes found him. Looking down at Loki, Harry paused. A mischievous smile playing on his lips. He decided to add a touch of humor to the situation, transfiguring the restraining ropes into an extra strong Christmas ribbon, complete with a bow. Chuckling to himself, he transformed a drink glass from the bar into a card, which he charmed to act like a howler. Placing the card onto the ribbon just below Loki's head, Harry grinned at the sight he had created. Exiting the penthouse, he strolled towards the edge of the elevated balcony, the laughter fading as the gravity of the city's damage began to weigh on him. Mumbling to himself, well, it looks like there is some serious work to do. Better get to it. With that, Harry apparated off the balcony, disappearing into the city below. HP, Marvel, HP, Marvel, HP, Marvel, HP, Marvel, HP. Less than 15 minutes later, the Avengers gathered around the gift-wrapped form of Loki. The animated letter, once vocal and lively, now lay silent, having fallen back onto the bound individual. Its last words still echoing through the room. Quote, My name is Harry Potter. I am the Master of Death, and I am here to help. Their collective gaze was fixated on the letter, watching as it silently burst into flames. The room remained hushed, absorbing the moment, until Clint released a brief laugh, his eyes scanning the circle assembled around Loki before settling on Tony. Say what you want about your meeting with him earlier. You may not like him, Tony, but even you can't deny, Harry Potter's got style. Less than 15 minutes later, the Avengers gathered around the gift-wrapped form of Loki. The animated letter, once vocal and lively, now lay silent, having fallen back onto the bound individual, its last words still echoing through the room. Quote, My name is Harry Potter. I am the Master of Death. And I am here to help. Their collective gaze was fixated on the letter, watching as it silently burst into flames. The room remained hushed, absorbing the moment, until Clint released a brief laugh. His eyes scanning the circle assembled around Loki before settling on Tony. Say what you want about your meeting with him earlier. You may not like him, Tony, but even you can't deny, Harry Potter's got style. Harry dropped heavily onto the bed as he released an exhausted breath, looking out the window, cringing slightly at the sight of the flashing lights of emergency vehicles reflecting off buildings in the distance and the sound of the sirens from around the city as first responders continued to try and help those in need. As Harry looked over to the clock on the night table in his room, he shook his head, still not believing that it had been just over 30 hours since the battle had officially ended, and over the last day and a half Harry had been unable to convince himself to take a nap or a break longer than scarfing down a bite of food from one of the many first-aid food stations that had been hastily erected. Every time he paused to try and catch his breath, he couldn't help but think of the wasted time resulting in lives being lost, and as a result Harry had spent almost every moment since the battle ended running around the city trying to help as many people as he could. Usually helping in situations he came across where there seemed to be little hope. Consequently, Harry found himself lying on the bed, completely exhausted, unable to even his way across the room to the small table where he had dropped his takeout order of shawarma that he had picked up on his way home. Letting out another deep breath and closing his eyes, Harry Fay. LT himself almost immediately began to drift off, thinking of the past day and a half. Flashback. Harry stood on the top of the Empire State Building, looking down on the city below him, specifically at the group of heroes who were standing around Iron Man, who based on the movements had survived and was starting to recover from his experience with traveling through the portal in the sky. Falling back into their atmosphere moments before it closed. He watched as Iron Man eventually made his way to his feet and slowly led the group towards the entrance of Stark Tower. Harry nodded as he looked out onto the city. Happy that at least Loki would indeed be dealt with appropriately, confident that based on his very limited knowledge of Norse folklore, that the large man with flowing golden hair, carrying a hammer, must indeed be Thor, and as such he would likely know what to do with his brother. Happy that they would deal with that issue, Harry looked out over the city and felt a huge surge of guilt seeing the amount of damage that had been done during the battle. Setting his jaw and pushing away the feeling of fatigue that he had started to feel beginning to grow ever since he had left Loki tied up moments before, he looked around the city from his vantage point trying to decide where he could be of the most use. His eyes widened for a second seeing a good place to start and apparated, appearing in front of a large sign on the ground with a red cross on it, momentarily shielding his ears from the loud wailing of the ambulances and police cars that were in front of the building, both coming and going. Seeing a man standing on the back of a police car shouting at everyone, Harry assumed that he was as good a place as any to start, and he made his way over to the man, arriving just as the group of 10 police officers and paramedics, who had been standing in front of him, split off and ran to do whatever tasks that had been assigned. Reaching the man, who was hawking his head and staring down the roads that led to the hospital, Harry cleared his throat loudly to get the man's attention. Hearing Harry's cough, the man looked down, momentarily surprised to see Harry. "What are you just doing standing around? Shouldn't you be in the hospital or off doing stuff?" "Sorry, what?" Harry asked, looking back towards the hospital before looking up to the man, a look of confusion on his face. "I don't work at the hospital, and I am not looking for medical help or anything like that. I'm here to help. Where do you need more help?" The police officer on the trunk of the car began to dismount. Looking at Harry in surprise, "If you don't work here or need help, how the hell did you get past the police cordon around the area? We are keeping the area clear of non-vital individuals. The entire area is a mess and the hospital is only going to get more full as the day goes on and more people are brought in." As if to prove his point, an ambulance drove by them, the sirens preventing Harry from responding, and came to an abrupt halt in front of the doors to the hospital. Harry looked back to the man and simply shrugged his shoulders at his question, staring at him as he finally turned to look back at Harry. "Well, I guess it doesn't matter how you got past the cordon. There is too much space to cover, and until the National Guard arrives we don't have not people to fully keep people out, but we aren't just assigning jobs. Best thing you can do is to stay out of the way of emergency services. Trying to help might result in you getting hurt, and as you can see, the last thing we need is for more people to get hurt," the officer said, pointing behind him to another ambulance that had just come to a stop by the doors to the building. "Honestly, my advice is to return to your building, that is if it is still standing, and maybe if on your way back you see someone in need of help you try to get them to the hospital, only if it is safe for you to do so. We certainly don't have enough ambulances to get to everyone quickly. There are certain areas of the city entirely inaccessible to vehicles because of the debris from buildings right now." The officer paused for a second, looking to the south, before shaking his head and looking at the ground. "Actually, maybe just avoid Hell's Kitchen entirely. Sounds like that neighborhood took a beating. Having difficulty getting anyone in to help and almost impossible getting people out of the area to hospitals for help. Buildings are still collapsing." The rest of his sentence was cut off by a loud cracking sound right in front of him, causing the man to duck out of reflex, as he spun to face the noise, hand on his weapon, remembering all the danger from earlier. Although as he looked towards the spot where the sound had come from, he froze, seeing there was nothing there, including the young man who had been there moments before, the one he had been talking to. Frantically he looked around, trying to see if he could identify the source of the noise or where the boy had disappeared to. However, his search was interrupted as he spun around, noticing one of the junior officers running towards him in the direction of the side entrance of the Metro General Hospital, the direction of the administrative offices where the police had set up a temporary field office. Sergeant Mahoney," he panted, clearly out of breath, as he got to him. "We need you inside immediately. We got a call on a secure line from some guy calling himself Fury or something. Man wants to start organizing relief efforts. Thought you might want to take charge of that." Sergeant Mahoney nodded, idly wondering who exactly this Fury was, before pausing to take one last look back over the city as he stepped towards the building. Looking back towards the officer, he noticed by the expression that something else was still bothering him, so he asked, "What else is there?" The officer looked at him a little sheepishly. "Well, Doctor, Palmer wants to see you when you have a moment, apparently something relating to a car crash patient that had just come in yesterday, something strange, I think she said. Mahoney looked at the man inquisitively, but after receiving no more elaboration, he shook his head in exasperation. Okay, fine. I'll take the call first and then if I have time, I'll go see what drive Palmer needs. He then entered the hospital, all thoughts of the boy who had disappeared already gone from his mind. HP, Marvel, HP, Marvel, HP, Marvel, HP, Marvel, HP. At the exact moment Sergeant Mahoney sat down to take the phone call, the very same boy was staring out in horror at the street in front of him. He had seen some awful things during his time in the magical world, but nothing he had seen, including all the damage he had caused to the Ministry of Magic in his 5th year, could prepare him for the appearance of the street he had just apparated onto. He looked out and stared in shock at the destruction and damage to buildings, roads, and vehicles, remembering its prior condition from the impromptu taxi tour upon his arrival to the city. Looking out over the damage, he shook his head, confident that even Hogwarts had been in better shape at the time he had headed off to confront Voldemort. To Harry, walking through the street was like stepping into a nightmare. The entire neighborhood seemed to have been wrecked, as if a tornado, or perhaps several giant space whales, had gone right through it. Cars were flipped over, crushed, on fire, or a combination of all three. Storefronts were shattered and filled with debris. Entire buildings which had once stood tall were now little more than large heaps of rubble. Scanning the area, Harry saw scorch maw RKS from the aliens' weapons scarring the walls of the buildings that remained standing, and he could almost taste the smoke that hung heavily in the air. The scene before him was a portrait of chaos. Residents shuffled aimlessly, dazed and disoriented, or feebly tried to help shift rubble to free people crying out from below the wreckage that was once the buildings. The few emergency workers that Harry could see scurried amidst the debris, faces etched with weariness but determination in their eyes. Shaking off the initial shock at the sight, determined to help, Harry sprang into action, running over to a determined-looking lady who was trying to shift large pieces of rubble out of the front of the entrance of a partially collapsed apartment building. Need a hand? Harry called out as he approached the lady, who looked to be just a couple years older than him. She turned, startled at the sound of his voice, her expression bordering on desperation, but then her eyes softened. Gratitude evident at the sight of someone offering to help. Please, there are people trapped in here, she replied, gesturing to the blocked entranceway. I was trying to make my way to the hospital. I'm a new RSE and I know they are going to need me. But I heard yelling. As if to confirm her last statement, Harry heard the sound of muffled yelling coming from the opposite side of the rubble pile, and while most of it was too muffled to make out, he could tell the tone was panicked and was pretty sure he heard the words, heart attack. Knowing he would need to act quickly and couldn't waste time, Harry decided he would have to use magic in front of this person. With a sigh, Harry took a step back, looking briefly over to the lady. You might want to take a couple steps back, Ems. Temple, she replied, looking at him curiously before slowly taking a couple steps backwards. Shrugging his shoulders, Harry decided there was no time like the present and refocused his attention back on the wall of debris, whispering, locomotor rubble. Harry almost lost control of the spell as he heard Ms. Temple gasp audibly and curse from right beside him as they watched as all the pieces of rubble move out of the doorway, one by one. How did you? He heard her mumble as he looked to her. It doesn't matter, the way is open. We can help them. Seeing the conflicted look on her face, he nodded towards the opening. They need help. That was all it took as she looked back towards the doorway and nodded, allowing Harry to enter first before she followed him as they rushed inside. Once they reached the first landing, Harry looked to her. Ms. Temple. She interrupted him with a snort. Claire is fine. Harry nodded, looking around the floor before looking back to her. Okay, Claire. Check this floor and bring whoever you can outside. What's left of this building doesn't look too stable. I'll head to the top floor and work my way down, trying to get people out. Claire looked like she wanted to say so. Nothing but was interrupted by a little boy running out of one of the rooms and into the hallway. Please help. I think my grandma had a heart attack. Immediately seeming to forget about Harry, Claire turned to the boy. I'm a nurse. Show me to your grandma and I'll see what we can do to help her. Choosing to take advantage of the distraction and to let her get to work, Harry ran up to the 4th floor. And apartment by apartment alerted the residents that they needed to get out of the building, as the fighting was done and the building looked ready to collapse any minute. Just under 30 minutes later, Harry found himself escorting the last group of people out of the building, an older couple, who had been quite reluctant to abandon their dwelling, and their cat, who had been content in scratching Harry in several places. To the street below. As Harry exited the building, passing the cat over to the couple, he looked over and saw that at some point an ambulance had arrived and was parked in front of the building, and the paramedics were currently loading an elder lady into the back. As he looked at the group behind the ambulance, he made eye contact with Claire, who was in the back of the ambulance and had just turned around to look out. Apparently, he was covered in a significant amount of dirt as it took several seconds before a look of recognition flashed across her face. Looking around the crowd that was around Harry, she offered a grateful smile and mouthed, "Thank you," before looking back down to the older lady and grasping her hand. That was the last thing Harry saw. Before the paramedic shut the door and ran around to the front of the vehicle, climbing in. Within seconds the ambulance took off, weaving its way through the obstacle course that was the street, leaving Harry in the building behind it. Over the next 30 hours, Harry was kept constantly on the move, running and apparating all over the city, finding himself helping those with his magic as often as without. Only stopping to grab little drinks of water and once even half a sandwich that some of the residents and shop owners were giving away to people who were walking by. But eventually it got to the point where Harry doubted even a case of pepper-up potions would have kept him going, and he decided that even he needed at least a couple hours of sleep before he did harm to himself or accidentally made a mistake with his magic. So he headed back to his hotel room, stopping at a shawarma restaurant that he had been surprised to find had been almost entirely undamaged. After picking up a meal to go, he made his way the remaining blocks to his room, no longer confident he could maintain the concentration necessary to safely apparate. Arriving in the room, he settled into the bed, realizing that despite his intentions, was going to fall asleep without eating. That belief was of course until he heard a sound at the door. But eventually it got to the point where Harry doubted even ace of pepper-up potions would have kept him going, and he decided that even he needed at least a couple hours of sleep before he did harm to himself or accidentally made a mistake with his magic. So he headed back to his hotel room, stopping at a shawarma restaurant that he had been surprised to find had been almost entirely undamaged. After picking up the meal to go, he made his way the remaining blocks to his room, no longer confident he could maintain the concentration necessary to safely apparate. Arriving in the room, he settled into the bed, realizing that despite his intentions, was going to fall asleep without eating. That belief was of course until he heard a sound at the door. Knock knock, knock knock, knock knock. Harry's eyes, which had been on the verge of closing as he prepared to drift off, snapped open abruptly as he cast a glance across the room toward the door. A rhythmic knocking resonated again, prompting him to shift his attention. With a sense of great reluctance, Harry extracted himself from the comfort of his bed and cautiously approached the door, his bewilderment growing at the unexpected interruption. Upon peering through the peephole, Harry's eyes widened in astonishment, causing him to take a step back in sheer surprise. Compelled by disbelief, he glanced once more through the tiny opening, determined to confirm the identity of the person outside. Convinced that it wasn't fatigue merely playing tricks on his senses, he broke into a smile as he proceeded to unlock the door and swing it open. "Well, I can admit that I didn't expect to see you here. How on earth did you manage to find me?" Natasha beamed at him, her eyes glinting with a subtle amusement. "Well, I happen to possess a rather unique set of skills that I've developed since my youth, and I work for, well, let's not get into that just yet. But more importantly, is that you weren't exactly making a concerted effort to stay under the radar, if that's what you were actually trying to do." She paused, locking eyes with him, eyebrows raised questioningly. "Throughout the day, we've been flooded with reports of individuals popping up all across the city and performing extraordinary feats to aid those in need. The organization I work for is eager to track down these people. One report I came across described a guy who kept popping up all over town with nothing more than a sounding crack signaling his arrival and departure. He seemed capable of effortlessly moving debris, obliterating obstacles, and rescuing people from dangerous situations without any apparent effort. And then, poof, he vanished without accepting any praise or thanks." Natasha let the revelation linger, a sly smile playing on her lips, as Harry, somewhat sheepishly, averted his gaze to the ground. "I thought it sounded oddly familiar. So I decided to investigate this specific case. And, of course, you made it rather convenient by stopping by the same shawarma restaurant we had just exited a little while earlier." Harry's surprise was palpable as he looked up and questioned, "We?" which prompted Natasha to nod in confirmation, a smile on her face. "Yes, the Avengers." His gaze remained fixed on her as he processed what she said. "The Avengers." Natasha glanced around, her eyes sweeping past Harry into his hotel room and then scanning up and down the hallway. "Probably shouldn't be discussing this in the open hallway of a random hotel. Want to invite me in?" Harry, realizing the lack of privacy, stepped back from the doorway, gesturing for her to enter. "Oh, my bad. Please come in. Sorry about the mess." He motioned towards a bag of food still perched on the table where he had left it. "I picked that up with the plan of actually having a meal once I got back into the room, but I found myself completely exhausted. So I decided to lay down for a nap. I suppose everything finally caught up with me. I've been on the go since the fight started." Harry watched Natasha's entrance into the room, her purposeful stride leading her to the chairs positioned by the window. In the center of the room, she casually dropped a small black metallic sphere onto the floor. Looking back and catching Harry's eye, she pointed at it. Just try to ignore that, it will prevent anyone from overhearing our conversation. Seeing his slow nod of acknowledgement, Natasha proceeded to the table. Pulling out a chair and settling into it, she motioned for Harry to join her, a silent invitation to continue their conversation in a more secure setting. Eyeing the enigmatic metal ball with suspicion, Harry complied, taking a seat across from her. As he settled into the chair, his gaze shifted back to Natasha. So, the Avengers, are those the people you work for? Natasha chuckled, shaking her head. Tony wishes. But no, not exactly. The folks I work for, well, perhaps we can delve into that later. The Avengers were the team of people I fought alongside during the attack. Harry's eyes widened with realization. Oh, so Clint, Tony Stark, and the Hulk. Natasha affirmed his inquiry with a nod. Yup, and Thor and Captain America. We sort of came together because of Loki. And I don't think we're going to part ways anytime soon. At the very least, I believe we'll stay in contact, just in case there's another Loki coming down the line. Harry, still processing the information, looked at her in surprise. Another Loki. She smiled and shook her head. Well, the chances of him escaping or there being another Loki are almost zero. I meant more in the sense of facing another threat on the same level as Loki. Harry nodded in understanding, turning his gaze back to her. So, there's really someone on the team named Captain America. When I was in the midst of the fight, Clint had made a comment and I thought he was just throwing words together. Natasha chuckled. No, he's a real person. It's a long story, but he's the same Captain America from World War II. He thwarted an attack and as a reward he got frozen in the ice in the Arctic when the plane he was on went down. Miraculously, whatever was done to him helped keep him alive. Harry stared at her in shock, anticipating a punchline, but her expression remained serious. You aren't joking? He asked incredulously. She shook her head, maintaining her seriousness. No, I'm not. I would Avenue thought even someone from England would have heard of Captain America. You might not have action figures or trading cards, but he was a pretty big part of the war. Harry looked down before meeting her gaze again. I was never really good at history, might need to brush up on it, apparently. So, how exactly did you find me? It's not that I was hiding, I was just trying to keep a low profile. Natasha studied him for several seconds with suspicion, clearly detecting his attempt to divert the conversation. After a brief moment, she shrugged her shoulders. As I had said, the organization I work for has been trying to make contact or identify all these individuals appearing throughout the city, since the battle. I happened to notice that one of the files sounded oddly familiar, so I started trying to find a pattern and predict where you might appear next. But honestly, despite all the technology at our disposal, even with the extra stuff Tony was letting us use, we couldn't come up with anything solid. You seemed to pop up randomly, do your thing, and then vanish to another random location somewhere in the city. We couldn't even trace it back to where you were staying. In the end, it turned out to be mostly luck. We, the Avengers, had just been to the shawarma restaurant. She paused, nodding towards the bag on the table, before continuing, earlier in the day. When we got back to Stark Tower, or what is left of it anyways, Tony started complaining about forgetting his wallet. She chuckled, pulling a small wallet from a pocket. How someone so smart can be so forgetful, I'll never understand. Anyway, I ended up going back since it was on the way to where I'm staying, and just as I was about half a block away, who should walk out, takeout order bag in hand. Harry raised an eyebrow, prompting Natasha to nod in acknowledgement before continuing. No jokes. From there, it was pretty straightforward. I dashed inside and grabbed the wallet, accidentally, dropping a few $100s into the tip jar. She paused, offering a mischievous smile to Harry. Don't tell Tony. Resuming her narrative, she added, then I sprinted out and managed to catch up with you before you reached the end of the block. Luckily, you didn't pull off any more of that teleporting thing you had been doing, so I just followed you all the way here. By the time I made it to the hotel lobby, you had already disappeared into the elevator. I simply asked which room Harry Potter was staying in, although apparently, there was no record of that name. So, I went with Plan B and D inquired about the good-looking guy with green eyes who just went up to his room. Harry's surprise was met with laughter. Well, that's not exactly what I said, but I did manage to get your room new. MBER and the name it was registered under. For what it's worth, you don't really strike me as a Ronald Weasley. This revelation prompted a laugh from Harry, recalling his decision to provide the concierge with a false name when he booked the room. Natasha continued, so, which is it, Ron Weasley or Harry Potter? Harry smiled and extended his hand. My actual name is Harry Potter. It's nice to officially meet you. This being a little calmer than our first meeting. Natasha nodded, and they shook hands. Nice to meet you, Harry. I'm Natasha Romanov. For what it's worth, if you're looking for a more imposing fake name to protect your identity, I'm sure you can do better than Ron Weasley. She paused and continued with a laugh. What was the name you used in the letter, the one that yelled at us and then burnt up? Tony is still studying the ashes of the letter, trying to figure out how you did that by the way. The Master of Death. Not bad, although I guess maybe a bit much for a room reservation. Harry chuckled, feeling at ease in her presence. I'll consider it. So, why were you looking for me or the other people who were helping out around the city? Natasha looked at him, a more serious look on her face. The people I work for, they are looking to bring together a group of remarkable individuals, or at least have a way to contact them, so that when they are needed they see and fight the battles that otherwise wouldn't be able to be fought. Harry studied her across the table for a moment and then laughed. That sure sounds like a well-practiced marketing line. Well, they heard it delivered a few times before, she admitted with a smile. And how often does it actually work? Harry inquired, chuckling. At least 6 times so far. She paused, her gaze shifting to look out the window. Her expression growing serious again. And for the sake of New York, it's been a good thing. Harry's smile faded as he met Natasha's gaze and nodded in understanding. So, what exactly is it that you want from me? To sign up for this team, work for some mysterious organization or individual, fighting evil. I've already done that once, and, well, it didn't really work out too well for me. Harry shook his head, ignoring the questioning look on her face. That's a long story for another time. But I'm serious, what do you want from me? I just got here. From Britain, Natasha probed. Harry slowly shook his head. Sort of, I guess. But that's part of the story. Natasha stared at Harry for a couple of seconds, but sensing he wasn't ready to continue, she reached into the sling bag on her back and pulled out a folder, placing it on the table between them. Well, you don't need to answer this now. But obviously, you are very capable of dealing with trouble. Even if I'm not sure how you were doing whatever it is that you were doing. And for what it's worth, neither do the people I work for, or Tony, a fact which he's apparently quite frustrated with at the moment. Harry couldn't help but smile as he looked up from the folder, meeting Natasha's eyes. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have you on hand just in case some big threat popped up again and we needed your help. Even despite his complaints, Clint admitted that your ability to pop from place to place was incredibly beneficial in the fight. Harry disregarded her earlier remark and shifted his attention back to the table, focusing on the folder. So, what exactly is this? This is a goodwill gesture, an enticement, if you will. It contains information about who the Avengers are and info. Armation on some of the threats out there. While there's a lot of information in there, it doesn't cover everything. So, if you decide to join, it's not like you need to share all your secrets, all. Be the first in line to admit there are things I don't need or want known about me. But it's just nice for us to know that we have someone else there to help if things get bad and we need it. Harry examined the top of the folder and its insignia curiously for several seconds before pushing it back towards her. I appreciate the offer, but I'm not exactly a superhero. Well, you could have fooled everyone in the city. You certainly managed to hold your own against the Chidori yesterday, and then you've apparently spent every moment since then trying to help the people of New York. I'm not exactly sure what people of Britain call that, but it sounds slightly heroic to me. Harry opened his mouth to respond, but Natasha raised her hand. You don't need to answer now. Heavens no, you've aren't a chance to rest and think this over. Just know that we are the good guys, and you don't need to be in the fight against bad guys yourself. Sometimes having help, well, helps. He stared across the table for several seconds, replaying her words in his mind before slowly nodding and reaching out to grab the folder. I'll think about it, but that's all I promise, he said after a moment, causing her to smile. That's all I can ask, Natasha said, reaching into her pocket. She retrieved a sleek phone and extended it to him. Here, keep this. If you make up your mind and decide to join the team, give me a call. I programmed my number in there under Black Widow. And for whatever it's worth, even if you don't want to join the team, but you ever need help with something, don't hesitate to reach out. As long as I'm not busy with the whole saving the world thing, I'd enjoy the chance to work with you again. As Harry focused on the phone in his hand, studying it suspiciously, he heard Natasha stand up. And don't worry, I made sure when I took the phone from the people I work with, that I removed all tracking and eavesdropping capabilities from the phone. Harry heard her as his eyes swung back to the phone with renewed suspicion and concern. I'm being serious, though. Reach out if you need some help, some problems are too big for one person to handle on their own. I'm only a call away. With that, Natasha turned and headed towards the door, waving as she exited the room. Harry sat for several minutes, staring at the folder and the phone on the table. He decided that he would look through the folder in the coming days and decided that he would definitely keep the phone, just in case something came up. It had been enjoyable enough teaming up with Clint and Natasha, and maybe he would run into a problem that just needed to be smashed. However, as he felt his eyes start to close against his will, Harry decided that, for now, he needed sleep. Standing and releasing a long yawn, he moved the shawarma into the small room fridge. Content with his decision, Harry headed towards the bed realizing that everything could be dealt with in the morning, and beyond. What he had chatted about with Natasha, there was still work to do in the city once he woke up. Harry was asleep before his head even hit the pillow. HP, Marvel, HP, Marvel, HP, Marvel, HP, Marvel, HP. The next day, as he sat up in bed, feeling significantly more refreshed than he had expected to after being up for a couple days, Harry's eyes landed on the folder that Natasha had left on the small table. Realizing he needed to eat a bit before heading out, he retrieved the leftovers from the room fridge. Intrigued by the folder, he reached for it and opened it as he sat down, revealing a collection of files and documents neatly arranged within. True to Natasha's description, the folder contained brief profiles and histories of the Avengers. However, the section that captured H's attention was an overview of incidents that had unfolded over the past several decades. The documents detailed the extensive damage done to civilian areas and estimated the number of innocent lives lost. As Harry examined this section, he found himself genuinely shocked at just how perilous this world appeared to be and how many supervillains there were that posed a serious threat, some at least as dangerous as Voldemort had been. Intrigued by the material within the folder, Harry found himself getting lost in the info as he flipped through its contents while enjoying his leftovers, absorbing the gravity of the incidents described and the analyses on why the previous responses had been insufficient. Amidst the papers were documents, detailing other individuals with incredible powers and abilities, from individuals capable of rapid healing of extreme degrees to those possessing strength levels that would intimidate giants, and even individuals with the ability to shrink to the size of insects or read minds. However, among those documents, Harry noticed a conspicuous absence. No one in these records seemed to possess magical abilities. This realization prompted Harry to pause and wonder whether there were no magical societies on this world or if, despite the presence of numerous superpowered individuals, magical communities managed to remain unnoticed. Recalling his visit with the Ancient One, he was inclined towards believing the latter possibility. Even though he was pretty sure there was a distinction in what they had been doing, Harry was fairly certain that what she was doing involved some form of magic. Completing his breakfast, he realized that his mind had continually circled back to Natasha's offer from the previous night, about joining the team. He decided that once he completed his training in Kamar Taj and gained a better understanding of both the magic of this world and how his own magic functioned here, he would look into joining the Avengers. However, as he stood up and tossed the food wrappers into the garbage, a lingering sense of premonition settled within him. He couldn't shake the feeling that he would inevitably cross paths with numerous superheroes and, unfortunately, probably even supervillains as he delved into the mysteries of magic. All of this before he even made it to Kamar Taj. This realization prompted Harry to pause and wonder whether there were no magical societies on this world or if, despite the presence of numerous superpowered individuals, magical communities managed to remain unnoticed. Recalling his visit with the Ancient One, he was inclined towards believing the latter possibility. Even though he was pretty sure there was a distinction in what they had been doing, Harry was fairly certain that what she was doing involved some form of magic. Completing his breakfast, he realized that his mind had continually circled back to Natasha's offer from the previous night, about joining the team. He decided that, once he completed his training in Kamar Taj and gained a better understanding of both the magic of this world and how his own magic functioned here, he would look into joining the Avengers. However, as he stood up and tossed the food wrappers into the garbage, a lingering sense of premonition settled within him. He couldn't shake the feeling that he would inevitably cross paths with numerous superheroes and, unfortunately, probably even supervillains as he delved into the mysteries of magic. All of this before he even made it to Kamar Taj. Determined to get a start on the day, Harry washed up quickly and made his way to the elevators, his mind completely focused on the near future, knowing there were still likely people trapped and in need of immediate aid, and it was those people Harry was going to head out and try to help. Although as he stepped onto the elevator there was a dark cloud in the back of his mind, knowing that even once all the figurative and literal fires had been put out, the city was in for a long recovery. Harry was so deep in thought that he hadn't even noticed the red head in the back of the elevator staring at him as he had gotten on. In fact, while on some level his brain had processed that there had been someone on the elevator with him, he probably would have completely forgotten about her at all, except that as he crossed the lobby heading to the large archway and the door leading to the street, he couldn't help but overhear the most enjoyable British accent coming from the direction of the concierge table. Being the first British accent from A.P. Urson he had heard since arriving on this world, he involuntarily spun around to identify the voice, his brain finally taking in the woman from the elevator having a chat with the hotel concierge. In another look he saw that she was tall, almost as tall as him, with an athletic, yet graceful build. Her vibrant red hair was pulled back into a sleek ponytail which hung most of the way down her back, and she seemed to exude an air of quiet confidence in her voice and posture. While Harry couldn't make out everything from the conversation, the relief and appreciation on the concierge's face was evident. Eventually she turned and was escorted to the doors leading to the street. As they passed he couldn't help but overhear the concierge's thankful tone. "Thanks again, Ms. Bloodstone. Not sure how we would have dealt with the problem last night." As Harry watched her leave, a sense of intrigue lingered. There was something mysterious about her. Shrugging his shoulders, Harry wished the concierge a good day as he walked by, with the concierge urging him to be cautious in the city. As Harry exited the doors and made his way onto the street, he froze in surprise as he looked both ways up and down the street, seeing no evidence of the mysterious girl. However, any thought as to where she might be quickly faded when he took in the sight of the condition the city was in. Before finally calling it a night the previous evening, Harry had tried to help everyone in the immediate vicinity, and as such that morning he managed to make it almost all the way to the downtown core before he came across someone who needed more than a few words of hope. As he had rounded the corner, he came across several people who were standing on top of the collapsed rubble of what was once likely a 3 or 4-story apartment building, frantically trying to move large pieces of rubble aside. Walking up to the pile, Harry made his way over to one of the older people who were standing at ground level. "What's going on?" he asked the older man who was standing staring at the people working. The man he had talked to looked at him. "Our apartment complex collapsed, we thought everyone had made it out, but apparently one of the wives who thought her husband had been at work just found out that he had come home in the afternoon to surprise her." Harry looked back over to the pile as the man had kept talking. "She had been trying to call his work all yesterday but only just heard back this morning that he had gone home before the aliens had come, and she thinks he might be trapped in the rubble." He paused and looked sadly at one of the ladies who was standing off to the side covered in dirt, crying, and being held by a group of older people. Now everyone has so much to do right now and there might be people you need to go to, but could you help us?" he asked. Harry nodded, which was met with a look of relief on the man's face. As Harry ate his way over to an isolated area of the rubble pile, he cast Hominum Revelio, holding his breath and hoping to himself that he would feel a presence of someone below the pile. After a second, RRY felt the familiar tug of awareness alerting to the presence of everyone standing around him, but Harry also felt a small pull, drawing his attention downwards, indicating that there was someone alive under the pile. Harry let out a deep breath as he started walking along the rubble pile until he was directly over top of the area where he felt the spell had indicated someone's presence, realizing that it was likely alongside the edge of the building that the person buried underneath must have hidden along one of the outer walls of their basement suite as the building was collapsing. Arriving at the spot, Harry began shifting debris, mostly with his own arms in an effort to prevent magical exhaustion like he had faced the previous evening. Although occasionally when Harry was confident no one was looking, he used the levitation spell a couple of times. Harry felt himself making slow progress and was thankful that when the building had collapsed it had most collapsed in the other direction. Also the pile of debris was not to think in this area. After nearly 30 minutes of straight work he managed to find a hole that led straight down into a partially collapsed room, where he saw a man laying down on the floor against the wall, his eyes closed. Pausing and staring, Harry let out a sigh of relief when he was the slight raising and lowering of the man's chest and the dust-filled air above the man's mouth getting repeatedly disturbed. Looking up, Harry called over to the group of individuals, "I think I found something. I need help over here." With speed that impressed the Quidditch player within him, Harry found himself being pushed aside as several of the bigger men came over and pushed him aside, calling out in happiness once they also confirmed sight of the man within. Smiling to himself, Harry carefully got off the rubble pile as more people rushed up to help, one pair even carrying a ladder, confident that the rescue was well in hand. Grabbing a bottle of water from an emergency supply table and rinsing his throat, Harry startled when a voice called out right from behind him. "I saw what you did over there, I saw how you were doing it." Freezing in place, Harry slowly began to turn, thinking to himself that the voice sounded slightly familiar. HP, Marvel, HP, Marvel, HP, Marvel, HP, Marvel, HP. As Harry completed the turn, he stopped in shock, recognizing the girl as the one that he and Clint had popped into her apartment during the battle. "Oh, hey, it's good to see you again, what do you mean?" Harry asked. "I saw you moving pieces of the building without touching them, as if by magic." Harry smiled at the girl, before taking a second to look around before kneeling next to the girl so he could look directly at her. "Well, maybe, but got to keep it a secret. I don't want people making a big deal about it, especially not now. There are plenty of people that need help right now and I want to focus on helping them. So how about it, want to keep it as our little secret?" The girl looked at Harry slowly before she smiled slightly. "Sure, I won't tell anyone." She paused, looking at Harry expectantly. "Sorry about that, my name is Harry Potter. Kind of rude of me trying to make a deal with someone without knowing her name. What is yours?" "Kate Bishop." "Okay, Harry Potter, I won't tell anyone your secret," she replied. Harry nodded, before looking around. "So what are you doing out here, Kate? Where are your parents?" Harry watched as her expression immediately fell as she looked at Harry with tears threatening to fall from the corner of her eyes. "Mom is inside meeting someone, but Dad, he didn't." She eventually lost her battle with her emotions and started crying. It took Harry a second to realize what happened. before he leaned over to try and comfort her by giving her a hug. "I'm so sorry, Kate, I didn't know," he trailed off, letting her cry into his shoulders. Eventually she stopped crying, enough to lean back and wipe her eyes with the backs of her hands, trying to act tough. "It wasn't your fault, I know you were helping people that day. Mom said that my dad thought we'd be safer in the apartment, but I just feel helpless." Harry grasped her shoulder as it looked as if she was going to cry again, unsure of what to say. "I just wish I could do what you and your friend did," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "Do you mean magic and archery?" Harry asked, slightly confused. She looked up at him, surprised. "No, although yes, but no, I mean helping people, fighting bad people, not being afraid." She took a deep breath and looked back towards the building she was standing in front of. "Mom said that the dad was in trouble with some people, and now that he is," she paused as her voice hitched before shaking her head. "Well, she said she needed to come here and try to fix it." Harry looked at Kate, who was staring at the ground while kicking it with her feet. Noticing a couple pieces of rebar about 2 feet in front of her, Harry bent down to pick up the pieces of metal. "Well, I don't know anything about teaching people how not to be scared. I'll be the first to admit that there were a bunch of times over the past couple days that I was scared. Scared during the fight about losing. Scared after the battle, looking at all the damage done to the city. Scared for the people I've seen since then, about how much work they have to try and bounce back from everything that happened to them." Kate looked up at Harry, surprise in her eyes. "Really? You were scared?" "Of course, there is nothing wrong with being scared. In fact, it probably helps you from doing stupid things," he said with a laugh which brought a small smile to her face. "But the important thing, for me at least, is to not let fear stop you from doing anything that needs to get done. Sometimes some things are too important to let fear stop you. Does that make sense?" Harry asked. Kate looked at him for a second before slowly nodding, looking back towards the building. When she turned, he transfigured the first piece of rebar that he had picked up into a slightly smaller version of Clint's bow, and the second into a quiver full of 24 arrows. "But aside from that, I don't know anything about just teaching magic to anyone. I always thought it was one of those things some people were just born with, but maybe this will help," Harry said as she spun around to look at Harry, her eyes going wide, seeing what was in his hands. Looking back up hopefully, she saw Harry nod and immediately jumped up and hugged him. Almost immediately, Harry heard a loud voice calling from the top of the stairs of the building. "What the hell are you doing with my daughter? Back the hell away from her." This caused Harry to look up as Kate let go of him and jumped backwards. "Kate, get over here, I told you to wait inside the lobby." "What are you doing?" the woman called out as she was quickly climbing down the stairs. "Mom, I'm okay, I just came outside because some of the big guys in the lobby were a little scary and one was a little creepy." Her mom looked back over her shoulder and shook her head slightly as she approached the bottom of the stairs as Kate continued. "But this is the guy that first told you about, the one who was fighting the monsters. The one who appeared in our apartment during the fight with his friend after his friend saved my life from one of the aliens who was flying towards our apartment. And look, he gave me a gift," she exclaimed excitedly, showing her mom the bow. Kate's mom slowed up as she arrived behind her daughter, putting her arms on her shoulder, her expression softening only a little as she stared at Harry, eyes still full of suspicion. "You were just walking around New York carrying a bow and quiver full of arrows after the Battle of New York, looking for my daughter?" she asked sternly. Harry shook his head. "Sorry about that, I guess out of context that was definitely very weird, but no. I was over there helping those people in the find someone under the rubble, when your daughter recognized me and called me over. So just came over to say hello and make sure she was okay. As for the bow, well, that's a much longer story, but your daughter just seemed upset, so I just tried to brighten her day." Harry looked over to Kate, who had just sat down, understanding her mother was upset with her and was attempting to notch an arrow. Looking back to her mom, in a quieter voice he continued, "She mentioned something happened to your husband. I'm sorry about that." Her mom stared hard at Harry for another couple of seconds before seeming to collapse in on herself. "Thanks for that, and I guess thanks for the gift. She's been taking it hard, but I don't think a 9-year-old really understands what is," she trailed off, looking back to the building behind her. Harry looked from her to her daughter. "Is everything okay, are the two of you all right?" She spun around, staring at Harry, her guard appearing to be in place again. "My husband had gotten into financial trouble with some unsavory people." She paused again, looking over her shoulder towards the top of the building behind her as she shook her head. Harry looked up the relatively unscathed building, noticing the large block letters at the top, Fisk Tower. She continued on, "As a result of what happened to Derek, I need to take over his debt until it is paid off." Harry shook his head. "What do you need?" "Money. I can help with that." She shook her head. "This may have started with money, but if that's all that was needed, I'd just sell the stupid penthouse as we should have done when this first started, but that doesn't matter anymore." Eventually Wilson Fisk decided they no longer wanted money, and he wanted to get something for him. Something from Momentum Labs. Something which apparently had the power to change the world. Harry looked up in surprise, recognizing the name from his conversation with the Ancient One. Deciding that this couldn't just be a coincidence. What is it? What is Momentum Labs? She shook her head and shrugged her shoulders, I'm not sure. From the way Derek had talked, it didn't sound like even Wilson Fisk knew. The whole thing was confusing though. Momentum Labs is just a research lab that focuses on looking into alternative energies, so unless Fisk had wanted to get his hands on a brand new fuel source and form a monopoly, I'm not sure. My husband had tried for a while using people he knew to try and get in, but the head scientists were tight-lipped. And he never managed to get anything from them. Harry nodded, so now you need to get it. She shook her head, no, Fisk learned, or maybe he knew this entire time that I have a history in PERS. Onal security, and it seems he'd prefer those skills right now. Harry stared at her for a second. Maybe I'll take a look into Momentum Labs and see what I can find out. Maybe it will help you out. She shrugged her shoulders. You can try. Although there are bad people in this city and they always seem to get what they want. And as of now, the rest of her response was cut off as Kate stood up and rejoined them. Thanks so much for this, Harry, she exclaimed enthusiastically, causing Harry and even her mother to smile. No worries at all. I am glad you like it. I'm going to head out though, still a lot to do in the city. He paused and looked back and forth between the two of them. If there is anything else either of you need, don't worry, I'll be in touch. Kate looked up at him questioningly. What's your number? My number? Harry asked, momentarily confused. Yeah, your cell number, silly. Kate replied with a laugh. In case we need you before you reach out. She paused and looked up at him. You do have a cell phone. Right. Harry stared at her for a second before remembering Natasha's gift, which he pulled from his pocket, impressing the younger girl. Ooh, what's this? Doesn't look like any phone I've seen. Must be a super new one. Okay, putting our number in under the bishop's. Call us later and leave your number. Harry nodded slowly. Sure, as soon as I figure out how to use this thing, I'll do just that. He said, causing Kate to laugh. Turning back to her mother, he acknowledged her previous comment before the interruption. But you are right, there are bad people out there. However, their only way to beat them is for good people to stand up and not be afraid, right, Kate? She looked down at the bow in her arms and then looked back up to Harry and nodded. Well then, I'll see you later. And with a loud crack he disapparated, surprising one of the bishop ladies slightly more than the other one. Harry stared at the large metal and glass building in front of him. Even among all the ultramodern-looking buildings of the city that he'd seen so far, this one took the cake. But despite the sleekness of the appearance, Harry found himself focusing more on all the security cameras and guards that were patrolling the exterior of the building. When he had first arrived, he had quickly noticed the security and watched as a pair of guards scared a girl away from the fence, yelling at her that this was private property and if she took close to the fence again, standing on their property, they would press charges. As such, Harry found himself shocked at the level of security and had decided to sit on the patio of an outdoor bistro just down the block, one that had a clear sight of the front of Momentum Laboratory, to try and come up with a plan. Originally High's plan had been to walk in and try to use a washroom or sign up for a public tour, and in either case just accidentally get lost, giving him time to search for, well, whatever it was that he suspected he was drawing interest and demanding this amount of security. His next plan had been to cast a spell over the cameras and the guards to fool them into letting him go by and not see him, but he had discarded that as there just seemed to be so many guards and every camera seemed to overlap with at least one other camera, but in most cases it appeared the cameras overlapped with 2 or 3 others. And Harry found that he wasn't confident in maintaining that many simultaneous spells without any of them wavering, pretty confident that one spell would waver or he'd miss a hidden camera and an alarm would be raised, making what Harry thought was already going to be a difficult task basically impossible, as he didn't think he'd make nearly as much progress navigating the tight corridors of a buoy. LDING on high alert with who knows how many guards while trying to find something he didn't even know what it was. After about 5 minutes of sitting there, Harry ended up discarding several more ideas, none of which seemed very promising, until Harry remembered the disillusionment spell that he had learned in his 5th year. In fact, Harry had felt so excited by the prospect of that idea that he had immediately ran to the bistro's lavatory to try it. However, after tapping his head and uttering the incantation, he was moderately disappointed with the results. While Professor Flitwick had met Harry's attempt, good enough, within class, Harry had found his attempts to cast the spell were never extraordinarily impressive, the result usually ending up as a moderately successful camouflage pattern rather than actual invisibility. As he looked at himself in the mirror, he was confident that this attempt was much closer to actual invisibility. However, his body still seemed to distort everything behind it slightly. A fact that he was pretty sure would draw the attention of anyone who was sitting at the other end of the security cameras, causing them to investigate the phenomena, which would once again end up drawing attention to himself, making this already difficult task more difficult. In fact, it was as Harry was returning from this failed attempt in Bistro's lavatory, entertaining the idea of heading back into the city to help more, giving him more time to come up with a better plan of action, and lamenting the fact that he didn't have his cloak anymore when he froze. An AC. Tion so sudden it caused an older man with salt and pepper swept back hair to bump into him from behind. "Hey, watch where you stop, kid, I'm walking here." Harry turned around and was already half-heartedly apologizing, as he absently noticed the slightly tinted glasses perched on his nose, as he was remembering that while to this point, he had only used his magic which was due to the Elder Wand's. Somehow having become a part of him, he was actually in possession of all three of the Hallows abilities. Excitedly Harry ran back to the men's room to try and figure out how to use the abilities of the invisibility cloak. Standing alone in front of the mirror, Harry stared at himself attempting to recall the feeling of the invisibility cloak settling over his shoulders or the feeling of excite-me. When he was looking through the shimmering material, while he was wearing it, after he had thrown it over his head and had watched his reflection disappear. However, no matter what he did or tried, nothing seemed to activate the ability and he was left staring at his reflection which stubbornly seemed to disappear. Deciding to try a new tactic, Harry stopped thinking of the cloak as the cause of the invisibility and started thinking more about just simply making his arm invisible. Closing his eyes, Harry tried to only focus on that though, and after a couple seconds of focus he was rewarded with a brief tingling sensation from his arm which caused him to open his eyes in shock. Looking down, Harry smiled seeing that his entire arm and sleeve of his coat were invisible. Staring at the mirror, again Harry focused on making his entire body disappear and was treated to almost immediately watching his body shimmer for a second before disappearing, this time accompanied by a full body tingling sensation. What the hell? Harry spun around, freezing at the sight of the same older man who had bumped into him in the restaurant, standing in the partially open doorway, rubbing his eyes before frantically looking around the room. As he passed where Harry was standing, he heard the older man mumbling under his breath, "I swear I saw that same kid from before, maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me." It was all Harry could do not to laugh as he waited for the man to enter one of the stalls before he focused his attention and managed to end the invisibility effect. With being a BLE to cause and end the invisibility, Harry exited the lavatory, headed back to his table where he paid for his tea and pastry, and left the bistro. Crossing the street, Harry entered the little alley on the opposite side of the street from the bistro and was just on the other side of a large office building from the main entrance of Momentum Laboratory. Confirming he was alone, Harry focused again on becoming invisible, smiling to himself as he felt the familiar tingling sensation come over his body as he watched it become invisible. However, he paused in confusion as he felt a noticeable drop in his energy levels. Now feeling like he had just been on a small run beforehand rather than when he had done this in the lavatory. Shaking his head, Harry decided that since this was noticeable but not significant, he would push on as long as it didn't become worse, but he did add it to his mental list of things he needed to look into once he finally got some time to himself and there were less pressing issues to worry about. Refocusing on the goal, Harry started out of the alley, aiming to make his way towards the front entrance of Momentum Laboratory, however he barely made it 2 steps before he tripped over a trash can he had tried to step over and was sent sprawling onto the ground. Getting you from the ground, he very quickly realized that moving while completely invisible to his limbs was significantly more difficult than while he had used the cloak or even the disillusionment charm, as he lost his frame of reference for where he was, and while he had a general idea about how long his arms and legs were and where they were in relation to his eyes, without being able to see them, Harry found that he tripped over 2 more things, stumbled into a wall, and accidentally bumped into random things including an old lady on the sidewalk, when he finally made it out of the alley, as he had underestimated how far he had needed to move over to avoid her. But all said by the Harry made it over to the entrance of Momentum Labs. He was doing a much better job of approximating where his invisible limbs were, so much so that he had managed to sneak within the fence perimeter without issue, and he had snuck through the automated sliding doors behind 2 security guards who had just finished walking the fence line. However, after nearly 40 minutes of walking around the building, Harry felt no closer to finding what he was looking for, and not for the first time since he had entered. He silently cursed to himself about the fact that the building layout was incredibly not intuitive. And he was pretty sure he had an easier time navigating the maze from the final event of the Triwizard Tournament. Unfortunately for Harry, he began to let some of the frustration seep in to his search, and without realizing it he increased the pace of his walking, and that led him to running face first into a wall when he had misjudged how tightly he had made a turn. Stepping backwards in pain from the collision, he couldn't help himself as he unconsciously said, "Bollocks." He was halfway through the word when he realized he was making a sound and had just finished the word when he nearly cursed at his misfortune. As he watched the same 2 security guards which he had snuck into the building behind round the corner, he had been about to walk around himself. "Did you hear that, Kai?" the younger guard asked. The older guard paused as he looked up and down the hallway, slowly nodding, as Harry pressed himself against the wall, trying to slow his breath and ignore the pain in his nose. Eventually the older guard slowly nodded his head. "I don't know, I thought I heard, well, it sounded like, but apparently not." Doesn't look like anything is here and no alarms have been triggered. The younger guard pulled out a strange-looking device from his pocket and started looking at its screen, starting at the other wall and slowly sweeping right over where Harry was standing. As the man's vision scanned over the space where Harry stood, Harry held his breath, unsure of what the man was doing and prepared to case confundus before sneaking quickly past the guards. However, he man seemed to finish his search as he stopped scanning the hallway, lowering the device after one last look at the screen. Turning to the older man who was staring at him questioningly, he shrugged his shoulders. "See anything through thermals?" the older guards asked. The younger man shook his head. "Nothing." The older man stared down the hallway once more, his eyes passing over the spot where Harry stood several more times before eventually, he as well shrugged and motioned for them to continue their patrol. As they walked by Harry, less than a foot from where Harry stood pressing himself against a wall, Harry heard the older guard start talking to his partner. "It's weird, I would have sworn I had heard something as well, in fact it sounded like one of the intelligence officers I had worked with on a couple ops before I went into private security. Damn, she could swear with the best of them, but I guess she was just a woman from another time." He laughed and shrugged his shoulders again before they started talking about something else, moments before walking around a corner halfway down the hallway and their conversation disappeared altogether. Harry made it several paces down the hallway, reaching the corner again before he froze, recognizing the significance of what had just occurred. When he had first heard the one guard mention thermals, it had not registered Kelly both out of his concern over not being discovered and his lack of familiarity with the word in that context. But as he had started calming down and had been replaying the encounter in his mind, he term had sounded slightly familiar until eventually he had frozen, making the connection and remembering where he had heard the word. He remembered reading the word in the file Natasha had left. He had been reading a document about the capabilities of Iron Man's suit and its ability to evade most types of scans. However, due to the vast amount of energy the suit used, especially while in flight, Tony had not yet managed to mask its heat signature, and therefore even a very weak and unspecific thermal scan could reveal the suit. And it was when he remembered the passage that caused him to freeze in the hallway. While he had never bothered to learn how the invisibility cloak had worked, generally just taking it for granted, he was pretty sure it didn't manage to hide his body heat, and yet somehow his new ability that was related to the halo, after all he remembered seeing the triangle, representing the invisibility cloak, light up the most right before he turned invisible when he had been looking at it while becoming invisible in the alley, had managed to hide his body heat from the guard who was scanning for exactly that. Harry was so excited by the discovery that he almost celebrated out loud before remembering that it was a previous outburst that had nearly led to a problem in the first place. Smiling to himself, Harry started walking, passing around the corner and continuing in his exploration of the floor, not noticing a single drop of blood on the floor, exactly in front of the wall he had collided with moments before. HP, Marvel, HP, Marvel, HP, Marvel, HP, Marvel, HP. Eventually Harry was confident that he had finished exploring the first floor and whatever he was looking for was not there, and he made his way to a staircase he had stumbled across earlier in his search. As he stood in front of the staircase, he spent a couple seconds looking at the stairs that led to the floors above and then down at the stairs that led to the basement of the building, wondering whether he should head up or down, before smiling to himself, remembering his second year. With the memory of the Chamber of Secrets fresh in his mind, Harry decided that it would make sense if people hid their most dangerous secrets below ground level. And with confidence Harry made his way to the basement of the building. Almost as soon as he reached the bottom stair, Harry could tell that he was in the right area, as the first thing he noticed was an almost complete lack of sound. It wasn't as if there was nothing making sound, but rather it was as if everything was just muffled. To the point the sound couldn't carry far enough to be heard. Even when Harry scuffed his shoe against the floor on purpose, it sounded distant and weak to his ears. The second thing he noticed was, well, he was having trouble putting it into words, but it was a general sense of evil, similar to what he felt coming from the Horcruxes, but while this feeling was distant, it felt significantly more intense than his experiences with any of the Horcruxes. Trying to ignore the sense of foreboding and the chill that worked its way along his spine, Harry took off down the desolate hallway to try and uncover what was causing this feeling. It had been less than 20 minutes later when Harry almost bumped into a nervous-looking man in a lab coat who had almost run around a corner. Harry had narrowly jumped to the side of the hallway, avoiding being run into, shaking his head at the weird way sound was behaving down here and the fact that because of that he had been given almost no heads up as the man had come around the corner. As Harry watched the man head down the hallway, he couldn't help but feel there was something suspicious in the way he kept looking behind him and then at his watch. Deciding that he hadn't had any luck so far, Harry decided to follow the man and see if he could get any hints as to where something of value might be being kept. At the end of the hallway, RRY watched as the man looked up and down the hallway before pulling out a keycard and swiping it to allow him to enter one of the previously darkened rooms. Quickly Harry closed the distance between them, jumping into the room just before the doors closed, almost colliding with the man who had stopped immediately inside the entrance, apparently deciding to stay and watch the door fully close. As Harry slowly moved out of the way, the man walked over to the now closed door and pressed a button to the side of the door, which caused a red light to flash above the door and a clicking sound to come from midway up the door. Assuming he had locked the door, Harry stared back at the man who was letting out a deep breath and visibly relaxing. As Harry watched the man, he noticed the man was fumbling with his pockets, before withdrawing a phone, dialing a number, and raising it to his ear. Apparently, whoever he called was expecting his call, as Harry doubted the call had even rang once before. He heard a muffled voice come out of the phone, a voice which seemed to make the man holding the phone become nervous again. That's it for today, I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends, and don't forget to check out my Patreon. Details in description.